It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, kicking off today in the South America region. I am Mark, joined today by my co-casters, Trav, and of course, Teddy. Let's start with you, Trav. We missed you yesterday over in EMEA, but it's great to have you back by our sides today. Where have you been?
Well, you know, I was over on the Asian region, but I'm thinking South America's more becoming my home. I've done more South America than I have Europe this year, and honestly, I'm quite pleased about it.
I had noticed, and I definitely resent you for that. You're supposed to be a Brit, Trav, by nature. Teddy, of course, as well. Great to have you back as well. How are you feeling about South America as a whole this year?
It's been a very interesting region ever since the split, rather. I feel like there are some teams that are really starting to cement their place, but this is the best moment for other teams to, you know, try to shake that up and make their own mark in the BSC.
It is always a good time in South America, that is for sure. Let's take a look at today's format. First and foremost, for anyone that may be new to the BSC, this is how it's going to go. Of course, it will be in 8-team single elimination brackets here, and the power match format in-game with the drafts, the picks, and the bans. That is what the pros will be working to. We're picking things up off in the semi-final stages for both of these two regions. So there'll be 4 teams kicking off then, and it'll be best of 5 through the semi-finals into the grand finals. And here is the leaderboard for South America East. It is ZEST who really are the titans, raining down upon everyone else with 224 points. Bando with a fantastic performance last month, did fantastically well to make the grand finals and knock down QLASH in the semis. QLASH just below them by just that one singular point, and Super Renegados still trying to contest that number 3 spot. Some other ones to watch out for though, but in the semi-final stages, that's pretty much where the cluster is currently. And of course, the best place to watch will be over at event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can place your predictions and place your MVP of choice and all those wonderful things. Here's the bracket for today. Trav, maybe do you want to talk us through where we're going to be starting off in the semi-finals today?
Well, it's more of the same over here in the South American region. We've seen that ZEST versus Super Renegados matchup once again, and then a bit of a revenge match possibly for QLASH against Bando de Loucos down there in semi-final number 2. They're going to be looking to get their revenge and take that number 2 spot back off Bando de Loucos after they had it robbed off them last month.
Bando de Loucos, of course, had a great month, but can they do it again? That is the question. And will ZEST be knocked off their throne? We're about to find out very, very shortly. Well, we've done our predictions here in the studio. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but make sure that you're doing yours over at event.brawlstars.com as well, and sync your game there. Make sure you get those in-game rewards, most importantly. It looks like, guys, that we are all on the same page. No deviations whatsoever at all. Teddy, maybe you want to talk us through for, on our total behalf as to what we've done and why.
Well, ZEST have been winning everything so far, so we're just assuming they will continue doing just that. On the side of QLASH versus Bando de Loucos, it's a bit more interesting, to be honest, because it was BDL who took the victory last month, but it was very, very close, and as we discussed before the show, it seems like it might be a little bit more of an upset situation there, a bit of a fluke from QLASH, and we're hoping that things are, coming back in order for this month.
Perfectly put, gotta say. And yeah, it's a bit of an unpredictable region sometimes. I think that ZEST are looking still very, very strong, but as we saw already in EMEA so far, 8th Division were knocked off their throne there, and that could very well be the case today. We're hoping for ourselves that it's not. Ultimately, we are locking our predictions here for the entirety of the day, whereas in other regions, we've kind of been able to deviate depending upon who's playing. So we're locked in, guys. We're going down either together, no doubt about it. As we get geared up, of course, for our first match of the day, it's going to be ZEST versus Super Renegados, and that is going to be a banger. Do stick around for it. Teddy, we're going to wave goodbye to you just temporarily, and me and Trav are going to take the lead on this one. Trav, first and foremost, Let's start with ZEST. Talk us through their roster.
Well, we're going to be seeing Motep, Peke, and Firecrow take the field today. Absolutely incredible roster at the moment. On the other side of things, Super Renegados, Doritos. I believe it's Javier on screen, JBR, but he's put a little bit more in there this time. Motep, Peke, and Firecrow to focus down on this roster, though. They really have been the titans of this region for the past couple of months, and honestly, none of us doubt they're going to be able to do it again. They really are so strong, and it's going to take a lot to knock them off the high horse today.
Got a great deal of confidence, haven't they? Really, they only dropped a singular set last month. Here we go then with Super Renegados, Doritos, Jubilee, and Cowbear as well. Again, not to say that this team have not got a chance at all. They've struggled a little bit though in the semi-finals. Last month they were swept by ZEST, and hoping to not have that same recurrence. They are a very talented team, but they have had the same matchup in the semi-finals since February and March. They've both faced off against this very team, ZEST, and they've struggled to gain a single set. Hopefully this month they'll have to have a bit of a different situation upon them, and again, that's what all the scrimmages are about. Preparation, and in we go. Of course, a couple of new maps in the map pool as well. That always shakes things up, of course, and we've seen some balance changes too, and some new gears come into the equation. That's just quite a lot, Trav, when you look at the grand scale of things that could actually change the outcomes this month, especially brawlers like Meg absolutely running riot. This is a region as well which primarily played a lot of Mr. P. Well, Mr. P got a new gear as well, so maybe we'll see some of that come back into the forefront. But based upon what we've already seen from other regions and what we already know with regards to those new changes, what are you kind of expecting to see today?
I mean, we've got to be seeing a lot of Meg, probably a lot of Amber as well, but at the same time, the South America region usually is the most unpredictable when it comes to comps. They're the ones who kind of like to deviate away a lot from the rest of the world in terms of what their singular meta is, and I don't doubt that it'll be more of the same, but I think regardless of that, it's hard to ignore the Meg and the Amber, a few of these gadgets and gears that are coming in a little bit left, right, and center. They've kind of got to just be able to adapt to these things, and as you said, maps and stuff like that, unbreakable walls, which should have a little bit more time to kind of adjust to. It could all affect it, and it means that ZEST might not be sitting as comfortably as they were in the past couple of months.
It's all about adaptations, isn't it, really? And we saw already yesterday in the EMEA and, the APAC region as well, Amber running riot. As you first mentioned that, I think we've got to come back around to it. That epic, or rather the mythic gear of Sticky Oil now, players are just leaving that oil slick on the map. They're not really utilizing it to cause damage, just simply to have that 20% slow come into a full effect. And also a couple of epic gears coming into the equation now for pet power, various other brawlers for healing and pet damage purposes. Of course, Penny now with that 20% damage buff as a result of pet power as the gear is really causing problems. Penny was already in a fantastic place, no doubt about it. Now even better. But ultimately, again, this was a region that always played a lot of Janet, no doubt about it. Nothing really changed within her, so I think she's still going to be very much a go-to choice for many of the teams that we see here today. But South America is always and has always been a very aggressive region when it comes to a lot of their drafts, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of that today.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a weird one when it comes to drafts in terms of this region specifically. We've seen them bringing in Mr. P when none of the other rest of the world does that itself, and they kind of always seem to be the ones who adapt into the world's meta at these big events like World Finals and like the Mid-Season Invitational, rather than the world doing that to their meta. So I don't know if it's kind of like a little bit of a bad thing that their meta's not really the one that people gravitate towards when the whole world comes together, and if they need to kind of try and fix that and play these little better comps. But I'm always kind of left surprised when I watch this region draft. And as you said, it always does seem to be a little bit more aggressive, just a little bit weirder for this region. And I don't know if that's going to harm them or help them in future events.
Yeah, like we said before, making those changes, very important to keep up with all the changes that happen within the game. You've got to be on your toes. We're just waiting for the players to go into the game. We may be missing the draft in this one. If we do, we'll, of course, talk you through maybe some of the ideas that the players were looking to try to do. But I think we're hearing that the bans for ZEST were Carl, Artie, and Penny, and the bans for Super Renegados were Stu, Max, and Meg. And I think ultimately banning that Meg, and the Max, Penny, these are brawlers that at the moment really are riding very, very high in the forefront of the meta. So I think pretty solid for me.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. And another one to touch on as well, that RT being banned. We haven't really seen that this month in competitive, and especially in APAC. I'm not sure if it was a little bit more used in Europe, but throughout APAC this month, it really just wasn't seen at all. And in comparison to the second month when it first came into competitive, it was very strong. A lot of people were jumping onto this idea and playing that brawler, but it seems like after that bounce change, it has just had a little bit of a hit.
Yeah, it was a tune down to the speed in which you're able to, hit your shot whilst in super form with your legs separated from your body, and it's actually been doubled in duration. So now you can't really kind of spam it as quickly as you could to ensure a swifter takedown. I think a lot of the pro players though seem to want to have seen a bit more of a nerf to something in the regular form, really, something in terms of maybe the projectile speed or the damage hits. But nonetheless, it is something that we've got to bear in mind. And this was a region that did prioritize a lot of RT play last month. Over at events.brawlstars.com, this is what you guys have voted for as to who you think is going to be taking the W here. And ZEST riding high there, traveling to 79% of the votes. That's pretty convincing for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to ignore the ZEST, the heavy favorites coming into this one. We're going to have to see something very special from Super Renegados to be able to, put a bit of a spanner in the mix and stop them from doing what they've been doing in the past months. But getting into this one as well, we see that Bo through the mid, and little Ruffs on the right-hand lane and Janet on the left. I'm liking what ZEST have brought to the table here. Renegados, though, it's not too bad either. They've got the Otis on the left, Daryl on the right. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that Daryl, but 8-bit through the mid's always kind of solid. But a much better start for ZEST here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there on the Daryl, but if those rolls can be bang on point, then Viper could go down pretty quick. But the sandbags coming in, no, he's actually not going to go for it. Maybe not even running it. We'll find out shortly when he does decide to use the gadget. I do really love Bo mid here myself. I mean, it's not necessarily too desirable now in the current meta, but I think it is a very safe pair of hands. It's got a lot of utility behind it. Pekka just surviving on, though. Oh, taken down there by Kalber. Gems will go into the pocket of Firecrow, just about hesitantly getting for the 6th one there, but not the best things for ZEST. Pekka seems pretty much unfazed by it, though, and will surely get back to business, but it will mean that those gems are going to be split now on the side of ZEST. Yeah,
usually the Ruffs, the hands are kind of safe anyway. He's got these sandbags to be able to drop if the Daryl does roll onto him. Pekka's going to pick up this mid as well here. 8 gems in the hands of ZEST so far. Bone mines in mid. Those gems in the spawn, a little bit out of reach, but that's not going to affect them too much. They're quite happy to just wait out this mid and pick up this last gem as it comes. And we're not seeing a lot from the Daryl whatsoever. Gems, they're spawning left, right, and center, and he's not making the moves.
Just not going in aggressively. You've got to do that. You need to exacerbate. And they are running sandbags on Firecrow. Yeah, exactly. So, he's got plenty more gadgets left to hand now for these final moments. But Kalber coming onto the left does get the takedown onto Motep there. Big cluster here. Oh my word, the shots from Doritos land. And Kalber can't get out. It will be able to be re-picked up by Motep, but that was a very close shave. And valuable time is being trickled down now as Super Renegados try to delay the onset here. They're not going to be able to get it from the mid. They've got to go on the aggressive. It's got to be a takedown of Motep, and he can take to the skies at any moment in time. And he does time it with a little gadget there as well. Plenty of time trickling down for ZEST to take the first game.
I mean, although they had a bit of a reset, they had a few hiccups here and there, it seemed to me quite convincing. They had control of the mid pretty much throughout the entire game. They had, as I said, a few hiccups where the Daryl roll in, they get the kills, the Otis coming from the left-hand side when they're in spawn. Maybe retreated just a little bit too early, but at the same time, they looked pretty calm and composed even when recollecting those gems.
Rocket field awesomeness.
There we go again. I agree. I would like to see more from the Daryl as well this time round. They're swapping lanes, so Jubilee believes that he's going to get a better matchup against the Janet. I don't know how convinced I am, but ultimately the HP is going to be big and force back Motep out of position. Firecrow in the meanwhile taking a lot of damage on that right-hand side as a result of Kalber's sticky shots. Pekka, though, going to pick up the 4th gem and place down some mines for his troubles, giving some good value clearly, and able to... Oh, he actually will go down there. I thought he might be able to survive it, but no, not going to happen. Those gems will be in Motep's hands now, and that will be probably the best person to have. I mean, Firecrow, is probably not ideal to have them if you're going to have them anywhere else other than the gem carrier. I would go with the Janet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really too bad for any of these players to pick up the gems, I will say, for the side of ZEST, and that's what I like about their comp. It's just so versatile no matter who's got them. They don't really have to go aggressive. It's a very control-based comp playing at this range. Doritos just going to be walking over a few of these mines now, just baiting them out, and Daryl doing the same. And it is 5-3, so a little bit closer than the last one, but extending it to 6 and 7 as Pekka goes for those. But actually, he's going to fall down and drop all of them. Motep trying to retrieve, does, and gets the flight away, but that's going to cost a bit of control.
Yeah, perfect play there from Motep. He had to. Plugged in star power for Doritos allowed a very easy triggering of the mines as Jubilee rolls in. Firecrow just about staying alive there, but only just. And Kalber could not finish him off either. Nice little tank there for the turret for Pekka, but Pekka's struggling a fair amount this game. I mean, as the gem carrier primarily, he has gone down about 3 or 4 times now. So I hope that Motep and Firecrow can pick up the slack and ensure a countdown soon, because there's not much time and the gems are slowly gathering up on the side of Super Renegados. Motep forced to take to the skies, actually gets to take that along the way. Doritos does manage to jig the shots, but nonetheless, it is a bit of a scrappy game here, Trav.
Yeah, they seem to be letting Firecrow fend for himself, and he does actually get that Daryl down. This turret not placed in the best spot either. That should be a quick sweep up for Firecrow. 3 shots, and he's got nothing to TB back to. The mine's hit, and Firecrow's going to pick him up. Super there as well, a mine on top of that also. And Javier is just not able to do too much. He keeps those gems away, but during this time, ZEST have been all over that gem spawner. They're not going to be able to even out from the side here. They've just got 10 to 9, 11 now, and I think that's going to tie it up if he can just stay alive, and he does. He's got the fly.
Yeah, calm as a cucumber, as we say in the UK. No one else will get that, only you, Trev. 12 gems in the pocket, 21 gems total. A very convincing first set for me there from ZEST, and just kind of what we expected to see so far. I mean, I don't think the comp was necessarily a bad one, honestly, on the side of Super Renegados, but the implementation of it just didn't really kind of match the same level of aggression, even when we saw multiple times ZEST going down, dropping gems. Those moments weren't really capitalized on, in my opinion, nearly enough, because there was definitely a few open doors for them to walk through.
Yeah, I mean, there really was. I mean, in terms of whose comp was better, I think ZEST was just that little bit more, and I do think that Daryl was kind of what harmed their comp. He made some good plays, he made some good resets, you see there as well, just Calbear couldn't just get out in time. But in my eyes, I just don't think the 8-bit was playing as well as an 8-bit should on a map like this. You shouldn't be able to go down, you should be able to TP away all of the time and have no troubles doing that. But it seemed like those gems were dropped quite a fair amount, and yes, they were on ZEST as well, but there was always someone there to recover them.
Everyone just seemed very calm and collected, I felt. Honestly, it just didn't really seem like they were being tested necessarily, and they kind of felt that early on, enough to not worry too much when they went down. And speaking of which, damage on the board, looking really, really nicely in Firecrow's favor. 8 takedowns for Motep, 7 for Pekka. Despite going down a fair amount, getting some good kills for his time, so, and a lot of DPS as well, so making up for it in other areas, I would say. And the gems, ultimately, as we already mentioned, very, very versatile with other brawlers anyway. But yeah, a rough game, a rough start there. Super Renegados going to have to take on the learnings, going into Heist now for Hot Potato and try to pick things up. And again, they've struggled to get a single set against ZEST since the entirety of the season so far. They do need to get one on the board to be able to really kind of feel like they stand a chance of taking this win home. But a new draft, a new chance to be able to relinquish things. And you know, I think in Heist as well, it's one of those more unpredictable modes. Bans are in as well already. Dynamite was banned on the right side there, as well as the M's and the Collect. Super Renegados, Stu, Nisa, and Ruff's banned for ZEST. And the first early draft of Max, and that's an interesting first draft here, Trav, to be completely honest. It wouldn't really be like my go-to here. I mean, it can absolutely work well. It's very, very aggressive, kind of what we expect to see from ZEST, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily the first pick brawler for Hot Potato.
Yeah, it doesn't really have the angles in my eyes. It doesn't have the capability to throw over walls, bounce around them, anything like that, have a very good peek either. So it makes definitely a little bit of a weird pick, as you say, but Penny coming in as a return from Super Renegados, and I like that a lot. I think the Penny's just so good here. When you can get the mortar, place it in one of those pockets and have it rain down on the opponents and the safe alike, it really does start to get some control and add that fourth member to the team. Still some availability of a few of these spawnables. Obviously Nita not going to be one of them, but you've seen Jesse slotted into competitive that a little bit more recently. Otis going to be picked up by Doritos over there on Super Renegados, and we're back to ZEST for their second and third picks.
I like the Otis. It's kind of like a safe pair of hands, just in the eventuality that ZEST decide to bring in something of a tankier option, but got some decent range to it. Good gadget as well to follow up there with the Fat Splatter. So Penny as well with the new gear with Pet Power coming in, 20% buff to the damage of that turret. I think that actually Super Renegados have got a great comp. As we said previously in the last set, I think their drafting is actually pretty decent. Bartley coming in now for ZEST, and I do love that thrower. I think it's probably the best thrower actually on this particular map. We often see it banned. For that reason, the tankier option is going to come in. BB coming in for ZEST. I don't mind it. They're going to obviously have to be considerate around where the Otis lies and trying to make sure that they swap lanes and try to evade it, because ultimately that mute will leave BB as just a sitting dark. Final pick coming in, Super Renegados. Do they want to go for range, something in the mid more than the Otis, or do they want to have something more defensive? Spike wouldn't be a bad shout to really double down on that BB, as that can tend to be a tough thing to have, but maybe even Amber here. I mean, I haven't really seen it yet. Daryl, it's not a bad pick by any means. It can work for Hot Potato for sure. I feel like it's better suited in other Heist maps personally, but it is going to provide the same impact as the BB, having something of just a tank to be able to force their way forwards and try to bring back control and go aggressive onto the safe. I don't mind it. I think I actually prefer the BB there here myself.
See, I was going to say the opposite. I kind of like the Daryl a little bit more. I feel like Renegados have maybe just got a few more answers to the BB than what the ZEST have to the Daryl, and yeah, we're going to have that sticky syrup mixer from the Barley, and obviously the ability to throw over walls, but I think Daryl kind of should be winning that BB matchup, even get a successful roll the majority of the time, but we will see if Pekka can get some speeds off Motep here and Fico can abuse these walls as much as he should be doing, because, I mean, overall, I kind of like ZEST got more, but in that tank matchup, I think the Daryl maybe should be doing a little bit more.
It's kind of interesting to me because it's like one of those regions that kind of play these brawlers more than others. And normally we tend to see like a Primo or a Ball on this particular map in other regions, but they've gone for the Daryl and the BB, which is just interesting, especially when you consider that Shelly now had a substantial speed buff. I mean, going from normal speed to very fast now. I mean, that is something which we've yet to kind of see show its face in competitive, even yet the fact that it's a hard counter effectively. A lot of back and forth already though, and more damage being dealt by ZEST onto the Super Renegados safe. In fact, now Pekka completely uncontested. 36% is all that is left, and just to the 17% damage dealt out by Super Renegados onto theirs. Very a very aggressive game going on so far. Let's be honest, back and forth. Super Renegados have the lead, but for how long?
I mean, it's down to Ficro to defend, and I'm not sure how well he's going to be able to against that Daryl. It just doesn't seem like that's going to be defendable. The roll as well, but they do get the cleanup. They need to keep these penny shots off safe. They need to keep the mortar off safe. It's really, really difficult to do just that. He's going to get the shots, but he's not going to find the blow onto Doritos that'll bring him down. And they are going to take the first game. Super Renegados fighting back now.
Love to see it. It's been a long time coming. And I did think that Heist would be that kind of game mode that could cater towards it. It's very unpredictable sometimes when you get those base race moments or just a bit of a lack of concentration as to whether you should be on the defense or the offense. Let's see though whether they can actually gain that set. It will be the first time this year against this very team if they can. A great opportunity therefore. Pekka popping an early gadget there, taking a hit from Doritos, but Motep in to help out, goes down himself. Pekka through the damage gear and does get a perfectly timed bubble off on the safe, and it will connect with maximum effect as well. Continuation shots from Firecrow in the meanwhile. Super Renegados getting some damage of their own.
Yeah, a little bit of an answer back now, but Pekka juking nicely with that max speed. Maybe Firecrow can come back and help out a little bit more, but he's focusing up on that damage. With this Daryl coming through once again, it might be too much for ZEST to defend here. 3v1, they really need to get Otis down. He's the one who's low, and he's the one who's going to deal a lot of damage if left. Damage coming through now from Renegados, and it just doesn't seem to be that much considering Firecrow's still up on safe. They need to be focusing on the safe the whole time. Penny turrets established as well, and they are very, very low, and Pekka might be able to get this defense.
It was low. Doritos goes down. Pekka just trying to take out the turret. In the meanwhile, that roll is strong. Just 2%, 1%, and that is surely going to be done. Super Renegados finally get a set against ZEST, and that opens the door wide for a potential upset.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Renegados Cup just overwhelmed them. They made the right decisions when to leave. They made the right decisions when to defend, and they just played it really, really smart. Daryl did a lot more in this one than he did in the Hard Rock mindset, I'll tell you that, and it was so much damage, not only by him, but Penny and Otis as well, who just stayed alive for so long up top.
Yeah, it was just continuation shots and just keeping the pressure on. Getting that balance always in Heist is the key, and just Super Renegados managed to do that far better than ZEST there. They just dropped the ball a little bit, and maybe that kind of like, you know, confidence that we saw in that first set and that like calmness actually that we saw from ZEST, maybe a bit premature now that we look at things, and Super Renegados clearly been putting in a bit more time. The draft, like I said, is looking really, really good today, and that's always a good sign. More often than not, if you get the draft right, then it just comes down to your thumbs, and ultimately that is where a lot of the battles can be won and lost anyway. But I like the decision-making primarily for Super Renegados in that game, and it does make things a bit more interesting now.
Yeah, we'll make it 1-1, and Super Renegados actually having a bit of a fight up against ZEST this time, rather than the champions of this region so far just walking away with it once again. This is pretty much all up in the mix now. Super Renegados could quite easily take this one if ZEST get more of these drafts wrong. And Super Renegados keep on getting them right. I really did like what they brought to the table there. Take a little bit of a look at the statistics, and I mean, look at that Calvo with 10 kills, 261 DPS, and a lot of DPS from Doritos as well there as well. Really nothing that the 4-4-1 of ZEST could match up to in comparison to that 10.
Yeah, I think Calvo was stealing those kills, wasn't he, really, when you look at the DPS. Definitely exposed for me. But yeah, a very, very high-scoring round. All for Super Renegados, really, and something to consider. But perhaps now things will get back down to a more commonplace. We shall see. This is definitely, for me, a bit more of a ZEST map and mode. Ring of Fire coming in for Hot Zone. And I just hope that someone's bringing in the Meg ban. That's all I can say for this one. Because ultimately, if it's not banned, I'm pretty confident that it will be picked. I'm surprised to have actually not seen it yet in the 2 sets that we've seen, as it's was always something that we saw yesterday in EMEA. It is banned out. Good for Super Renegados in that respect. Stu going to come in for ZEST. Other bans were Max and Amber. Penny, Crow, and RT all make a lot of sense here for me as well. Let's see what the follow-up is from Super Renegados. Griff. Don't know how convinced I am with that as being such an early draft, especially when B's available, but let's see whether that is the follow-up idea, because it would be a good pairing. Although I'm not a massive fan of Griff, I can understand it when it is paired with something that's designed to open up everything on the map. But yeah, it's definitely not a common idea. Okay, I'm back more in a bit more commonplace here. It makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, those paired up as well, it's really solid because he can get some of the wall breaks and some of the grass breaks that are going to be so helpful to the B if he can get into that aggressive position, or even some of the defensive ones as well. It's probably a smart combination to take for Super Renegados early on, especially if you can keep Stu out of that range and keep him without his super, then not really going to be able to do a lot because the mobility is pretty much what he relies on all of the time. See what ZEST go for with their second and third picks now. They're going to have some pretty long-range answers, and I'm not really sure what can combat this this B in the mid, but they're going to go with Bo yet again. It worked for them before. It worked on Hard Rock 9, but I don't hate it on Ring of Fire, but it's not something that I see often.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking more Bell myself. That's kind of more of like a North American kind of pick. It does seem like ZEST are really finding themselves at home with Bo today. I do like it. Obviously, the Bo mines can cause a great deal of delay tactics, but Lou can also do the same kind of thing, and I wonder whether Super Renegados could be considering that as well. Otis coming in for ZEST. Again, you know, Otis has been in a good place for a long time now, and more often than not can cause a big stir. I did love, by the way, as I know you were casting, Trav, in North America for the Snapdragon Pro Series when OG was playing Leon on this particular map. And it just goes to show how that brawler is still so prominent here. Not entirely convinced that it will be the one that Super Renegados pick, but it definitely is very, very viable now in this particular map, and almost forgotten about a little bit, actually, as it's kind of drifted away slightly more into the realms of Shooting Star and Bounty. But Janet coming in for the Renegados, I really like that pick. Kind of forgot a little bit about Janet there for a moment. I kind of sway a bit more towards the Super Renegados draft, actually, myself. But, I mean, let's see how ZEST respond, and obviously coming off the back of that defeat in the last set for Heist, they've got to come in with a different mind approach for this one and get back to their normal antics, be a bit more aggressive and a bit more controlled, and keep Super Renegados where they need them.
I really like the Renegados comp as well. I think I would side with this one also. I think it's just so well-rounded. The versatility that Janet brings to the table. B's good against pretty much any brawler at the moment, and Griff, if they can get the right wall breaks, then it's going to be a very, very good comp. And obviously all of these walls still can be broken as well. No unbreakable walls in sight, so they're very open to sculpting this map.
An early speed zone down there for Motep. Getting some good shots as well on Doritos. In the meanwhile, good pinch between Pekka and Firecrows, causing a big problem up top right. Now, pushing back towards the mid. Honeycomb in play for Ubalio there as well, and a swift takedown as the amplified shot connects. Pushing forwards again, triggering the mines along the way, and it's a good start actually for Super Renegados, but the objective was played out better by ZEST, and now the catch-up in play is now 18 apiece.
Yeah, a little bit of a mute was missed there by Firecrow as well, but should be able to clean up Cowbear no matter what, and they do establish some control as well. But Motep overextends, goes a little bit too far forward, thinks his position is better than it is, and he does get punished for it. Pekka now juking nicely though. He takes down the B once again. Firecrow up top as well, might have been able to get that trade there if it wasn't for the star power of the Griff, and does get the trade out, but Doritos sitting in a nice position. A few gasser heals from Motep, keeps him alive and keeps him in the mix. Boat mine there as well, going to be juked out by B, and yet another mine gone as well, but some of this grass is being broken up, and that's going to be even harder for them to juke it out now.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to have, really. It's just a bit more of an awareness as to where people lurk in that bushy area, so it's really blowing things wide open. Those deep mines going to be helping out so much. It's already a huge lead, 90%, just 10% remaining now for this first game for ZEST, and I just don't see a way that they lose control over the situation here. Too much catching up to do for Super Renegados. That'll be the first game going the way of ZEST, looking far more comfortable than they were previously in Heist.
I mean, it really is back and forward and then back again, because, I mean, it was what ZEST were doing in the first game. It seemed so convincing in Gem Grab, then Heist all kind of fell apart, and then now we're in Hot Zone. It's back to being all ZEST again, and that was domination, 100% to 20. They really didn't have much of a look in on the zone, and it didn't even seem like the lanes were that convincing either. There was a few answers from some of the Super Renegados members, but the Bo was doing really well against the B in mid.
Yeah, Pekka's got his juking feet on today, as everyone really on the side of ZEST in that early outset, but now Motep takes a few too many shots and is forced back as the drop of the base goes down as well. Doritos low, Motep almost got some value there, but Doritos saw it coming. People here as well, now very low in Caliber too. Got to force themselves over towards that far left-hand side a bit more. Great positioning there for Pekka as well to break the bush earlier than last game too. And that'll come as a big advantage for them. Firecrow just trying to find Caliber, but can't. Muted out there to Hubo, which is a really good play for him. And actually the poison will trickle down as well. So ZEST seems still firmly in control. Look at the objective capture. Almost 50% already.
Yeah, and I mean, they have been playing it pretty passively as well. It's not like they're forcing this zone. They've just been getting it. And there's no real answer that Renegados are bringing to the table. Pekka's going to pick up another yet again. And Doritos pushing aggressively, but Fat Splatter's going to shut him up and then put him back in spawn with a nice flurry of shots from Firecrow. And Cowbear now trying to take out Motep, but they've got 7%. It's even worse than in the previous game. And Pekka's still sitting on the zone nicely.
Yeah, to say Super Renegados is struggling would be a bit of an understatement here. This has been one of the most convincing hot zones since we've seen for a very long time. And the Raiders behind the back line is just trying to make something happen, but it's not going to be the case. As Motep just dancing around the situation and getting good shots for his troubles. The Raiders 90 HP and in the sky, can't really land and really provide anything at all. 100% to 14 is about as convincing as it gets, and Motep knows it.
I mean, just as we were starting to think that ZEST might have had someone to actually face them, to, you know, oppose them in this region, they've quickly shut that idea down and dominated them in Hot Zone after being pretty much dominated in Heist. Not the right look for Renegados to come out the back of that one. They needed more. They needed to try and keep that momentum flowing and get sets against ZEST that they wouldn't usually get and take it by storm, but now it's just completely flipped the direction, and it seems like ZEST might close it out in the fourth.
It really was the big question coming into Hot Zone, wasn't it? Whether was Heist just that kind of game mode where it took ZEST a bit by surprise, and I think now the skill of the players and the comparison of these two teams is starting to show its face just a little bit more, as you know, ZEST looked back to their normal form, didn't they? They looked much more comfortable. Their control game was better, juking far more effectively, and making better decisions ultimately. You know, Super Renegados didn't really seem to have much of a plan. Just kind of running around a little bit aimlessly and losing lane or size, or just kind of not going in sometimes aggressively as a unit into the mid to try to contest the zone. And it was much different on the side of ZEST. More often than not, keeping the battle there, trying to delay their time by juking shots more effectively, and it really did show in the scoreline. Yeah,
it really did. Statistics-wise, they were looking at it, and it's just all kills on the side of ZEST. Really, not zeros, but 2, 1, and 3 is pretty close to being that for Super Renegados, and just not a good showing from them as well. Doritos the only one with some decent DPS as well, but pretty much almost the whole of ZEST has higher than that, and obviously higher kills as well. Just much better team play, much better damage, much better kills coming out of ZEST. There's really no opposition for them at the moment.
Yeah, great round for Pekka, wasn't it? Really. ZEST's got to be feeling very much at home now. 2 sets in the bag. Will it be a third to round things off? Super Renegados have done better this month than they have in any of the previous months in the semi-finals so far. I've got to remember that. And that could well open the door to a 5th and final set if they can just start to bring things a bit more back down to earth and take care of the problems at hand. That's the thing. They're not really kind of taking care of one particular person, then focusing, you know, 3 versus 2 against someone else. They're kind of going in all alone as lone wolves, and you can't really do that in what is a team game at hand. Nonetheless, that confidence that ZEST display is still there. And I think Super Renegados might be a bit in trouble. We just need to see a bit more from them so far to be more convinced of that 5th and final set being a possibility here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to answer back exactly the same as they did after the last time they went down, with a quick, swift set, bring the momentum back in their favor, and then actually ride that wave into the 5th and final. But it's Backyard Bowl, and we know that momentums can be pretty much shut down on this map by multiple draws, those unbreakable walls, you know, amplifying that as well. So passive, this map, but we've got to remember, it's an aggressive team, an aggressive region, and we might see a few more aggressive pushes along the way.
Again, I'm just going to keep saying it today, Trav, looking for a mech ban here. And it does seem like, yeah, Super Renegados again banning out mechs. So they, again, like I said, have got a good knowledge of the draft. They kind of know what to kind of go for but it is still opening up a lot of doors for, you know, ZEST to get what they're after. And RT is a great first pick for them. Janet coming in now for Super Renegados, as they have a bans with Stu and Max and Crow, Ruffs and Penny. B still available as well. Ham is also a viable option here on Backyard Bowl, and definitely wall breakers are something of a consideration too, as the RT, they might need to open up some space there. If they get locked in and RT goes to work, despite that nerf to the super, it's still very much a threat. Let's see what they go for next. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a B coming in for them. Maybe even a Bow as a response here coming in for ZEST, because they've been playing it in every single set more or less except for Heist, and it has got that wall break ability, the tripwire gadget to be able to, you know, explode your mines and just blow open the middle. It is much harder to defend when you've got to worry about the middle stages of the box being opened here.
Yeah, I would like a Bow, to be fair, and obviously they have been playing it quite heavily as well, and a lot of the rest of the brawlers are banned out, but the RT, I really do like it. It's got the range, obviously, and once you get behind those walls, once you establish yourself aggressively, the amount of damage that can be piled up when you split your body from your legs is massive. But it's going to be Gus coming in for ZEST next, and maybe throwing that shield onto a little bit more of an aggressive brawler, so that might be the route they're going. But against a B, that can obviously be quite a difficult matchup.
Are they thinking Carl here, maybe? Because that's often a big pairing that we see between Gus and Carl, but ultimately the protective pirouettes can often keep yourself alive regardless without the Gus's help. But Crow being banned, I think, is quite key here as well. It would have been a great thing to have, definitely, and ZEST know that themselves, getting it out the way. But Otis would be a safe idea, I think, here as well. But it is going to be the Bow, yeah. It does make sense. It's definitely within the kind of skill sets possessed, and no doubt about it, more than likely to be P.E.K.K.A on it. But, you know, that's the thing. And B will be less effective now with the Bow in play as well. With the Honey Molasses, you know, used primarily on defense, especially when you're against, you know, something of a squad that has no wall break. Now with the middle opened up, if obviously ZEST can get into the position to be able to do so, it does make things a bit more interesting, and they may want to consider a wall break of their own, maybe even a Brock coming in for them next. But we shall see. They've been a bit more, you know, towards the Otis side of things. Bonnie, I like it actually. I mean, it's often used on a great deal in EMEA for sure. Timing those jumps though is going to be key, and making sure that you've got you know, something more often to hand than not. If you mistime that jump and you find yourselves in a position that you don't want to find yourself in, then you're going to be going down very, very quickly.
Yeah, you really are. And yeah, it's a good comp yet again from Super Renegados. They've been drafting very, very well today. Maybe with the, you know, the last one not so much, but for the rest of it, it's been pretty solid, and they seem to be the game modes that go a little bit better for them. ZEST, on the other hand, I like what they brought to the table, and as you said, I kind of did expect the Carl instead of the Bow just that little bit more, but at the same time, Bow's been working for them, so why not do it again?
Yeah, exactly that. The taps there from Firecrow. Already, Calver marked up by Motep. P.E.K.K.A just trying to earn it super quickly. He's got the gear rolling in as well for increased abilities to earn super, so let's see whether he's able to do so for a couple of these shots. Only surely 1 or 2 shots away now from getting it and going in on Doritos, forcing him away and into peril. The shots do land from P.E.K.K.A. Have him marked up again. P.E.K.K.A surviving on really, really nicely here. He knows that he's in a good spot. Just a couple shots more for super to get his mines down, and there they are. Will he go for? No, just left-hand side first, playing it slow and steadily. I like that strategy actually from ZEST. Don't get overconfidence too soon and just work your way up the map, get rid of the coverage, which is going to be a big attribute on the side of Super Renegados.
Yeah, it was a nice shield for Firecrow there as well into the Bow. Keep him alive for that a little bit longer, but does over-aggress a little bit. A few of those walls are going to be broken up now, and that another 2 over that left-hand side there on the back wall by Cowbear as he walks over those mines yet again. Dorito's going to be jumping in, and it might be a little bit of a waste there. I think he'll be back in respawning before they can really make a move with this ball, as it is firmly back in their corner, but drop the base placed on the right-hand side, resetting Firecrow's heals, and ZEST are not in a good spot right now.
They are handling themselves. Motep baited out there the Honey Molasses and did get himself forwards. Doritos coming back into the mix now might change things, however. The pressure's still on. The ZEST to keep the control. Mines going there, but Motep didn't really feel like that was necessary for me. He has got super. He's pretty much going to provide the same kind of idea, but nonetheless, ZEST obviously are in a defensive position now with a big opening as well. Doritos pushing it forwards. Got to delay it a little bit there. Would like to have got the hit short into Firecrow, but going for a jump over to the right. Not a fan of that play. Not going to lie, Trav. That was an opportunity missed, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think he was just plainly avoiding that mine that was going to be popped on top of him there, but now an aggressive push from ZEST. Maybe he should have just gone down, but he might be able to get the defense here. Doesn't, but it's all up to the Janet now. He's getting some good bombs dropped down onto them. Should be able to get Pekka there, but actually doesn't get the shot off in time. Motep cleans him up, and complete flip of the script now as ZEST who are in control.
And as quickly as that, yeah, you just cannot turn your back on ZEST with 10 seconds on the clock. Super handed over to Motep. He's already got his ready to go for a pass. The Boxers go down for overtime here, but he might be into a bit of a perilous position here. Firecrow might need to take the reins here. One shot away now from Super surely. The pass will do it though, the left-hand side, there it is. And it is done. ZEST moves on to match point. And a big opportunity missed there for Mitra for Super Renegados. I really felt like they should have done better in their position. They had a lot of control. They were really high up the map, forcing ZEST back into the spawn. You could kind of sense that ZEST felt the stress of the situation. But they managed to weave their way out of it. And, you know, you don't get many opportunities against a team like ZEST.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they're just playing for the control a little bit too much, not, you know, being confident in themselves to be able to score a goal in a perilous situation. You've got to be taking those risks against a team like ZEST, who are just the heavy favorites coming into a game like this. And Cowbear's going to be taken down pretty much instantly. The shield's going to be popped as well. This could be straight up walk in here as well. Motep surely going to pop these legs down and get the damage done, but he's so close to falling himself, but might be able to survive this one a little bit longer. Legs should fall as they do with the Janet getting the shot through, but ZEST, they're not backing off just yet.
Pretty solid defense for the most part. Great shots there from Cowbear as well. Keeping Firecrow low and has the amplified shot. Great cookie popper there from Firecrow, keeping him low. Honey Molasses coming in though. Shield perfectly placed onto himself just to ensure the survivability of the situation. Now potential pushback. Good shots from Motep, keeping Jubilee low now to get themselves into a much better spot. I wonder whether Super Renegados can defend it continuously. So it was much earlier this time round as well, as we saw ZEST struggle in the early stage of the game. A big wide open door. Ooh. What? Oh my word! I was going to say what was Super Renegados thinking, but what was ZEST thinking with that miss? It was an open shot, and they managed to hit the side. Nonetheless, Motep gets it in the end, but that shouldn't be missed.
Definitely not. I mean, at least he got the redemption and got the goal anyway, but now it looks like Renegados are looking for an answer back. He's pushed up quite aggressively, Doritos here, but they are going to have these respawns coming in. Ficrow's back as well, and Motep getting some damage done onto him, but Pekka did bring down QLASH quite low on the right-hand side, and now they're just defending this one out. Doritos getting hit yet again by Ficrow. They just maybe don't want to make the same mistake as last time and stay too passive. They need to try and take this opportunity that they've got.
Pekka falls. This is a great opportunity. You can't miss this opportunity realistically here. Super Renegados have got to be able to score this, and they should do now with Pekka coming in. Not going to do anything about it. That is finally one on the board, and right at the nick of time, 30 seconds on the clock, and now it really is anyone's for the taking, but one goal for ZEST will secure themselves into the grand final.
And that's what they'll be looking for as well. Just need some supers to be able to get the work done in this overtime when it comes. Still 15 seconds left. Now the unbreakable walls will remain. So that might help out Motep if he wants to drop these legs and get some damage done. But that's way too aggressive from the Janet there. He gets punished for it as well just before overtime kicks in. Same with the B, but Doritos grabbing the ball and throw it in the corner. Right decision to make. Kind of deflate this push a little bit more, but still they're not stopping there. Super to the mid and super to the right. ZEST put it away and they'll be going to the finals.
Great footwork towards the end. Got to be said. Every pass on point and nothing Super Renegados could do about it whatsoever. Big love there from Motep. They are finding themselves yet again in the grand finals, and it was a better performance this month for Super Renegados. Just getting that one set on the board has shown improvement on some level for sure, and I think their drafts was where their strength really lied, but no real match necessarily at this present moment in time for ZEST when it came to like the skill and the decision making. The game sense for ZEST at the moment seems very unmatched.
Yeah, you know, I will say, I feel sorry a little bit for Super Renegados. Obviously, you've got to be able to take down the best to win your region, but 3 months in a row facing ZEST is not the easiest bracket to go through, but at the end of the day, they've made it to the semi-finals in this region 3 times now, and that's a massive thing as it is. They're going to be keeping their position in top 3 or 4, so really solid for them, but at the end of the day, they're just not ready for ZEST yet.
But again, like you said, you know, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I do feel like that is good practice. I mean, if you really want to, you know, enhance your progress and enhance your skills, and going up against the team in the semi-finals that have won every monthly final is actually doing them pretty much wonders, really, when it comes down to the fact that when they finally get a bracket which caters towards someone else, I think they stand a pretty decent chance. I mean, Halber there as well had a fantastic round, and 9 takedowns for him, 5 for Doritos and 4 for Calber. But yeah, ZEST, despite that, really played the objective and got the job done at the end of the day.
I mean, Super Renegados, they looked very good in that Brawl Ball set as well. I think they probably should have won both of the games. They had the majority of the control, they looked solid, but they only put like 1 out of 5 opportunities away. The amount of control they had, they probably could have had like 6 goals in that set or something like that, but they just weren't able to put it to bed. They weren't able to get the goals in, and ZEST, they did some good defenses, but I still think Renegados should have put a lot of those goals in the net.
Yeah, I do agree. I think there could have been a moment there which they were able to turn it around, maybe even take it to a 5th and final set, but sadly for them, it was not to be. Up next, though, Bando Loucos versus QLASH, that grudge match that we all know and love, coming back in just a minute. Going to take a short break, do a little bit of a swap around here. Be right back after this. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are in South America today, still in South America East, and we are joined yet again by Teddy. Great to have you back, man.
Yeah, dude, that first match really hyped me up already. We saw some great improvements from Super Renegados, but it wasn't quite enough to match the Titans of ZEST.
Yeah, ZEST really are looking just as they have it every month to be the Titans of the region, but will one of these next 2 teams be the team to topple them? That is the question. Bando Loucos versus QLASH, and we saw this last month, Teddy. Bando Loucos caused a huge upset. They got a 3-1 versus QLASH. How do you feel like this is going to go again? Because we go back to the very beginning in February, that was not the case. QLASH got the win in convincing fashion. It's been a back and forth affair, massively so. Let's start first and foremost, though, with Bando Loucos and check out their roster here. Coutinho, Adinho, and Wesley, they are looking so good at the moment, Teddy. The question is, have they managed to retain it since last month?
Yeah, I think this is their chance to really prove themselves. You know, beating the favorites once is fantastic, but if they do it again, then suddenly we may have to start questioning whether or not QLASH are the favorites coming into this one. And Bando Loucos, those sort of questions, they're here to answer them today.
Perfectly put. Absolutely so, because QLASH have got a great deal of support. Let's be honest. Tufa, Kydog, and BTZM there really are a team that you've got to fear regardless. And maybe last month they just dropped the ball just a little bit too much and got a bit overconfident. But confidence is something which they definitely do not lack, isn't it? Looking very confident here today. Big smiles from them. And as we were talking pre-show, Teddy, as well, I do feel like QLASH are that team that when they maybe kind of get themselves a bit too ahead of themselves, they do tend to come back stronger. They tend to work on a lot of their weaknesses and review everything, because I think that they felt last month they should have got that win.
Sometimes teams get humbled, you know, by teams that they shouldn't really be losing to, but I think being humbled in the second month of the monthly finals is really a good moment to do so, you know, to really refocus and think, okay, the region is maybe a little bit more competitive than we thought. And let's grind again. Let's make sure that we are on top of our form. And right now, I mean, they look confident, and I want to see what they have to show to us here.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think that you perfectly put it there for me. You know, just being able to have a little bit of a time to now consider what's going to happen for the rest of the year, and being put in your place, it's never a bad thing. It allows you to come back stronger ultimately, and hopefully for Clash as well today, they've got some good tricks up their sleeves when it comes to their drafts and so forth. Again, we've had so many changes now in Brawl Stars to consider when it comes to every single update that we have. So going into Layer Cake for Bounty up first. And again, that early start is something that both teams here will highly value and highly crave here. Let's see what both sides are thinking as we get into our draft very shortly.
Yeah, despite the changes to Bounty, you know, the max to 20 stars now, as you said, the blue star is just as important as it ever was. Just really got to make sure that, you know, you lock in a good early game, because if you can play more defensive while your opponents are going to be running into your range and you really are the one dealing the cards. But looking at the draft here, our bans are already lined up. A Penny first pick here from Clash. Not a big surprise. Penny's been in a pretty decent place for a while now, and obviously the new gear helps out a bit as well, but not necessarily my go-to when it comes to this map. I mean, I think it's alright. I just feel like it's a bit lackluster of a pick in my opinion. Just not really the most colorful early pick, but that's kind of what you want as well, to just not get heavy counter too much with your early picks.
Is it just me, or is that head on the desk looking a little bit creepy, Teddy? Max coming in for Bando de Loucos. And it was an 18% predictions in favor of Bando de Loucos taking the victory. So definitely a higher percentage favoring Clash here, as they do have quite a considerable fan base. Max in Layer Cake definitely screams to me a very aggressive idea. Interesting to see as well the Grey being banned on both sides, as the Grey was really the thorn in the sides of Clash last month. And Bando de Loucos played it really well. Meg coming in, and this is what I'm saying about Meg. She's pretty much viable everywhere now, even in Layer Cake. But let's see whether it gets the all-important win. But play-wise, I don't see a problem with it. It's very suppressive, and I think in that respect, Clash have got to be a little bit careful to not find themselves too frequently within their back spawn area without a plan. Sprout would be a good, solid shout for those later drafts, but not really in the position to pick it. It will be countered surely by Bando de Loucos if they do. Jean coming in to try to get that magic hand working within the mid, and also apply a great deal more pressure when forcing their opposition back against the ropes. Something though now needed on the lane side to come in here, and that's what they're thinking next. Will it be something of an aggressive nature? Tanks are hard for them to pick at this point in time. We often tend to see an Ashe or a Sam, but you know, it's going to be definitely in the favor of Bando de Loucos in that respect when it comes to the coin flip.
Yeah, you know, Meg is just a little bit overpowered when she's being brought into Layer Cake, right? It's a threatening brawler pretty much everywhere, even outside of her usual comfort zone. At least for the moment. We'll see the Leon as the last pick. A brawler that has been creeping back up the meta, but really slowly. I've yet to be overly convinced by it myself, but it's definitely not a bad pick either. So I like the ideas here from Clash, and perhaps maybe even go for an assassination onto that Meg if she's inside of her mech and being too much of a nuisance. We'll see the Janet last pick. Not necessarily the most common last pick, to be honest. It's usually a brawler that you will bring in really early into your draft because it doesn't really get countered too much, but it also doesn't really counter other brawlers as much as you would really like for a last pick. So an interesting approach here from BDL. Maybe they just didn't really see a big weakness to Clash's comp and decided that, you know, Janet is good enough. At least it's not going to be weakening up their comp, and it's a brawler that is incredibly versatile and can still get a lot of work done.
Definitely worthy to mention as well that Bounty has had a bit of a mix-up now, in a good way, in my opinion, absolutely so. A new win condition now. If you reach 20 stars before your opposition, then the match will end. Of course, the blue star will still act as that win condition for the tie breaker, but definitely a consideration to be had, as if one of these two teams really do start to get a bit of a snowball effect, then they could effectively end the game earlier than the normal playtime. It's just the blue star for now in the hands of Adino, as Clash start to move forwards a little bit. Kydog trying to connect a few shots, but not really able to do so. Wesley on the right-hand side, though, will feed in a little bit. Look at that positioning there from Dino. Goes in so aggressive, completely out of position, and survives with a little helping hand from Wesley in the body blocks department. But at the moment, it is still just that blue star. No team member gone down for either side. Magic hand for Dog. That would have been a good time to use it for the speed. You can get away. Makes a lot of sense. Dog, we've got to heal up now.
Yeah, Dog was one tick away from going down to the drop to base there. That was a lot closer than he would have liked. Does have pull now as well, but the Meg is not really going to be a good target for it, considering she has her super, and a swipe to the face would be quite deadly. Dog needs to be very careful about how he wants to use this pool, obviously. The Max is also not a good target, but a nice kill from Pitinho on the left-hand side. It's going to be the first kill of this game, and giving 2 extra stars to Bando de Loucos.
Oh, beautiful plays from him. The way he just dodged the magic hand there with 4 stars as well on low HP. Really doing work there for Bando de Loucos. Clash have yet to get a single kill. We were talking about the new win condition and they haven't even got close. 2 for coming in now. It does find something, a bit of damage, and a takedown to follow. Oh, it's a turnaround. The blue star with Clash. Are they going to steal this away? 5 seconds is not enough time to contest it, I don't think. Certainly not with a salty barrel. And Bando de Loucos blew it.
I mean, the win condition here was taking Meg out of her mech, right? She was inside of it for the entirety of the game, but at some point she didn't get out, and they were able to push up because it's quite underwhelming in that position, and that was really well timed and well spotted by Clash. Let's see if they can replicate that getting into game 2.
Very, very aggressive in the mid there from 2 from Dog. Dino was very lucky to survive it, let's be honest. But now, going back into the spawn side just to heal up, and has allowed then Bando de Loucos to get themselves a bit more firmly put in the mid. Beats in with some nice shots on the right-hand side as well. Just connecting to Wesley. Would like to have that turret on defense, no doubt about it. Drop the base on the left. 2 for 8 is going to be in a bad spot. He's got to go to the right. He's going to pop the invis to heal, but he has been found. He's healing up and just staying put. Not much he can really do, but the pull there from Dog is great. But 2 for still in trouble. He's got to get out of that corner, and finally the drop the gate base goes down. But look at Wesley's position. Just going to town on this spawn.
Yeah, he's looking for Dog, but the body blocking is so on point. The magic puffs keeping Tufa alive, but at last someone falls. It's going to be Dog himself as Pitinho pushes up and takes him down. Has flight now as well and strikes again. VT Zim goes down, and 3 stars now favoring Bando de Loucos.
What a great start for them, but we saw that last time, didn't we? And look how that went, and Clash are repositioning themselves. Salty barrel there for VT Zim. Meanwhile, Dog can't really pull just yet. It's got to heal up a bit more. Penny turret down as well, and that will force the hand. No pun intended, as Dog's thinking it, flashing it, showing it. Will he go for it? That's the question. Gets Pizzino, wants the stars, wants the bounty, and gets it. Body blocking from Tufa, bang on point. Everyone going back for Clash, and they can afford to do so. They've got the lead and the blue star now with 20 seconds on the clock.
And Wesley is still in the mech this time around, so that's going to help for this final push. 1 star means that 1 kill is more than enough. They're pushing up, no more drop the bases to force in this fight. A kill already, make it a double for Clash, and Wesley left on his own outside of his mech. Not a chance here. Clash will take the first set, but honestly, this one could really have gone either way.
I fully agree, but it does speak volumes to me in the way that Clash this time around today so far have shown some perseverance, because there's not many teams, to be honest, in this region that can really go up against the might of Clash, and the fact that they were able to do that and get those early leads is something that you don't tend to even see with other teams. But Clash seem to have learned from last month, seemingly from that first set. It's still very early days, no doubt about it, but they did seem to make the decisions, more in keeping with what we'd like to see from Clash. That prioritization, for example, there, perfectly done to ensure the higher bounty kills, to then be able to come back at just the right time with the blue star, knowing that they had the advantage going back as well. And then later as well, regaining that control. Dog there being very selective again. The Pizzino and managed to get it. I mean, that's a great pull there, wasn't it, really? Body blocking from Tufa. Some really, really solid stuff all around, let's be honest.
Yeah, it was some really good brawl source from Clash, let's be honest. And Bando de Loucos, they definitely did not look bad, but this is what scares me in those sort of situations. Yes, we definitely got signs of life, and you know they're playing for it today, right? They know they can win against Clash. They did so last month, but they need every opportunity that they can get, and this to me felt like it was an opportunity. Both games they could really have won. Sadly for them, it's going to be Clash to pick them up, and kills wise, it's very, very close. It's actually even, all things considered, but in Bounty, when you get your kills, does matter quite a bit too.
Well, Bounty does require kills, and that was something that Wesley failed to do. But again, I believe he was on the Meg, and maybe that is not a place for Meg. It's still early days. The teams are experimenting with it and trying it pretty much everywhere. Let's be honest, they were in APAC for sure. But Knockout was a map and mode that we didn't see any of Meg, actually. It was primarily not banned and not picked. So I'm not expecting it. I'm not ruling it out, however, with this region, because they do tend to surprise when it comes to their drafts. And there you go. As I'm saying it, not banned, picked first. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. It could have a great deal of range in the mid. You can run the vision gear alongside it as well to be able to counteract it. But maybe that's why they've gone for the Gene ban as well, because that would be a great thing to have for that mid on the side of Clash. But Janet is still available. That's going to be a very high pick to have here. Maybe even be those long-ranged, high-impact shots as well. Not really convinced on the Mandy ban, but this is the region that do tend to play Mandy more than any other. So I can understand it. I can relate to it. Max is going to come in for Clash, provide that aggression. But it does require something else alongside it. Penny's available as well. Brock, essentially for those long-ranged affairs. But what will they pair with it? That is the question. Don't mind a bell here myself. Brock, yeah, coming in for Clash. Love that.
Yeah, I mean, Brock is solid, you know, it's a staple of any sort of long-range map, and there are a lot of bushes, but the flames that stick to the ground will also help scouting just a little bit more. I have a question for you, Ark. I don't know if you would be able to answer. I know that now the shield gear does work on the mech. Do you think the speed gear does too? Because it didn't used to, but I'm starting to believe it might, and that could be something quite interesting on a map with tons of bushes like this.
That's a really valid question. Yeah, I haven't tested that myself. I wouldn't be surprised though either, because obviously the rework has changed quite a great deal. I have been testing some of the other gears as well though recently, and one thing I noticed today was the fact that with the pet damage, or it's now called pet power as a gear, there's definitely some healing qualities and damage qualities that kind of provide some and not others. So Tara's pets are affected and you get more damage out of them, and you also get the damage increase, or rather the healing increase of 20% at the same time. Needs is unaffected by that. Bear with me, Star Power does not provide 20% more healing, but it seems to be primarily based on Bruce. So there's a bit of an inconsistency there for me in terms of gears and some ideas that aren't quite matching. I'd be very curious to see though if that speed gear is in play, and whether that might be also contributing to why Meg is actually so strong at the moment. But the Grey coming in for Bando Loucos is a bit of an issue actually, because Clash will remember last month on Knockout, same mode, it was a different map. I think it was Bell's Rock from memory, which has now left the map pool as Rups comes in for Clash. This was a great pick for Bando Loucos. It gave them so much over Clash. They struggled to deal with it. And those dimensional doors, with that super ability to TP really around your map at will, it's definitely going to be on their minds now. And I'm not necessarily sure whether the Ruffs is the best answer for it. It will definitely provide some supply drops along the way for damage purposes, and that over time will be an advantage. But I don't know, Teddy, how do you feel about it?
I don't mind it. I mean, I'm kind of curious about what the plan is here with the end game for Bando Loucos. I think that Meg is just a threat overall, and it is just a general problem for any teams to deal with. But I don't know how strong it's going to be here, and I think the speed gear does work, but I'm not entirely sure. I think so, right?
I think it's vision. I think with speed gear, you see those little tiny red arrows pointing upwards. I don't think actually there is something. I think it's on Pizzino there on the grey,
Yeah,
so I don't think it's being ran.
I think they were
at
just
the
on
moment
top of each other.
But nonetheless, you're completely right in what you're saying. I mean, Meg is so suppressive here, and ultimately with the coverage as well, you can wait the clock out as long as you're not feeding into the shots, and Dino seems to be doing a good job of that. Nice cookie popper there from Wesley, and that will keep that card just a bit longer. But for the most part, the Brook is winning in terms of positioning power over the Meg. And obviously, of course, if they can get the Meg out of the mecha, then that will make Adino much more susceptible to being shot. To walls, sandbags go down, and as the gas closes in, and there's been a few changes now to the gas as well here in Knockout.
Yeah, it's gonna deal damage based on percentage of total HP. A nice kill though from Tufa, locked in onto pit scene. It's close here. The rocket rain is huge. Adino left in a 1v2 at the end, and I mean the X factor here absolutely was that rocket rain, getting tons of damage and enough for VTZim and Kyodog to close it out.
Feel the Steel got a pretty big nerve, and if Adino was able to survive just a little bit longer to really get that off, you have to earn it now. Previously, you would get it over time as well, a Meg, but now it is something that you do have to land your shots to get back, and it is the biggest weakness for having Meg in Knockout, and it's probably one of the many reasons why we haven't seen it ran in other regions, because it's nothing worse than being out of your mecha in those final moments where you need to come in clutch, and that's something that we see a lot happening in Knockout. Speed for Kyodog about to come in, I feel, as everyone healing up in a good spot. They'd like to be able to juke around this Meg and really get a bit more up close and personal, especially as Adino is low, but now healing up. That is a cause of concern. They've got time on their side ultimately, and there's very little utility available on the other side of things for Bando de Lucas. Wesley's got the shield, but not much more than that. So the heal's coming for Adino, trying to reposition themselves into a more aggressive stance. Shield out for Wesley could provide something of an advantage.
Speed coming through from Kyodog. A pick up from Kyodog himself onto Petsinho. It's a 2-on-2. Wesley 1 versus 1 against Tufa, but he pops the shield, and that might make the difference. It will. The kill comes through, and the round is going to be picked up by Bando de Loucos.
Just in the nick of time there for Wesley, but obviously he had to earn those shots to have the super ready to hand to be able to win the 1v1 anyway, so nothing but skill to be seen there. Because now we reset, and whoever takes this next round will claim the first game here. Definitely means more for Clash to be able to do so, considering that they've already got one set in the pocket. Bando de Lucas need to start to iron out some of these issues, as the momentum is looking pretty decent so far with that round win. Tufa on the left-hand side, low, but Wesley lower. Rocket Rain coming in, but not going to connect, and Wesley will heal up and be unaffected by any of the damage that did come down. And now Clash really getting behind the field promotion there. We don't tend to often see a lot of that star power in play, but ultimately the proximity with the roughs will provide more HP over time. Not a huge amount, but enough to make a bit of a difference in the later stages. So survivability really is key here for Clash, and remaining clustered. But nonetheless, now the gas comes in, Pits in low, goes down. Wesley as well has to shield himself, and that'll take down VTZim. Big swipe from Adino. Keeps two for low. Kyodog low as well. Will he be able to get the win here? Shots are landing pretty well. The big swipe will land, and Wesley will seal the deal. Game 1 goes to Bando de Lucas.
I think that Tufa messed it up, man. He had the rocket rain and pretty much just wasted it. Didn't get a single connection with it. We saw in round 1 how impactful it was to get that for the end game. And he completely whiffed it. Needs to be very careful about how he plays it out in this one. Is it did really feel like that was their win condition. Getting that super out is just so much damage. That's how they get a kill, because I mean Max deals okay damage, but Ruffs is gonna be a bit behind when you compare it to Meg, or the sort of burst that you can even get from a Gus pumping his gadget. So they need to be careful, maybe a bit more careful with the trigger on the side of Clash. However, Bando de Loucos, they will welcome that mistake with open arms, because now they are really contesting this second set and have a chance at evening things out.
Yeah, I fully agree. Ultimately, we saw in the previous round just how much Wesley made a difference and an impact in those final moments, and that was the very person that Tufa was trying to connect with. Now, though, 3 versus 2, as Clash showing a few more cracks than I'm sure many watching at home would like to see. Kyodog going to use speed on his own, going so aggressive on Adino, and he will go down, punished for it. 2v1 now for Tufa. Not for many places that he can really hide here or move around, but he's doing his best. Big shots in, Wesley will seal it. And that is looking very, very good. This was a mode that Clash struggled with last month against Bando de Lucas, and does feel like the same thing is happening again.
2 supers now for Clash. Just gonna use them well this time around. And they do have a lot of space. BDL know that those supers are a problem. It's going to be used very early on here by 2Fight. We'll remove a bunch of bushes. But I don't know if that's going to cut it. Because up close, BDL, if you don't look at supers, they definitely have the better comp. And Dino is going to get shielded up by Wesley. That enables him to still keep pushing a bit, but at the end of the day, not really able to create that much space either. Till now he's up close, has the swipe in hand as well, but decides to save it for a bit later.
They just carry on the left-hand side, pops heal as well, and splashing the super just a little bit. Kaidog not really got anywhere to go. Piscina gets to take down 2 for leaving VTC all alone, and this is a 3 versus 1. Surely not going to be able to make a hero play there, as much as I would love to have seen one. And that is going to be very, very solid stuff. Bando Loucos did not look phased at all by Clash, did they, in Knockout? Very comfortable, much better than that first set. It is a map and mode which they just seem to get on so well with.
Super well done. Honestly, just very good stuff here from BDL, especially after losing that first set in a bit of a heartbreaking way for them because they were leading for the most part of it. They're able to nicely turn around that momentum and use it in their favor. I think looking at the draft, Brock was probably the brawler struggling the most. I mean, I feel like if supers were used a little bit differently, it could have been a different story. But at the end of the day, in the late game, if he doesn't have super, it's so easy to dodge his shots at that range, and up close against the Meg, even against the Gus, it's too much of a problem. Patino playing wonderfully well on the Gray as well, especially in games, in game number 2, just getting some great kills after those TPs, and BDL just looking better here in Knockout.
I think you hit the nail on the head there for me, honestly. I think Tufa had a really rough match, and you can see in the replay as well, a lot of the times when those shots were missed, it would have made a difference to the outcome. You know, in that moment we saw the Gush shield go on and stuff, and if that previous rocket had hit, you probably would have gone down. Definitely a couple of whiff shots there for sure, which did make the impact, and you can see it reflects as well in the stats as well, just the 1 takedown. 3 for VT Sim, 2 for Kaidog, but Wesley with a big bat, 7 on the left-hand side, really did bring home a lot of goods there for Bando Loucos, and good stuff from them. I mean, looking back at last month's scoreline between these very two teams, Bando Loucos did finish on a 3-1 scoreline here to make their way into the grand finals. The way they're playing, as you rightly mentioned, Teddy and Bounty, they had the control and the stars up until those final moments, and just let their guard down a little bit too long. Well, the way they played in Knockout was very, very different, and Clash looked very flustered, missing a lot of shots, not really landing the mark, and that's what they kind of unraveled last time round as well. So I do hesitate to wonder whether is it history repeating already.
It could be. I mean, if we look at the 2 sets now, yes, it is 1-1, but overall, Bando Loucos is the better looking team.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Knockout was pretty one-sided, and to be honest, I feel like Bounty was very, very close to a 50-50. So they have some momentum here, and I think they probably know it too. We'll have to see if they're able to draft well here in Gemford. I think their drafts have been better overall. I mean, it's been very Meg heavy, which we might just see here again, but I don't necessarily mind it. It's going to be banned out by Clash, and I think that's quite a wise decision.
I wonder whether Mr. P might come back in. We haven't seen it in so long in South America, but it was always such a favorite for them in terms of their picks. I'm not convinced, but nonetheless, it could occur here. It's kind of suitable for that kind of brawler. I think for me, though, Pam is a really, really solid mid to have. Ultimately, the Meg ban, very, very important. Stu and Max for Clash, for Bando Loucos, the Penny, the Janet, and the Jean. I think Bo would actually kind of work pretty decently well here as well. Tara can have their moments as well on this particular map. Ruffs, though, coming in for Clash. I don't mind it. I much prefer a Rico, though, to be honest. It's not banned out. We see that banned, actually, in EMEA quite a fair bit. I think SK Gaming were forced to play Ruffs, actually, because they were having that brawler be banned against them yesterday. What will they pair with it? That's the question. Gem carriers in Gem 4, you know, are kind of a little bit more restricted than some of the other maps and modes, simply because that center area is not just a fort for yourselves to be able to defend, but can also be a very tough thing to break into. And that could be an idea as well with the roughs. You're able to break open those left or right-hand side pockets. Bo kind of coming as well. I did think maybe they'd bring in Bo here, and I think it works pretty well. I think Clash have got a very good comp. Amber's still available though, and that is really where I feel Bando Loucos should be thinking now, because if they get the Amber, you can just shut down the middle lane, you can shut down the spawn, you can shut down anything you want as a result of that new mythic gear, the sticky oil.
Amber is broken, especially on a map like this where the lanes are like very much clear, if that makes any sense. Like, it's very obvious how the lanes are split. And if you can get your super true, ooh, fire. I'm gonna hold that down for a second because I'm very surprised by this pick. I mean, he did get buffed back to his original state, which, to be fair, it's a bit of a wonder why we haven't been seeing him more, but it's probably just because the draft format hasn't been as pleasant of an experience lately for him, you know, facing a lot of aggressive ideas. It's not necessarily what he wants to play against. This is really curious because I'm thinking he might be playing on lane and then the RT mid, but he could also just be playing mid and the RT on lane, which either way is quite curious for Gem4.
I don't like it. I mean, Amber is so good here. Crow's available as well, by the way. Byron and Spike. I mean, if it was any other team that hadn't already beaten Clash last month, then I'd be much more concerned. Sprout going to come in. I don't think these are the best ideas to be showing, but I mean, there's a reason why I'm the caster and they're the pros, right? I mean, Byron's basic attack reload speed was what the buff was, you know, back in the previous update. It was just a slight amount though. It was only 150 milliseconds, very, very small, but it did bring Byron a little bit more into places like Shooting Star, really. Not really for me in Gem4, but it can obviously have an impact on the lane size to be able to kind of show up someone. But surely Crow with speed gear, or Rico as well with vision, and those kinds of ideas can do actually more or less the same, but actually better. So some questionable final picks here for me. Regardless, they are the picks. Let's see how the pros want to demonstrate and display them.
Well, it seems like, you know, we were wondering who between RT and Byron was going to be playing mid. The answer is both of them, which is interesting enough. And also, this Sprout pick is just so curious because even though I think there is maybe some potential for Sprout on Gem4, you already have a gem carrier, which is Bo, and he doesn't do nearly as well on lane. So I don't know. It's a very interesting draft for sure on both sides. But personally, I end up liking the ideas from BDL just a little bit more.
I agree. Fully. I mean, you know, Sprout's not a bad idea to be able to shut down some of these lanes, but you are still shooting into the dark. There's not really much for Clash except for the roughs, and, you know, eventually when the walls do break for the Sprout to be able to show up the crossover in the bush. Instead of going in for that very reason, somehow, some way, goes down for his troubles. Gems drop for Clash, and they pick them up. Zeno coming back in now. I think they could have probably picked up more than they did. Not quite sure why, but now BCZim goes down. It's all over the place, Teddy. Everyone is dropping gems left, right, and center, making questionable choices as well as drops. I already know what's happening.
It's a chaotic game. That's what's happening. But it seems like in chaos, it is Bando the Loucos that are going to be thriving, as for the first time in this match, they now have the lead. Sure, it's only by one game, but it's still an advantage that can be quite considerable, especially if they can double down. It would get them a set closer to the grand finals. And honestly, I mean, wild drafts on both sides, but I feel like this Sprout last pick was so weird and just non-functional in this previous game. Now, maybe if they execute things better, they'll have better results too, and so far, it's definitely a better start.
Zeno trying to tap up there, but the last shot was quite wide. Beats him now, has an early super. Big wall for sure. I'd like to have maybe gone and sit it on the left-hand side, just simply, well, the boat mine's there now, so that makes a lot of sense, because they do need to see a bit more of that crossover to keep Bando Loucos in this back spawn area. They've got to get out of it for sure. This is a strategy that I'm sure Clash were trying to achieve from the very beginning, but they didn't get that sense of control. Big supply drop coming down, knockback. We'll see that the kill actually leaks into Tufa and follow up onto Wesley as well. Much better for Clash. But the question is, will Bando Lucas be able to adapt around this as they have shown in the past? Wesley could have actually broken maybe that entire wall if he just kept walking forwards there as well. Nonetheless, countdown for Clash. And I don't really see Bando Lucas getting close.
They're not. They're simply not. I don't really know what changed. But I mean, I think that execution-wise, it's just cleaner on the side of Clash. You know, they're landing their shots and winning their lanes. And sometimes Brawl Stories is simple as that, especially considering how snowball the game can be, where you're winning a lane, so you can go help out your teammate on another lane, and suddenly you're winning every lane. That really feels like that's just the story here for me.
I mean, Sprout was very commonly used in North America back in the day when we previously had Gen 4, so I still rate the pick, and I'd be curious to see later on today in North America whether they are still thinking about using it. I just think there's better options right now in the meta. And when we've seen how much Amber can really shut down now, I mean, that Brawler can run absolutely right. I was doing it myself. I was doing it literally yesterday in the challenge, and you just have complete enough control over everything. But that is what Clash have been doing well to their, to their credit, and their strategy is working. But that's a really good super from Medino. BTZim almost goes down to it. Survives just about enough, but Kaya Dog low on the left, and now Dino and Wesley forcing themselves through. Clash have got to get this back under control, and Tufa goes down. That's not helping.
Now that's a big kill from Betsinho. That's 2 gems as well that were picked up in a hurry by Tufa. The gap is still quite large though, and the bow mines are a disaster. Kyodon finds Wesley. BTZim is going to be getting to 8 gems now, 2 away from securing a countdown for his team. And I mean, he's playing it so much better than he was earlier, just creating so much space with those walls and really funneling Bando the Loucos into the angles he wants to be playing. Kyodon got gem number 10, so it's not the strongest of countdowns, but if there's no one to interrupt it, it's gonna do more than a sufficient job. Clash reverse sweep this set to take over the lead once again.
Such an important game, wasn't it, for both sides there? And honestly, from the first game, I didn't think that Clash were going to be able to turn it around. It looked just very much scrappy. Didn't seem like they had much control over things. They seem to be very much in good spirits despite all those things as well, which is interesting for me. But again, this is what makes me a bit worried. I'm not nearly as confident watching Clash play this year. And I'm all for having that high spirit stuff, but it's not looking that convincing at the moment. They have games here and there which really just go completely and utterly against them, where they're not even in the conversation almost. And then they have games where they look just very convincing. It's very unpredictable, I think is the safe word to say here for Clash this year. And but the spirits seem very much the confident and consistent Clash that we knew from last year. The Sprout definitely did come into its own, no doubt about it. That early controls what Clash were missing in that first game, but what they were able to establish in both the second and the third, and really did carry the team for the most part. Obviously a lot of support there, no doubt about it, but the strategy is what prevailed, and Bando Lucas found themselves in that back spawn more often than not. BTZim on 8 kills, really great stuff from him. 240 DPS as well, a great amount for him, and really led the way there for Clash. But going into this next set, you'd think that the momentum was with Clash and that they're going to be able to just continue it forwards in what is a new map to the map pool, parallel plays for Hot Zone. But I don't know. I can very much see this going to a 5th and final set, even maybe seeing Bando Lucas taking the win, because I think Bando Lucas have been more consistent. They've ran into their problems, sure, and they struggled in Gen 4, no question. But I feel more, if I was, placing my predictions now, I think I might not be going with Clash.
I would still probably go with Clash because they're set up, and one good draft in the next 2 sets could theoretically just grant them victory. We'll see a Byron ban now from BDL. They must really rate him highly, and I'm wondering...
That's weirder than the Jesse ban, by the way.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I don't think Jesse is great here, but it's playable. I wouldn't say Byron is. I mean, it used to be played here once in a while, in all fairness, but but that was way back when Byron was meta. So, I don't know. I really don't know what to think, because what I was kind of thinking in the previous set is maybe Clash were caught off guard by the Byron, so that's why they struggled a bit in game 1, and then they remember that he's not all that good, and they won the next 2. But now I'm kind of even doubting that theory, so I'm not sure. But we'll see Penny added to the ranks of Clash, as well as the Meg, and we saw Meg played out in Bounty, we saw her in Knockout, but Hot Zone has always really been her comfort zone. And right now, considering how strong she is, I mean, it's a really solid pick for Clash.
I do like it for sure. I really feel like the pet power gear will come into play for Penny. Meg, we saw yesterday having a lot of success in the EMEA as well. But that is not the play. That is not the play. Willow, I can understand in Brawl Ball. I saw SK Gaming lose with it on Hot Potato earlier in the week, and I did wonder why they chose it. I have never seen Willow picked in Hot Zone, and I'm assuming that they're going to have that on the left-hand side lane, you know, ready to utilize the poison within the bush to seek out someone coming towards them, and I hope for that sake it's not Daryl. It's going to be on their side. Okay, so my brain is hurting from the Willow pick, and I was not sure where I was for a second there. I'm assuming the Willow's going to be on the left-hand side lane, utilizing the poison to see who's coming towards them, and then use the mind control to force them away and delay the strategy on the left-hand side.
Or force them into the zone, you know? And then they're capturing.
But that's what I'm thinking. That surely can't be done very well, right? It's like maybe in the later stages when it's all chaotic and they're fighting over the final zone. But the zones are so far away. You're not going to be able to get from one side and up to the other very successfully there to be able to do that. But maybe they are going to do something. I mean, if that is the case, let's be honest. If they are able to pull that kind of thing off and then use the mind control to capture the zone, but I just can't see a scenario where that's a better alternative than just doing it yourself with a different brawler. I don't know, Teddy. Maybe you're seeing something here that I'm not.
I'm seeing the same thing. I'm seeing Willow. And so far, I mean, it's shown some promise in Brawl Ball, but that's really been it for me. I feel like even on this map, Barley does everything better, you know? It's more consistent on the damage, it's easier to land your shots, and you have more
Amber's available!
Control. Yeah, exactly.
Amber, Teddy, it's available!
No, I mean, I'm fully aware. I just mean if you want to go Trower, you know? If you want to go Trower, I feel like this was the worst one of them. Dynamite included.
Hey, Dynamite's in a good spot. Don't be slamming my boy Dynamite here, Teddy. Well, 2 forcing as well as the zone. Now out of mecha form, and yeah, Wesley's like, what? How's he? I mean,
oh, it's a new Ganja.
What's he gonna do? A 2v1 in that scenario, just walked over, wasn't he? Really?
Yeah. I mean, I can see some of the appeal, right? You have unbreakable walls in the zone, so you can defend from there. You can be invincible for like a second, which is also kind of cool when you know, need to lock down an area. But I mean, it's definitely an interesting approach, that's for sure. And don't do a mistake here by thinking that BDL are in the lead. I mean, they are percentage-wise, but Clash haven't finished capturing their own zone, which is so much easier than capture the zone on enemy territory. Kyodog is going to get a great kill, maybe even a follow-up, but Etinio will survive with 22 HP. And now suddenly that lead might be quite important, because they might not need to defend if they're able to stay into that zone, and so far it's kind of the approach they're going for.
So I really want to give more grief to the Willow right now, but I can't, because Bando and Lucas are winning, and I don't want to have to backtrack, but I'm going to stand my ground here. At the beginning, Wesley had to be escorted the whole time with someone by his hand, you know? You don't want that from a brawler on the left-hand side lane to defend at the beginning. You want to be able to 2v1, actually, not the other way around, and, you know, 2v1 at defense. Nonetheless, Clash start to regain some control now. They've got a lot of good capture points in that zone, so they can just tiptoe their way in and then leave themselves to have to be able to focus on the one that's primarily within their spawn, and the turret now raining down. But they are in a dangerous position here. They can't get too overconfident. They've got to be able to finish off the other zone, keep Bando and Lucas under control, which they are doing now. They are very clustered. Look at this. How suppressive is this comp now to push them back the way they have? Clash really are firmly in the driving seat.
Yeah, it's a small lead, but it's a very important one at this stage of the game. Patino looking to even things out. He's so low HP, but he's still alive and doesn't quite manage to overtake the lead. It's going to be all even now. If anyone steps in either zone, it's going to be a different affair. Final countdown, 15 seconds left. QLASH getting a good bit of damage, and as Wesley falls, that means Clash are now in the zone, and Edinho 1v3 trying to defend, and he's doing wonderfully well, but the damage is done. Percentages are captured, and Clash hop onto match point.
I think what you just said there, Teddy, I could bring back around full circle to really emphasize my feelings on the situation when it came to that draft. The damage is done. there's no turning back now. They have to live by the sword, die by the sword, and I'm still yet to see why Willow was the play here. But maybe I'll be surprised. There's so many better options for that left-hand side lane. And Clash already actually want to go on the aggressive. I don't blame them. Just overthrow this situation here. Get straight on the zone early. That is exactly the way to play this. Big swipe there from 2 for Wesley. Underground. Utilizing the gadget, but nonetheless outnumbered here as well. Mind control. I mean, it's very flashy stuff, as Willow is designed to be. But is it practical? Is it getting the objective dealt and done with? No, it's not.
Yeah, we have a bit of a face-off there between Edinho and QLASH, as, I mean, that 1v1 can just simply not really be resolved, and for now, BDL, they're behind, but that's because they're losing their home zone, and that's Wesley being massively overwhelmed. Pizzino as well now trying to chase his opposition, but not really much that can be done on his side, and it seems like Clash are simply and truly going to be running away with this one. Victory for Clash as they move on to the grand finals and knock out Bando the Loucos here in the semis.
Big smiles all around. Celebrations, of course, as we know, looking back to last month, how things went, and Clash were not in the grand finals, but lessons were learnt. And that's what's important, making those adaptations and taking your previous opposition by surprise with something fresh and new, and they were able to do that. So fair play to Clash. Did doubt them, but then Bando Lucas drafted for parallel plays, and I was just prior to that saying that I was thinking about changing my predictions, and that, looking back in hindsight, was a bit premature. If I'd waited a bit until after the draft, I would never have said that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I like that Bando the Loucos are going for, you know, crazy picks and trying to catch their opposition off guard, and it is part of why they won last month, because they drafted better and had just more creative ideas that Clash had not prepared to face. And I can absolutely respect that, but I think you also need to be able to draw the line, especially in conditions like this, where it feels like Bando Loucos, they're not all that far behind Clash, to a point where I don't know if they need to go for those sort of crazy drafts to win. I think with a somewhat even draft and maybe a win condition here and there, they could have taken this match, but it just wasn't the case here, and I think their approach may have to, you know, go back to the drawing board a little bit for next month.
I agree, Teddy, for one. I'm all for experimentation. You know, I would love to see Willow absolutely kill it there. Absolutely kill it. But that's what scrims are for. The monthly finals are not for experimentations. Super, though, had a good game. Beated him, and QLASH, to be fair to him as well. All of them did work in that semi-finals. They made a statement as well, most importantly, bring things back around to their roots. But who was the MVP voted for by you guys over at event.brawlstars.com? It was QLASH. And I'm not surprised to see it. An absolutely phenomenal player, having a great day as well. Congrats to Clash. They're back in business. But can they go all the way, Teddy? That is now the thoughts on all our minds.
Yeah, what this means as well is that now they are going to be overtaking them in points. They were just a point behind, but now they're going to be a whole bunch ahead, Trav.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really nice to see as well. We'll say that they're an extremely good team, and I think Clash deserve to be up there in the top 2 because their roster definitely backs up the points that they've managed to gather this month.
Yeah, I feel like they've earned it. You know, you could see that they came in looking better, looking more confident, and a few signs of hesitation when they did take the loss. But more often than not, they were looking confident, they were smiling, they were joking around, enjoying it, and I think that does speak volumes. That's kind of like the Clash that we remembered from last year. But there's definitely a couple of things I think they're still there to work on. I think some of the drafts, not being biased here at all, of course, but looking at some of the other regions, APAC as well, really grappling on to kind of the new changes. It has been only about a week, actually under less than a week, but we have seen the other regions kind of really adapt towards and gravitate towards some of those better options. But let's take a look back at the bracket, Teddy, for how today's gone so far. If you are just joining the stream, of course, welcome first and foremost. We're about to go into the grand finals, but how do we get to this point in time, Teddy?
Well, ZEST, even though it was a 3-1, I feel like it was a more convincing match than Clashes that was against Bando de Loucos, as you guys may have just watched. So Super Renegados, Bando de Loucos are out for this monthly final. ZEST and Clash are remaining for what is, the titans of SA East. When it comes to grand finals, this is the one that most of you guys expect. Predictions wise as well, this is pretty much what both the casting desk and everyone at home were not necessarily hoping for, but at least expecting to see.
Speaking of predictions, just to verify as well, because I didn't do great yesterday, I'm not going to lie over in EMEA. It was quite unpredictable, but different story here today. We've all copied each other's homework. Does anyone want to speak up now? Does anyone want to change their minds? Not that we can, we're locked in, but Trav, you just joined us again. Based on what you've seen so far today from ZEST, from Clash, are you sticking with ZEST?
I think I've kind of got to. I kind of agree with what Teddy just said. I think the ZEST game was just a bit more convincing than the Clash game that we did just see. Both of them being 3-1s, but in terms of just pure gameplay, I think ZEST have still got what it takes to take their 3rd month in a row.
I'm with you. Let's check out the roster for ZEST, Motek, Pekka, and Firecrow, and I do tend to agree. They looked very, very solid today. Everything seemed to be looking a bit more mechanically on point, and I feel like they've got a very good chance. Very good chance. For Clash, obviously, of course, had that big win. That might spur something on. But ZEST know how to deal with Clash. There's no doubt about it. Of course, going back, when we look to the February monthly finals in this region, ZEST back then showed Clash who's boss, and now's the chance to do it again. But Clash will not be taking it that easy, Teddy. Let's check out their roster.
Certainly not. I mean, Tufa, VTZim, Kyodog, they are legends amongst the South American scene. Even before the split, just playing under the biggest orgs was, so some of the players was the most experienced. Those guys, they've been strong for a very long time, but it does feel like they are under the shadow of ZEST so far in 2023, and this month is their chance to prove them otherwise.
Huge match, both these two teams, but ZEST would like to keep their crown. No doubt about it. The winners of March, the winners of February, they hope to be the winners of April. But if Clash can do, it will be phenomenal for them. They've really struggled so far this season to get back to where they were last year, and having that consistency has been something that's been lacking this year, despite the roster switch-ups that we've had. Bringing in Tufa, I mean, he's a fantastic player, no doubt about it. Struggled a bit today, though, in Knockout. We'll see how he fares later. But one thing I will say about Clash is that sometimes if they are falling behind, those smiles will fade very, very quickly. And I think that when Clash perform at their best is when they're feeling at their best as well. So if they can remember that and get through the hard times, that's what counts. You guys take it away for Dry Season and Bounty. Check out the poll from event.brawlstars.com. Take it away, Trav.
Wow, 51% to 49. It's a very, very close one. It's actually the way that we kind of wouldn't expect. With ZEST winning both February and March monthly finals, you kind of expect them to have quite a significant lead in this poll, but Clash are actually edging it by 1%.
Yeah, I feel like with the 0% win rate for Clash in this matchup, most people should be cheering for ZEST, or at least predicting ZEST. But in all fairness, I mean, Clash, they're definitely not a bad team, and if there's any team they've been studying, it's gotta be ZEST.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they were kind of focused on getting through that semi-final as well. That's the thing. Maybe after losing against Bando de Loucos last month, they might not have scrimmed this one as much as they'd like to, as those top two spots are what people are kind of going for. First pick coming in there, we've got ZEST going for the RT, which I can't say is I don't think too common on a map like Dry Season, especially in a mode like Bounty where you can't really utilize that dropping in your legs and getting the big damage down unless you kind of have full control, which seems to definitely be quite rare on this map. Clash's answer to that, though, is going to be Penny. Obviously, you have that fourth man, the turret coming in, and just making quite a big impact, gusting off the back of that as well. And not really sure about that as much as some of the other brawlers that could have been picked, but I do like the Penny.
Yeah, I like the Penny as well. We saw Gus play out with great success in Knockout earlier. It's fairly different game mode, so I agree with you. I don't love Gus as much here, but I still think it's an okay pick. It doesn't really get hard counter too much. I think that if anything, it can get overwhelmed just a little bit, you know, if Brawlers manage to close the distance and push up and have a bit more damage, it can start struggling a little bit more. The Sprout pick, I think, is quite a decent one here as well, especially considering both Grom and Tick are banned out. There's just not a whole lot of different thrower options available, and it means that Clash more likely than not are going to be throwerless for this one.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart pick by ZEST as well there. You know, as you say, with some of them being banned out, it's basically going to make them throwless. I mean, know how strong throwers are going to be on a map like this. Usually one team's got Sprout, one team's got Grom. They kind of have that thrower off, but this time it doesn't seem to be the case. ZEST going to be picking up that Bell as their final pick, extending that range a little bit more. Obviously, Sprout's got decent range, RT's got decent range, and Clash, they do have it, but they're going to also have some difficulty getting up against this Sprout with no thrower.
Yeah, maybe this is an opportunity to go for something aggressive. I mean, the RT can shut down aggressive ideas just because of the amount of damage it can deal up close. It did get nerfed on that aspect, so it's not going to be as good at it nowadays. No, they're just going to go Barley, so they will have a thrower at the end of the day. I just feel like Sprout from here is quite a bit more impactful in general, just a little bit more range, and the walls really enable your team to see some ground. But I kind of respect the decision here from Clash as well to go for the Barley, because if you do manage to get an early lead, Barley is going to be very good in a defensive position too, just locking down some areas with his super or just spamming shots across his lane. I don't mind it. I personally do prefer the draft from ZEST just a little bit, but I think Clash have winning chances here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think you've kind of got to prefer the Sprout to the Barley, but I'm just not sure if the Barley's going to have that range required, and especially if they get the lane matchups right. I don't know if they'll want thrower against thrower, if they'll want something different, but it seems like Clash do, and ZEST maybe didn't on this one, but this is a matchup that Motep should win with the extra range.
Pekka is tagged very low HP, same for Kyodog, but VTZim is pushing forwards, really closing the distance. Pekka is one shot still, but I mean, VTZim runs after him all the way into his spawn. And obviously that's going to be a very short-lived push as he ends up going down. Kyodog is slowed in one shot, but Tufa somehow finds Motep, and the healing tonic from Tufa is huge as it heals Kyodog, and Tufa straight back up to full HP.
Yeah, nice from there. And they've got the control, but not the lead at the moment. It is just that one star in the blue deciding it out at the moment, but not going to last very long if they're not able to get out of the spawn with good time. Minute left, and Clash surely have to get a kill if they're still in this position, but Sproutwall's there, and it's kind of stopping Kyodog from pinching as well, so Motep's going to try and get a few shots onto him now, but Pekka not in the best of spots if they can eventually get this pinch back down, and Motep not using this range advantage seemingly against Tufa.
Yeah, not using his gadget either, and I think he's still quite a couple of shots away from his super, which is an interesting decision considering how little time is left, and I feel like he might even still have a gadget after that. Nevertheless, ZEST still in the driver's seat. Clash are going to be the ones that have to initiate a push. The bounce from the Bell is not quite going to get the kill into VTZim, but Firecrow will find Kyodog. And ZEST are now ahead by 3 stars. VTZim finally has a mortar in place. Well, that's going to be tricky to remove from this position. Motep can't quite reach it for now. Tufa is going to be locked out of this fight. VTZim very low HP. We have a trade to find Kyodog pushing up, but it's going to be ZEST at the end of the day that win by 2 stars.
Really nice plays from ZEST, to be fair. Good defense, and it was really just solid all around. They didn't really let the pressure that Clash were bringing to the table make a difference, and when they had the opportunity to pinch them down when they overextended, when they wanted these kills, they took advantage of it. There was a point where the penny was just so low that we saw Gus coming in to help, and they just then turned their focus onto him and got him down, extended that lead, and brought home the win.
Blue Star is going to be picked up by Clash, giving them the early lead. Dog tagged up, forced to fall back for the time being. But so far, so good for Clash. They're willing to give up a little bit of control if it means that they keep that lead and hold on to tight angles, very defensive positions. BTZM gets scouted and pushed out of the bush, but there's not really any sort of follow-up for ZEST for now. A gadget popped by Dog. Despite getting some damage, it's not quite going to be enough to get a kill.
Yeah, some good control though from ZEST, and this is kind of the opposite of what we saw in the last one. We saw ZEST with that 1-star lead, and it was Clash who were trying to make the aggressive push, but a nice wall from Motep might go down still though, as this Super's really in a great spot to zone him out, but Dog surviving a little bit longer, but Motep's not going to be now. Gets that long-range shot, and the Sprout Wall wasn't going to help him whatsoever there. Really nice stuff from Clash to kind of take them down and stop them from pushing up, and without that thrower up in the mix, they're not going to be able to do as much.
Motep needs to assist with taking down this mortar because it's being a real problem, and Dog connects a lovely shot onto Firecrow. Pops his second gadget in the process as well, but kill is a kill, and now it's 5 stars of a lead for ZEST heading into the final 20 seconds. That's pretty big. Tufa's going to get shielded up as well, making sure that he can heal up easily and not be really contested by Motep. A pickup again from Tufa, but there is a trade. 4 stars means ZEST still need 2 kills.
Firecrow's going to get hit by that mortar as well, and he does go down thanks to it also. Clash are going to extend the lead to 12-3 by the end of the game, even things out here in Bounty, and after the first game they had really good control, but they weren't able to get a lot done. I'm sure they'll be pleased about the control they were able to have in that one and do the complete opposite and just play the defensive, and that seems to be the strategy that's working between these two teams.
Yeah, I think the Blue Star here is so incredibly crucial. Both teams really showing that they're struggling to retake the position and find kills if they don't start off with the lead. Tufa is low, he goes down early on so that Blue Star can be given up, but Pekka's overextension gets punished by Dog, and suddenly the Blue Star makes all the difference as Clash are leading by 1 star.
Yeah, a few little bounce and sprout shots though, and good connections from Firecrow there as well. Already got his super, not sure how well he's going to be able to use it in a map like this. Not really in the best of positions to be able to push up and get some damage down, but Motep not having the best matchup against this Barley, and I thought it would be completely different. He's getting pushed back and his teammates are getting punished because of it. Lovely super yet again from Tufa to zone them out, and Motep just not able to get the positioning without any walls helping him.
Yeah, it's not easy to retake as Sprout. My assumption as well was kind of that, you know, they would put up a better fight for the Blue Star in the early game and then play defensively, as we pretty much just saw in game 1. However, games 2 and 3 have been very different. 3 stars now favoring Clash. Pekka, incredibly low HP, forced to fall back and heal up so he can come back healthy to the next fight. Motep is in trouble. Firecrow very aggressive. I don't know if this is going to pay off. He does get a kill, but he ends up going down, and it's still 4 stars in favor of ZEST, of Clash.
Seems like it might have been worthwhile, but ZEST, he's going to go down. Motep falls to the penny mortar, and that's got to feel bad at this point in the game. 30 seconds left on the clock, and ZEST are down by like 8 at this point, and extended now to a 10-star lead. There's surely no coming back from this. Even all the kills in the world, they'd only just be able to bring it back, and not able to get these shots through. Pekka's not finding the bounces. Motep falls as well, and now this has got to be over for ZEST. It is. Clash not able to, ZEST not able to get the work done, and Clash finish things off with that 20 stars. New change to bounty as well, actually taking effect in this region.
Clash in a fantastic mood already. 1 set in, and can't blame them. They've taken the first set away from ZEST in what so far has not been a very competitive rivalry this year. Clash, they've consistently lost or not made it to the finals in the first place. So ZEST, they've been looking much better throughout the year, at least the early bits of the year. this month we may crown a new champion here for South America East. As Clash, they'll be picking up the first set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any arguments here either on the fact that, we did our predictions straight away off the start. It was, we thought ZEST looked the best coming into this, and after the semi-finals, we thought the exact same as well. Clash didn't seem as convincing as ZEST did, and you could argue that they even had a bit of a tougher opponent, so not really the best look for ZEST so far in this first game. They had some really, really tough moments. The first game was very good, some great defense, but Clash quickly learned the strategy, quickly took advantage of it, and it paid off for them as well.
Yeah, I think their early game was just so much stronger, Their fight for the blue star was so much more convincing, and there was pretty much no coming back from that afterwards for ZEST. Both teams really struggling to retake control of the map after they lose it and to push into the enemy spawn, especially with the throwers holding such defensive lines. But I mean, Clash, they didn't have to be aggressing nearly as much, because once that blue star was taken, once the early game was theirs, ZEST were unable to gain any ground and put any sort of pressure onto them. The defensive aspect of the game seems to be something that Clash really mastered well too, and it was really just an unbreakable wall.
Yeah, I mean, talking about unbreakable walls, this map has a lot of them as well, and it's quite altered heavily by those throwers once more, or at least seemingly in the APAC region yesterday. It was a lot of those throwers, and yeah, we're going to see the Barley and the Dynamite already banned out instantly over there by ZEST. RT going to be the first pick once again. So even though it didn't work in that last one, they clearly have a little bit more faith, and I can see why, with these unbreakable walls, if it goes to overtime, it can be very, very solid. But Clash going to come in with the Willow, and I mean, Ark absolutely hates this Brawl, but I don't really mind it. It is definitely a little bit better in Brawl Ball than it is in parallel plays, and adding the beats and that to play through the mid as well against that RT is probably another smart decision from Clash.
Willow as their first pick on the side of Clash is a bold move. I mean, I much prefer it in Brawl Ball than in Hot Zone, where we did see it earlier. But now I'm also starting to wonder, if maybe they rate that pick somewhat highly compared to other regions, since we did see it already earlier. Stu is going to be joining the ranks of ZEST, and I do like that pick quite a bit. I mean, just, get some aggression, potentially some wall breaks as well, or the speed zone. Overall, whichever way you go, it's a lot of utility that you bring onto your team, and versatility that is very valuable in Brawl Stars. We'll see Carl as the final pick for ZEST, and again, probably that has just had proven results when it comes to Brawl Ball. A lot of mobility, lots of damage up close, really good chip damage, lovely interactions around walls as well with his shots, where he can just nicely curve them and make sure that he gets people out of their positions, especially on a map like that where you do have those kind of like little squares on the sides of the map where people can just kind of hide behind. He's going to be able to nicely deter anyone from having those sort of ideas. We'll see Colette as the final pick from Clash. A direct counter to Carl can get him out of his super, but I don't know. I mean, I actually I'm saying I don't know, but I do know. I much prefer to come from ZEST.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think it's kind of even. I do actually kind of like the Willow if it can prevent Stu from getting supers, if it can prevent RT from getting supers, staying behind those walls and getting the damage, then I think it can be pretty decent here. But as soon as Stu starts to get some mobility, if RT's, in these legs form, so much damage is going to come down, it's going to be really difficult. And maybe if they get the matchups right, they'll still have a little bit of a say in this one, Clash.
Motep playing carefully on that left side, whereas Pekka is incredibly aggressive. I mean, that's the thing against Colette. I think he has a pretty decent matchup, besides the fact that, his super gets absolutely countered by the Colette super. Just the regular shots. It's not something that's necessarily too bad for Carl, but he's going to be rotating over to the left-hand side regardless. BTZM is very low HP, still looking for a kill. Motep wants to punish his aggression, but instead himself overextends, and Tufa is able to quickly dispatch of him. Gadget and follow-up super, but Pekka is going to be mind control, and suddenly his push gets deflated quite a bit, but once he gets out of the mind control, he nearly takes down Tufa.
Yeah, still in it though. Firecrow has the super as well, so if Kydog maybe goes aggressive, he might be able to drop it on him and get a good shot through, but some connecting marks are Great shots by Ficro there as well, and a very right-centered push from ZEST here, finally making the push in too for trying to get another super, but this time it's not going to happen. VTZim just going to push the ball up, but Kyodog and possibly had an opportunity down the left there to try and slot the ball, and we're going to try and wait it out and play his favourable match against RT the best he can to start with.
Kyodog goes for his super, but gets punished. ZEST take the man advantage, but was Motep low HP and good positioning from Tufa. Not really able to seize too much control until they find another kill in the mid. It's looking like, for now, ZEST are able to slowly gain some ground. Kyodog is going to get absolutely melted by Firecrow. Firecrow needs to be careful. His legs are very low HP, but it's going to be the top that falls, actually. And for now, it seems like overtime might be where things are heading towards.
Yeah, and usually I'd say ZEST, they probably have a little bit of a better comp regardless of the B, but with these unbreakable walls, they've got the Willow still, and that's going to be very, very strong. Super's quite heavily on the side of Clash here as well, but Pekka making a great push from this left-hand side. Gotcha Gadget going to be popped to the super from Kyodog, finished him off as well. Motep's kind of low, and they've got to avoid feeding him super arrows. This could be quite dangerous. Ficro now connecting some shots as well, and the Gadget pops straight onto the B also, but this position from Clash and the supers they've got is really nice. Good kill from Kyodog as well. Shouldn't be too far off another super yet again. But VTZim trying to push for the ball, and they might be better off past it to Tufa here. Going to use that Gadget and stay up, but needs to try and get this goal in, and maybe a little bit of a control and walk in would be the best opportunity. They're trying to go for it now. Kyodog's got the Gotcha Gadget as well. This should be a walk. The shot through could be there as well, but they're going to go right. He was spinning. They chose to wait it out, and Clash made the right decision and moved one game up in Brawl.
I got scared for a second because you could have just shot the ball through the Carl that's spinning, you know? So I got scared for a second, but it's all good. It's so good. Clash pick up the game, and a pretty convincing one too. I mean, it did come down to overtime, but I felt like for the most part they were in the driver's seat, had more control, and were doing better. ZEST though have different ideas getting into game number 2, and their plan here is going to be to score really early on, as Pekka is going to go for a pass to Motep. Motep gets it through into the net, and ZEST actually was an early goal this time around. We'll be picking up the early advantage.
Yeah, that's probably what needed as well, because it seemed like ZEST had the control throughout the last game. Nice super there from Kyodog. Did actually cycle it out, but not able to use it again in time. Tufa's got this control as well. Going to pass the ball over to him, and VTZim trying to pick up Pekka, but the ball not going in the corner. Going to throw it up just a little bit more and try bait Ficro into coming into range of him being able to use the super on it.
ZEST start pushing out. They have much better control now. VTZim goes for the slow, connects onto Firecrow. Motep is low. A nice pickup from Kyodog on the right side, and suddenly there's not much of a push left here for ZEST. Clash rebuilding map control they previously lost, and hoping to find some better success. His super from Kyodog is not quite going to be as good as he was hoping for. He ends up going down, and it's a 2-on-1 as Tufa is alone in defense.
Let's go explore.
Pekka now, no flying hooks left, so can't really get in range as easy, and obviously might not want to against Kyodog either. Try and keep this range and stay out of his area, but some nice connecting shots from VTZim, gets the 3K in hand as well. That super still available from Tufa, and not found much use out of it whatsoever. Seems like a very niche super to be able to use, but Kyodog not in the best position whatsoever, and Ficro will finish him off there. Slow coming in, multiple slows coming in from VTZim, pass to the right hand side, and that is a super shot and a goal by ZEST. They even things out in Brawl Ball, but they're still a set down, so this one game can be a big turning point for them.
Yeah, Tufa missed the super onto the spinning Carl, which, to be fair, is not an easy one to connect in general. I personally, but again, I'm not nearly as good as the game as those guys are. Find the Willow super not always easy to connect, but on a spinning Carl, it's maybe a bit ambitious. If he's strafing away, it's a hard shot to land. He did whiff it this time. We'll see if maybe he'll connect it next time. For now, early on, it's pretty decent control here for ZEST, but they've pretty much given up on the left lane, which is going to be a problem because right now Tufa is pushed up very aggressively and he's finding some good value, although he does need to be careful. A good super from Kyodog finds a second. It's only Motep left alive. Suddenly, this is looking incredibly winnable for Clash, but the HP situation is quite dire and they're forced to fall back.
Yeah, that was yet another miss super by Tufa there, just maybe being a little bit uncautious with them, but he does get that kill. Pekka's going to clean up top, though, and has got another one in hand. Needs to try and use it, but Motep trying to bait it out at the same time with that speed zone. Not really finding a lot from it. Still 0-0, and we know when it was like this in the first game that Clash did come out on top in that overtime, so might be time for ZEST to start taking it up a gear and getting going.
Too far melted by Motep. It's only the B left in defense, and so far it's looking like probably the most even game yet, as both teams have had their chances, have pushed up, have defended, but one of those teams is really hoping to break through here, either to claim a second set for Clash or for ZEST to even things out.
Yeah, Motep did fall quite low there, but BTZim couldn't quite finish him off. Got this slow as well, but Fycro still got some gadgets in hand, so when marked up, people are need to back off, and BTZim gets hit again. Not the best spot for them to be in, and Kyodog can't be too far off a super. Needs to try and get something going, but drops his legs and gets the damage done for Fycro. And a little bit of a mind control still there from Willow. The slow is as well from BTZim. Still hunting lasts in hand, and they're not in a bad spot, even though they are in spawn, but they need to quickly get out of this position before overtime kicks in.
20 seconds left. After that, the walls are going to be blown wide open, besides all the great ones on the sides, of course. Pekka has super, so does Fycro, and that is a bit dangerous, because when overtime kicks in, if you have control of the ball, you can try to go for a quick, cheeky goal, and right now with the man advantage, that may very much be the case. However, no more super, it's not gonna matter, because the pass is on point. Pekka only has to walk it in, and it is going to be ZEST at the end of the day that will pick up this Brawl set. And now suddenly we got a grand final match in our hands. It's 1-1.
And at the end of the day, I think the only Willow super that actually connected was at the end of the game there, and it kind of put him out of position to be able to go and save the goal. So maybe not the best choice of a Brawl there. I will say, you know, I like a thrower on that map, but I don't know if Willow was the right choice at the end of the day. A lot of the other throwers were banned out, so probably the smart choice to just try and do exactly what ZEST did. Just play it fast, play it quick, and get the goals early on, and then you should be able to win the game because of it. But in that third one, they did manage to win it out in overtime, regardless of them probably not having the better overtime comp. Nice stuff from them, but I mean, Toofy did miss several supers, and the ones they hit just weren't influential.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can see the idea, and it's definitely not like, oh my god, crazy pick, Willow is here, you know? But yeah, a little bit still. I wasn't overly convinced either. I think there is some potential, maybe, but then the execution needs to be just far superior, and it just wasn't quite the case here. Fycro with 13 kills, that's more than both his teammates combined, and I mean, his DPS is fairly solid as well, but it was really Kyodog that shined on that front. Clash, I don't think looked awful in this set, and I feel like Willow had some moments, but it wasn't a win condition, at least not enough of a win condition to really, you know, make the difference in this set.
Yeah, well, we are going to be moving on to Kaboom Canyon, so maybe they'll have some better chances to take another set home here for Clash, but ZEST, they're going to want to use this momentum that they've got now and just move forward with it, try and get as much work done as they can with this momentum and boost them there. But Kaboom Canyon's not a map we've seen in the past couple of months, but we did see it yesterday, and I did enjoy the gameplay we saw. Band's coming in now. The Eve, the Colette, we're going to see the first pick of Penny for the side of Clash. ZEST's final ban will be the Crow, and then Carl, Amber, and Max on the other side. Meg going to be one of the brawlers picked, and we know how influential that is at the moment.
Yeah, Meg is a really strong brawler at the moment, and I kind of like it here too. I mentioned speed gear on Meg earlier, and I quickly tested it out. It does work. We saw it actually earlier as well on parallel plays, and that might be something that can be quite decent here as well, considering how bushy the middle of the map is. That's pretty much, you know, one of the reasons why Polly is pretty good here too, because she can still go quite fast, whereas outside of the grass she tends to be on the slower end of things. It's not the only reason why she is good, but it does help for sure on those slower brawlers. Let's see what the rest of the draft is going to be looking like. I think Amber would have been quite a threat, but it's going to be banned out, so that's at least something that either team just don't have to worry about here.
Well, 8-bit's going to be the next pick from Clash, and I do kind of like it. A little bit slow, and obviously Bonnie's going to be able to hit quite a lot of the shots and get the jump off, and if Meg can get control, then 8-bit's going to be a little bit tough to retake with, but once you get established, once you start getting that damage down, it can be very, very dangerous to have that amount of DPS against you for ZEST, that is. And it's a clash with this last bit now as well. ZEST's going to have the final one, so still have a chance to answer to these kind of brawlers. They're going to go with the Griff, and I mean, it does seem to be still pretty much only played in this region, but last time I kind of doubted it, and then it kind of worked, so I'm not going to doubt it this time.
Yeah, I personally don't really like it, especially against those brawlers. I feel like it just isn't necessarily the most influential pick, but then again, Clash may have plans in mind that we just don't have. I do like Lola. I mean, I prefer the draft on the side of ZEST. I wouldn't mind the draft from Clash, but I'm kind of wizzy where I feel like Griff is just not the strongest at the moment, and I'm just struggling a little bit to see what sort of value they're hoping to achieve, bringing him onto the table.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Lola. I will say it's not every day you see Lola picked into Penny, but they've chosen to go for it, and obviously they needed some DPS to answer what kind of VT Zim was going to be bringing to the table with this 8-bit, so, you know, Lola's DPS is probably one of the better answers to that, and if you can keep the matchups right, then there's still a very, very good chance of them winning, but I will say Penny's going to hit hard against pretty much all of these brawlers.
Yeah, you make a very good point. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to play very distant from his ego, which is something we've seen before. And on a map like this, where it can be a little bit hard for some of those brawlers to even reach the safe, it can help to just, you know, place the ego ahead, shield it up, and get a couple free shots on the safe. And if anyone wants to body block, well, they'll probably take a ton of damage. So I don't necessarily hate the approach, but I mean, so far it's not what he's doing, and there's still winning control-wise by a little bit, but that might not last for that long.
Yeah, Firecrow gets into his mech again, but did take a lot of damage when he started to do so, but finally answering back against Kyodog now, might be able to find the swipe, but doesn't hit anybody with it, and that's going to be disappointing for him. Down goes Kyodog, though, with a nice pinch coming in from Pekka. We see the Penny turret established, but looks like Pekka's just going to go for this damage, and you can't blame him for it either. First signs of damage from either team, and Motep's got his jump too, and that can be pretty disastrous for VT Zim if he doesn't move out quickly.
Motep is very low HP, but he's able to reposition and maybe start healing back up. We'll do so very slowly. Tufa looking to push up as well. They're accepting the base race here, despite quite a big heads up. The Firecrow wasn't in his mag, but he is now, and that makes quite a decent difference when it comes to DPS, as the mech is gonna get so much more damage done onto the safe. Just trying to catch up, but I don't know if this was the play from Clash.
I mean, they are catching up, but with that body respawning, it slowed them down quite a lot. Firecrow out of mech now, and both Clash members are on the safe. VT Zim's going to be joining them shortly as well. 37% down left on ZEST safe, but Clash, they're only on 17. They're slowly catching up. Someone needs to be pinching in on 2 here with Pekka. Eventually, Firecrow looks like he's going to do it, the jump forward, but Motep might go down here. And ZEST are just over-aggressive. They need to just get the defense and move up gradually. And it looks like we might be seeing a comeback from this Clash.
Yeah, I mean, some misplays and some poor decisions from ZEST, and suddenly Clash are popping off, take down the safe, and take game number 1 with it as they take over the lead here in Heist.
Well, into the third game now. We'll see who does come out on top of this one, whether it be ZEST or Clash, and it's a big, big game. Clash are looking happy after that win, I will say. You know, Ark was saying before, when they take a loss, their heads seem to go down, but clearly the opposite for when they win, as they're smiling, and it's almost pretty much even Stevens at this point, so it's not like they're even in an incredible spot.
Game 2. Starting off, and Motep is very aggressive. Knows the 8-bit is not going to be as powerful without the damage booster, but powerful enough with the help of Kyodog to still take him down. And now the power booster, the damage booster rather, is available. And Kyodog gets Firecrow outside of his mag, but Kyodog gets outside of existence.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming down now as well, but Firecrow is going to go down, and Tufa Just getting this mortar up, establishing it in the same position as last time, and Pekka having a little bit of a better matchup, not being against his Penny, but Tufa just put himself in a great spot. Salty barrel down as well. Fycro trying to find the swipe, just uses it on that turret, tried to find Tufa as well, but the pinch will be able to secure that one out. Kyodog going very aggressive though, finds the cycle, and this is damage as well. Clash put themselves in a wonderful position, 31 del and taken 0.
Now Pekka gets reset on his healing, which will slow down the progress ZEST can do when it comes to retaking the mid. The damage booster as well is annoying. So is the mortar, and just overall so much utility that Clash have available to them. And I like how they're playing this one out. Firecrow at last is going to be inside of his mech, but it didn't last for very long, and he's mid HP on the regular brawler, so that doesn't really help. Motep jumps in, gets a kill into Tufa, but they're already 63% behind, and Kyodog is able to get a nice super off. Firecrow just in the nick of time will get the kill, but damage may have been down. 57% lead now in favor of Clash.
Yeah, you got to start to question how late is too late for ZEST to start making the move. Obviously, a game down in the set as well, but Fycro in his mech and getting some damage done. Mortar established as well, and ZEST still in control, but regardless of all this control, they haven't done that much. They still need 38% more, and Motep's surely going to be going down to 2 for here. Kyodog's getting some great damage on Pekka, but the jump in over the top, that could be what it needs. 20% needed now. Fycro's still alive, but Pekka getting pushed back.
Firecrow, low HP. Jumps out of the mech now, but still manages to find Kyodog, and at last it seems like Clash will be taking over the lead. They've struggled so far against ZEST. They've looked like, you know, they were the second best team in the region, but today it's their chance to claim first place, to show who the new kings of South America, rather, on the east side are gonna be. And it may very much be Clash, seeing how things are starting so far in the grand finals. They're looking better, they simply are. Their drafts are more on point for the most part, but then their gameplay is just more solid overall. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, you've got it pretty much bang on there, and it's going to have to be a set number 5 if ZEST want to be able to win this one now, because Clash, they're so firmly in control, and it just does not look good whatsoever for them at the moment. The sets that Clash have won have been pretty convincing, whereas ZEST's one was maybe a little bit closer. Some great control here from Clash, and it's what we said, you know, it might struggle at some points, but once it gets locked onto that safe, you're going to see a lot of damage coming down, and both games it was just too much for ZEST to come back from in those closing seconds.
Yeah, there's some chances here and there for sure on the side of ZEST, and they can definitely show potential, but Clash were just a bit more spot on when it came to their strategy, and I love as well that they were able to deal so nicely with the Meg, because it's a scary brawler to face, and yet it didn't really feel like, you know, they were picking around it or to try to specifically target that brawler, and yet they were able to really make sure that it did not have as much impact as a Meg can have, and therefore Clash really stood a fighting chance and were able to pick up this set stats-wise. I mean, it's Pekka that's ahead of the pack, but he's on a losing team, so it doesn't really matter too much for ZEST here, as Clash are more consistent across the board, and consistency seems to be key.
Yeah, well, I mean, ZEST, they really need to find an answer, and it's, as Alex said, you know, when the losing team loses, they don't look as happy, and this is clearly the case for ZEST here on this cam. He does not look anywhere near as happy as what Clash were looking, and that was even before they'd even won the set. They were smiling, they were laughing, and now it seems like they're kind of getting back down to business, wanting to finish this one off in the 4th rather than the 5th, and you can't really blame them for it. As many times as Clash have, ZEST have won the monthly finals this year, 2 out of 2, Clash, they want to be making this comeback and they want this world spot.
They certainly do. They were a bit behind the rest of the SA East competitors when it came to the leaderboards, when it comes to points, but they've already called out. They should be in 2nd place now. Every point they can get is going to get them, well, not only in a safer position when it comes to making it to the last chance qualifiers at the end of the year, there is a spot straight to Worlds in this region, and they might just try to contest it.
Yeah, well, bans being Stu, RT, and Ruffs to the side of Zest. Spike, Squeak, and Janet for the side of Clash. I like it, pretty good. Max going to be the first one of Clash for pick-wise. Gives him that speed. Obviously, probably going to be playing through that mid, so a lot of mid still on the table for Zest to kind of pick, but for the South American style of play, I think Max is probably a good pick to take.
I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. I think he can do quite all right. It should be deterring their opposition from going for something like a Gene, but I still feel like you can go Gene if you really want to, and yeah, they'll go Gene regardless. In theory, Max is somewhat of a counter, but yeah, it's more of a counter when you pick it the other way around, right? I feel like Gene still can absolutely hit the pulls against the Max if she's careless, and even if he doesn't hit the Max, anyone else is still going to be a big problem. If they get pulled, it should be a free kill if the teamwork is good enough, or if he has enough damage to single-handedly take them down. So I don't mind this approach from Zest. I think you can pick Gene into Max. It's not necessarily ideal, but if you play it well enough, I think they can make work of it.
Yeah, well, I must say I really do like the Penny. We've seen Penny just thrive so many times throughout the monthly finals, yesterday and today during this South America as well. So really solid pick. Salty Barrel on one of these lanes obviously going to be so strong when someone comes aggressive, splash through it, get the big damage in. It's very good. I will say with Spike kind of banned out, with Ruffs banned out, it becomes less favorable, but still can do decent work against that Ems if it keeps its range.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Not necessarily the brawler we see the most. I feel like it got a bit of a rise in play time and play rate about a month to 2 months ago. But it's died down just a little bit this month, at least so far in the monthly finals. Not a bad pick, though. Definitely a brawler that can still have a lot of impact. And they'll go Otis to close out this comp. I have 2 anti-tanks ready in case Zest may want to go on the more aggressive side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Otis pick. It's very good. Fat Splats can cover a lot of this grass down one of the sides, and obviously with the mute as well, it's so solid. But against something like a Penny that has so much stuff that can tank it, a mortar, a salty barrel, the mute does become a little less as strong, but the Fat Splats becomes a little bit better and can get a lot more value off the back of that as well. So solid. Zest going to have their last pick, and they're going to go with Crow. If it can get the slows in the right circumstances, pair it with the Gene pull, and as you said, Gene pull's not out of the question just because they're playing a Max with a bit more mobility in the mid. You stick a slow on it, it can 100% hit, and even without one, you've got the chance anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Crow pick is going to be quite important here for Zest. If they can get the right slows at the right time, they could find a lot of value, but it's easier said than done, and we should be jumping in really shortly here for Crystal Arcade, where Zest are hoping to take us all the way to a 5th as Clash. I mean, that more than prefer to just end things right here, right now.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out for them. 2 gems instantly picked up off the start by Kyodog, so pretty good start for them. Knockback surely there for Tufa as well, and he cleans up that side. Will be able to do the same on the other. We're actually not going to be using the slow, and he still wins this one, even with the shield being popped. So great play from BT's in. Firecrow falls as well. Kyodog with 4, and what a start for Clash.
Yeah, that's looking solid here for Clash, as they won't be playing the Gene mid for a second, as it was the Penny that had to hold on to the area for the time being until Firecrow would come back. They do have a gem, but Clash have 5. Even though a pull is available for Zest, Kyodog has more than most brawlers the ability to try to deal with it. Tufa, not quite as mobile of a brawler in general, but still manages to very nicely juke that Gene pull. And with a team wipe here, Clash should more than be able to lock in a countdown.
Yeah, and Zest are just looking defeated. They haven't won a single lane the whole game. I'm pretty sure they haven't even got a kill yet. BT's in might be the first one who dies now, though, but Tufa cleaning up and getting some great damage down. Little phase shift away, and Pekka's going to fall as well. And now some people start to die, but not the gem carrier, sadly, for Zest. And Clash will be going on to match point in the next game to be able to take the South America East finals if they do win it.
What a solid start of this potential final set here for Clash. The question is, can they close it out now, or do Zest still have some juice left in them to keep fighting? as now they have their backs against the wall, and it's the moment where it becomes the most important to fight. QLASH again was a good start, some good mid presence, and ZEST playing it incredibly carefully, not willing to give anything away.
Yeah, well, now Kydog starting with 4 again. A little bit better for ZEST this time, though. They've got one of the sides locked down. Tufa's got the other, though, and they don't really want to be feeding him super. A little knockback coming through, and Kydog looking for the trade. Does get it and trying to hold this right-hand lane, as it is easier to retake that mid than one of the sides, and VTZim coming straight down that right now.
Gem-wise, it's not as big of a gap as last game, especially as Moitep does win the left lane. That's going to create some space for ZEST to navigate through the map and get a bit more control overall. Crow has pull, but Kydog is going to fall back anyways as he tries to heal up just a little bit, and he's playing it aggressive, probably hoping to bait that pull from Firecrow.
Yeah, well, a little bit better for ZEST this time. VTZim looking for his mute, but can't quite find it. Pekka's got his jump as well, and we have a little bit of a slow available for Tufa on this round side. If he can get up to the bush, it's going to be great, but what a pull from Firecrow there as well. Gets him straight through the wall and gets the gems back in their hands. Totally different game than what we saw in the first signs of a mute there as well on the right-hand side from VTZim, but gets killed by Pekka straight away. 7 seconds, and nobody's getting up in time for this.
Yeah, really well done by ZEST. What a clean game on their end, and just no opportunities for QLASH to do pretty much anything, as they were constantly trying to retake some of the positions they previously lost, and on their way there would just end up going down. Solid stuff here from ZEST, looking like they might just take us to a 5th set.
Yeah, well, ZEST need to do the exact same again, otherwise QLASH will be taking this game. Still match point, let's not forget on that one as well. Fast splats are going to be used early on by VTZim and actually just clear past Pekka rather than hitting him. Looking still like he's able to be doing a decent enough job on his own, and great pinch from Tufa there as well. Do see VTZim push back, but all 3 members of ZEST are in one zone, and Kydog starting off with 4 yet again.
Good stuff from QLASH, and solid early game, but a nice pickup from Firecrow. The pull not quite going to be as smooth. That guy's pushing up, and Tufa can't quite take him down. Shoots on the other side, and his super would have gone to kill, but just didn't quite have enough time to make that happen.
Yeah, Firecrow looking for a pull now, waiting for someone to pick up these gems, and Tufa does get a couple of them, but Kydog picks up the rest, and that's still 5-3, regardless of ZEST having a lot of control of this mid. He has his pull, and Kydog needs to be less reckless, because that seems to be what's hurting them so far.
It really does. I like the ideas of taking some risks here and there, but it does seem like he's just not really being able to do everything he wants to get done in the mid. A nice dodge of that pull from Firecrow. Tufa is low HP. Kydog will claim the kill onto Moitep on the left. Now suddenly QLASH are really not that far behind gem-wise. Just a couple. And after they pick up those gems in the mid that spawn, they're back to being all even.
Yeah, they don't even have the gems on anybody who wants them for the side of QLASH either. Kydog surely going to be one who wants to carry these gems, but Tufa's got them, and then also up top as well, VTZim's got 2. 8-8, and it's an even game, but there's the pull, and they're just playing so risky, and there's just no need for it. QLASH are going to be on the back foot now, with ZEST having this big countdown. Pekka going to get some shots through as well up top, and VTZim too low to do anything. Going to be brought down by those flurry of Gene shots, too, for the last one standing, and he doesn't stand for very long either. We're going to be seeing a set number 5 as QLASH just plays so recklessly.
It felt like QLASH really had a chance to close it out here in Gem Grab, but ZEST had different plans. And by different, I really just mean better. Looking good in this one, and the Gene pools, I mean, I kind of, introduced it when we were looking at the draft. You don't necessarily have to be too scared to go Gene against Max. Sure, you need to be careful, but it's absolutely winnable, and they show that just now.
Yeah, and I mean, they're looking a lot more scared as well through that face cam on the side of QLASH. They had a good lead, and they've just let it go. They were looking so good heading on into that match point, and then they just had 2 pretty terrible games, and maybe it's not the right play to have someone as aggressive as Kydog playing through that mid. Yes, it's an aggressive brawler, but you don't want your gems to be at risk, and it always seemed like he was getting pulled and dropping into the enemy team, or getting pulled or getting killed and dropping them to his team who don't want the gems, and that's always going to be an issue. Having gems on someone like an Ems who needs to be able to go aggressive, try and get that super, and then use the super perfectly. And when you've got 5 gems in hand, it's just not a possibility.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, if you want control, you need to go aggressive. You need to take space, and with some gems, you just can't afford to do that. You need to stay somewhat close to your teammates. You need to stay somewhat healthy and cautious, which obviously didn't quite work out here on the set of Clash, as ZEST now even things out, and set 5 is going to decide who wins the monthly final of South America.
And it's going to be on hot zone as well. We're going to be seeing splits. Obviously, the only unbreakable walls are going to be in the mid here. Did you see that? Obviously, really solid combo of the Colton B coming down. But with that mid portion of the map being unbreakable, it definitely becomes a little bit less viable. And I'd imagine we'll see quite a lot of those tanky units possibly coming down, as they were always so strong as well. The Franks, the Primos, stuff like that can just spam the lane and just ensure that nobody goes down. Bands-wise, I'm actually going to see Max come out first again. I'm not sure how I feel about that at all on Split.
Yeah, I don't really love it either. I feel like there's just so much stuff that's better. I think there's a lot of throwers that are very strong on this map that are available right now. I'm thinking obviously Tick, also of course Sprout, but just, yeah, Max is an interesting way to approach things. I like what you said as well about tanks. They're really decent on this map, or at least think your ideas. Bicrop is going to be the next brawler to be picked up on the side of ZEST. They're first for this 5th set, and I don't know how much I love it. I don't really know what his plan is with his CP either, if he wants to have quicker rotations toward his mates on the other side, or if he just wants to be able to dash in if he gets someone low enough. Both would be providing a decent amount of value, but Pam is going to be locked in now by ZEST, and I somewhat like it, but I feel like it can get overwhelmed by the lack of damage.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like ZEST's comp so far is just that little bit better, and maybe Clash have let their lead go, having the first pick go as well, and they're going with Griff. We know that's a pretty solid pick out here in that South American region. Going to have that wall break capability as well with the piggy banks, so going to be very solid and might make that Max a little bit more viable, but I still think I kind of sided with ZEST so far.
Yeah, I am too. We'll see what the final brawler pick is going to be for Clash, and then right after the one for ZEST. It's an interesting draft for the least. I'm really curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, well, last pick is going to be the Meg, and I mean, maybe my mind's completely changed now. As soon as I see a Meg, I start to favour that comp no matter what it's with, and it's not with anything bad either. The Max is going to be able to give it speed. If the Griff can get the wall breaks, then it's going to be pretty solid. And, I questioned the Max at the start, but now that ZEST have kind of let these brawlers trickle into their hands, open it up and play with the speed with such a tanky brawler like Meg, who's going to have mech every time she spawns, I don't know if I can see ZEST win this. It's going to have to be a very, very good last pick.
It's going to be Colette, which I'm not sure what to think about. I mean, it doesn't really have any fantastic matchups. It does a pretty decent amount of damage to deal with Meg inside of her mech, but when it's Meg outside of her mech, suddenly the damage is not quite as valuable, and even though it's still fine, I don't feel like it's necessarily the highest impact final pick either. To me, on paper, I don't want to say this looks even, because I just simply don't really know what this looks like, but it looks like both sides definitely stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, both sides have got a pretty decent comp. I like the bringing in Colette. Obviously, as you said, it's good against the mech, but not good against the other brawler, which is kind of the opposite of the majority of other brawlers playing against it. But I'm going to see if the Grey is going to be able to use these TPs to his advantage. An early piggy bank to break up the back wall gives him that little bit more maneuverability and that ability to kind of avoid a few more of these shots.
So far, both teams just sticking to their own zones, not really daring to overextend, and we do get a TP eventually from VT Zim. It's not quite enough to capitalize. There's still a player from Clash in the zone and just getting percentage after percentage.
Yeah, Pekka just sitting on it nicely, and it's just even. even Stevens against both sides, but Motep's getting some TPs in, and it's going well. He's TPing in, TPing in out, getting some percentage, and they've got an 8% lead just because he's making these aggressive moves down this left-hand side and actually trying to push, unlike Kaidog, who he's trying, but he just can't.
2 minutes left, and it's still close, but ZEST still have a tiny little bit of a lead. If they could push up and get into the zone, that could be huge. This is going to be enough now.
Speed's there and the push forward, but Motep did just secure some more percentage. Kaidog going to go for it now, but can't even get past Pekka. Never mind get onto the zone and get past those who are respawning. Pekka trying to push towards Tufa now. Not only got Gadgets left, looking for the TP out, but actually finds his teammate TPing in and dominating. A little bit of a bait and switch there from ZEST, and it's looking beautiful for them. Kaidog's going to go for the zone, but going to get some percentage. I just don't know if they're able to fend off ZEST for the rest of this game.
I really don't know either. They don't need a whole lot near ZEST to get to match point. QLASH already had one. ZEST are hoping to get yet another one, as right now the pads on top of the right zone is not looking too bad here for ZEST. They're defending still for now. Too fun trying to get Motep outside of the left. The super comes through here from Pekka. Tufa versus Pekka on the left, and it seems like Pekka is able to get more and more percentages as VTSim does climb into the right zone, but I don't know if that will do it as Firecrow and Motep lock it in for ZEST, and that's match point.
Definitely a good look for ZEST, but I will say QLASH weren't out of that one. They definitely started to bring it back little by little towards the end, but not enough to be able to take the win back. Match point to ZEST now, and they might be winning this one yet again and taking 3 months in a row of monthly finals, but QLASH, they're going to want this game, they're going to want the next, and they're going to want to make an upset.
Match point, ZEST. Kaidog off the bat, taking a big amount of damage. Tufa already out of the mech, and that might be a little bit of a problem. Motep, once he's full HP, might want to go for a TP play, especially now that he gets a tag. Yeah, he's going for the finish, but nice bait and switch here as Kaidog comes back as reinforcement and ensures that QLASH win that early fight on the left side. TP again from Motep, but this time Tufa is ready. He's in the mech, and Kaidog will survive as well with 123 HP. Pekka not quite happy about that. He's going to punish him for overextending. Or percentage-wise, we're quite even, but I think that ZEST have quite a considerable amount more on their own side, whereas QLASH, they managed to invade quite a bit.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and it is 1% defining it at the moment, but now it's extended a little bit more by QLASH. Motep's going to TP in, needs to deal with Tufa, but at the same time, got to TP out, got to get away, but the swipe's going to get him before he can get out. Now QLASH looking really, really good to be able to take this to a double match point. Little Pam turret placed down defensively. All three of them defending now, but they have got a lead that they're not going to be able to come back from if they don't get on like now. And a gorgeous super from VTSim kept them all so low, and yet another one as well. Firecrow falls, just Pekka, and he misses the super. Double match point inbound.
Yeah, there's nothing that ZEST can do at this point besides say GG, go next and focus on to this next and final game. So both teams are going to be doing, as it is double match point. Winner takes all for this next game, and they'll be crowned the champions of the SA East region.
Whoever takes the swap will be taking it all. Starting things off, then we need to see if they're going to be able to get the same start, the same kind of breaks as they did in the previous one. VTSim breaking up the grass, not the wall to start things off, and we're seeing the grey over the right-hand side this time, and moving Pekka over to the left. And it's going to be a quick response from Tufa as he rotates to the right.
Kaidog pushing forward, Pekka pops again, but it's not enough. Kaidog takes him out, and although the toolbox is gone for Tufa, start isn't half bad for them either.
Shots through from Pekka now. TP from Motep does get the Meg out of the mech, but can't find much more. Pekka, though, getting some great percentage here as well. Super inbound also does connect it, but not enough with that shield of Tufa to be able to get him down, and actually gave him the mech along the way. Fully secured on this right-hand side now for ZEST, but 12% also added on top of that the left-hand zone as well.
It's a bit of a massive fight, but one where Kaidog finds Motep. TP from Pekka. Survivors 160 HP. Can he heal back up? Gotcha Gadget is useful, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. 3 HP. Kaidog pops speed, and he's hungry for those skills. Motep is going to fall. It's looking like even though ZEST have built up a nice lead, Clash are catching up.
Yeah, 2 for playing this mid, not knowing which way they're going to go, waiting for that TP in, and then Motep's going to go for it as well. They're in the lead as well. This is a 3-person push onto the left-hand side. The turret's going to TP out, so they're not going to have that tank just yet, but it seems like they're all giving up. Not a good situation for them to be in. VT, Zim, and the boys are going to go down, and ZEST are going to be the champions of the sub-region of South America East in the Brawl Stars Championship.
ZEST have done it again. Oh baby, a triple for ZEST. All 3 monthly finals picked up so far this year. Near perfect track record, and still a very good performance from Clash, their best one yet, but just not quite enough this month either.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's saying that he's carrying his team in his backpack or what, or if he's just walking off and going, but who knows at this point. It was a hard one to read, but at the end of the day, they did come out on top, and that's 3 months in a row, as you said. Now, beautiful from ZEST. It looked like the Clash were going to upset them and take it, but everything just fell apart from them. They should have won Gem Grab 100% and possibly should have even won this one, but that triple TP towards the end was really, really nice from ZEST to be able to flip the script and take it in those closing seconds.
Yeah, really well done by ZEST. I mean, it really felt like Clash had the upper hand for a big part of this grand final. And you can tell that they were ready. You know, they have worked hard on this particular matchup and making sure that they come in their best form and, yeah, just did their prep. But it just wasn't quite enough this time. And it does feel like there is going to be more and more competition between those 2 teams for the 3 remaining months of the BSC, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Clash improve even more and maybe even take their first monthly final of the year.
Yeah, well, kill-wise, it's all Clash. DPS-wise, it's pretty even across the board. I will say some great DPS from both BT, Zim, and Kyodog, and they also got a good amount of kills as well. And if you look at the stats, you think, oh, that's fine, Clash have won it, but ZEST just kept on playing the objective, kept on pushing that left-hand side and getting those little bursts of percentage again and again until it got to that 100, and that's what won ZEST the game.
ZEST was such a phenomenal series once again, but who shined more than anyone else? It is Firecrow that will be voted MVP for this grand final, and I mean, very much deserved as well. A great series overall, but so did his teammates. It was a fairly balanced grand final on the side of ZEST, all really just showing up today and getting the job done. Not as clean as the 2 previous months, but more than enough, as, you know, very few teams win 3 monthly finals in a row.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's only another couple of teams over in that APAC region who have managed to do this, and this region does seem to be a little bit more difficult than those regions over there as well, I will say. ZEST definitely kind of, that gap between them and the teams following up them is shortening and shortening. We'll take a little bit of a look at the bracket now, just to kind of remind people what we've seen in the past and what is obviously finished just now in the finals in just a second. But at the end of the day, ZEST, they looked incredibly good. Clash, they looked very good also, but to be honest, I thought we were expecting more from ZEST coming into this. You want to walk us through what came through today, Teddy?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, let's be honest, semi-final ZEST, they looked pretty convincing. They did drop a set to Super Renegados, but it still was more than good enough to pick up that victory. Clash was a 3-1 scoreline against Bando de Loucos in their semi-finals. It was a pretty strong match from Clash, especially considering that, you know, they got a bit of a revenge story, as they did lose to Bando de Loucos last month. This time around, Clash reigned victorious, and it felt like Clash might take it all in the grand finals, but ZEST were able to pull it back and secure their victory and take their 3rd monthly final in a row here in the SA East region.
Well, I mean, let's see how it reflects onto the leaderboard then. ZEST are going to be extending that lead even further to 3-2-4 in first place. That is some of the largest amount of points we've seen, obviously, because of their 3 wins and qualifier points, 3-2-4. Clash coming second after that by quite a big gap. Over 100 is the gap between them, and obviously they did defeat Bando de Loucos. It was 1 point between them and Clash coming in today, and they were actually in second place, and now Clash have usurped them and gone above them. Super Renegados down in 4th, and then obviously the teams behind that as well, not able to make it to the semi-finals just yet, as we pretty much had the same bracket 3 months in a row, Teddy.
Yeah, ZEST, I mean, it's a big lead right now. They're looking really, really good in this region, and I don't want to say they've secured first place for the end of the season, because we're not there quite yet, but they've taken a commanding lead. And Clash, they have caught up very nicely, but they're still over 100 points of a difference, or around 100 points of a difference, and that is a lot to ask for. But ZEST, they're comfortable for now. Clash starting to make themselves more comfortable, at least when it comes to LCQ. But Bando de Loucos, we know they're not far behind watching, and same for Super Renegados. They also qualified for all 3 semi-finals. So another team that, you know, is very much fighting for that LCQ spot for the least, but so far trailing just a little bit more.
Well, I mean, with those semi-finals and finals out of the way, South America East has been wrapped up, but make sure you don't go anywhere, because we've still got South America West to go today, and we will be back right away after a short break.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy Mike's server. Spy likes some.
Just to win this fight, but he'll keep pushing your team behind. Yeah, you see your life slip away like sand, 'cause victory lies in his hands. From the depths he came, life will never be.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. South America East done and dusted, but South America West still to come, and I could not be more excited to have you back, Trav. How you doing?
I thought you were going to go, you could be more excited for the region.
I know.
I'm quite glad you said to have me back.
I kept you hanging.
In a world of Ark roasting me, it's nice to have a compliment every now and again, but I'm very happy to be back with this portion of the region as well, sub-region for the West. So we'll be starting things off with Reconic Esports versus MatFA, and I don't think there's any other way to start it.
Yeah, it's always an absolute banger. This side of the region, for me, it just has it all, doesn't it? Here are the leaderboards for those that might be just maybe coming to this region a bit new and refreshed. And let's talk through some of the team names as well that may have changed since the last time we were here. 226 points for LeaveNoWitness, and that was the former Juan de Nelos roster, for those of you that aren't necessarily keeping up with those roster movements. And another one that's probably standing out there, Reconic Esports SA, and that was the former Juan de Nelos roster, sorry. The LeaveNoWitness former roster was Loucos, and they are the current champions of this region for both February and March. SKCalalas as well, at 125 points, not to count them out by any means, and down in there in 4th level esports. Beyond that, keep an eye on those teams maybe in the future, but at the moment, those four on the left-hand side really have been making waves in this specific region, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, MatFA nowhere to be seen, so they're looking to make their mark as well here to try and get some points on the board and move a little bit further up, but Reconic Esports, obviously Juan de Nelos in previous months are stood in their way instantly, and that's a tough matchup. My boys over on Juan de Nelos always thinking they're going to win. I've predicted them pretty much all the way through no matter what, and they get to kind of prove me right. LeaveNoWitness versus SKCalalas after that, and it's going to be a great game. Both of them are looking really, really strong.
I'm very excited. I've got to say, I'm curious to see whether we may see some upsets this time round. Again, as we saw already in South America East, same story with ZEST coming out on top. But will it be this time round LeaveNoWitness to continue their dominance on this region? That is the question. Let's just take a look as well at our predictions, Trav, to kind of see where our minds are at on this one, because I think we've deviated away. Yeah, we have on this one. We can't ask him his thoughts on why in the grand finals we differ, but you and I, pre-show, were discussing it, and we kind of felt like maybe, just maybe, the tides will turn yet again, and maybe we'll see Juan Danilos come out on top.
Honestly, I can't give you
the former Juan Danilos, Reconic Esports.
I can't give you an explanation to why I think they will. I just have this thing where I just always predict Juan Danilos and now obviously Reconic. So I had to kind of stick with that, and I feel like it might be their month this month. However, LeaveNoWitness are obviously on top of it, and they've pretty much won everything so far. So not sure why I predict against them, but that was just that little feeling, and I had to go for it.
Yeah, I think we were discussing as well, like the signs of growth throughout the year, and just kind of like that progressiveness that we've seen with that particular team. And obviously, when you get the backing of an organization as well, a lot of the time you might get some of the additional facilities that come with that. Bigger teams and organizations and support in the background, and of course, additional pressure as well to be able to perform and earn your paycheck month by month. So that's where our minds are at. But hey ho, I mean, at the minute we're all free for free. So if Teddy comes out on top today, that's going to be his little bit of an insurance policy, shall we say. Of course, the best place to watch the BSC is over at event.brawlstars.com. There are predictions to give you some idea as to where our minds are at, but you can go there right now, sync up your game with your Supercell ID and place your own, earn those in-game rewards by getting it right, and hopefully we're going to help you do just that. Let's get in, though, into our first matchup of the day, Trav, and discuss the rosters. Let's start with Reconic Esports SA. A very, very good performance they had last month for sure. JXCR, Toxic, and Christian. They're looking good, Trav. They really are looking very, very good.
Yeah, some familiar names throughout this region as well. We've seen them time and time again this year, and they're always playing well. They're just never really able to take it all the way and get what needs to be done. They just seem to be kind of letting it go in the last few moments. I believe we've seen them be reverse swept a couple of times. I think we've seen them reverse sweep sometimes, but they're never really a predictable team. They're very kind of back and forward. You never know what kind of side of them you're gonna get.
Yeah, and speaking of those sweeps, I think last month it was exactly that, wasn't it? In the grand finals, Renegados were able to get the 3-2 victory in the end and come out on top. But let's talk about Matt FA. This is a roster which you may not have seen before necessarily. This team made the quarterfinal stages last month, but of course we pick up the bracket from the semi-final stages, so we didn't get to watch their match. But they are making moves, they are making progress in the competition, and that's what counts. We've also got there some hydration going on, very, very important. But of course, the roster there being Meliodas, Tano, and Ander, and they are looking to make their mark today. And I don't think it's going to be an easy road, no doubt about it. In fact, I think this very matchup happened last month in the quarterfinal stages, and Reconic Esports, or the former Juan Danilos roster, did stomp them in a 3-0 victory back in March. So there is that to go on. If you're placing your predictions right now, that might sway you one way or the other as well, to learn that this is actually a bit of a grudge match from last month, Trav.
Yeah, I will say, I don't know if Matt FA are going to be able to pull something through and make something happen. Reconic Esports have just always been so strong, and I will say, for a newcomer team to try and make the mark, it's not going to be the easiest against a team like this, because they have been consistently doing well, and Matt FA, they just haven't made any appearances in semi-finals yet, so I just don't know if I can see them knocking Reconic down and out of this competition when they've been doing so well, and Matt FA are kind of coming in as that unknown team.
Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis for me, because experience is definitely more on the side of Reconic here, I think it's fair to say. But, again, though, last month we did see some moments where Reconic really were slipping and sliding a little bit as well. So it depends what kind of month they're having, I think it's fair to say as well. On the player cams, of course, for Reconic, we've got Toxic, by the way, as well. For Matt FA, we've also got Meliodas. So they're proudly wearing the Reconic Esports jersey. A mighty fine jersey at that. But what matters is the thumbs, the skill on the day. Very different kind of jersey going on the side of Meliodas. Let's see as we get into the draft where their minds are at, what they're thinking. Hard Rock Mine is the map, Gem Grab being the mode. I really do love this one. I think it's one of the more balanced. And as I'm saying, balanced, I think the poll over at event.brawlstars.com, very much the opposite of that. very much weighted, I would say, in favor of Reconic on the left-hand side there. 85% of those voting there think that they will get the win here. But hey-ho, Trav, I am a big fan of the underdog stories. I'd love to see one here.
Yeah, I would as well. I will say, rather the 15%, I don't know if that's too accurate, but Reconic are definitely the heavy favourites coming into this one as well. And yet again, we're seeing some more Max, and it does not surprise me. Ban-wise, we're seeing Lola, Crow, B, RT, Ruffs, and Janet on the other side of things as well. And, Max is very good brawler here. I just feel like we see it a little bit too commonly on in South America.
Your bans all round, I feel. I can say, though, the Max has been very much valued, but I think I prefer the value of the Meg here myself. It does feel like a map mode that really caters for it more than others. I don't think that Meg, as we were saying in the break, is necessarily a brawler that you can just play everywhere at the moment. Love that from Matt FA, by the way. Sandy here is very underrated, but is getting some more airtime, and I'm very much for it. But definitely the Meg is going to be an issue. But yeah, Sandy lane, Meg mid is kind of where my mind would be at, because simply the range of that Meg is going to be more suppressive in that position. Carl going to come in for Reconic, which I don't mind. Further the Otis myself, actually, all things considered, but the Max to help, it's going to be a big, big attribute trap, but not really that kind of real aggressive side lane that you'd expect to have on Hard Rock Mine on the side of Reconic, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I do like what they've kind of brought in here. I will say, with Sweet Dreams, we're probably going to be able to shut down quite a lot of those tailspins coming in from Carl. But Otis, I think it's solid. When you can mute out a Meg and get her out that mech form, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with her. So I think that's probably a smart pick. But Stu going to come in as the last pick from Matt FA. And I do prefer Reconic's comp. I do feel like we're kind of lacking that definitive mid for the side of Matt FA, and I think that kind of might come back to hurt them.
I like this team myself, I'll be honest. It's one of those things that can just really cause a real issue in the back spawn area and just prevent you from being able to carry out the objective. Andy, I think, is a big turning point. I think, for me, it's a tough one. I think they're pretty balanced drafts overall, but I think I'm swaying a little bit more towards Matt. But as we've learned from time, Reconic have had great performances in the monthly finals, made the grand finals, and that might be the testament to them. Skill and experience maybe outweighing things, but it's still so early to tell. Let's give Matt FA a chance and see what they've got to bring to the table.
I mean, the control they've got so far is pretty solid. Tano's going to be able to cycle out this super quite nicely, and they're making a very aggressive push. Christian be able to phase shift through one of them, but not really be able to avoid a lot of the damage of the rest. Ander's going to get taken down eventually, but got some good control and a good gem lead off this control that they did have off the start.
Well, LeaveNoWitness has got to heal up just a little bit now as Tanner trying to dance around two brawlers on the bottom right-hand side. Christian and JXCR now going in, and JXCR is a very, very good player when it comes to those really aggressive stances. We saw him absolutely popping off last month with the buzz pick, and Carl as well, and many others really in your face and able to pressurize the situation. But at the moment, Reconic are behind slightly here, as Matt FA really have brought a lot of aggression to the table, but Anders going to go down there. JXCR cycling through this like it's butter. Beautiful stuff. Gets the line up, gets the takedown as well, and now Reconic have bought themselves some valuable time here. LeaveNoWitness is going to be very, very careful. Below 1,000 HP there, and just now healing up, but I don't think Matt FA are far out the woods just yet. They've got to be able to pick themselves up here, and that was a bit too close for me.
Yeah, Meliodas does fall low as well. Get some heals off along the way, that gadget, but Christian's very, very low right now, has to retreat, and Toxic maybe over-aggressing for the amount of HP that they had. Tano's going to be able to sweep him quite quickly. Meliodas now onto 9 gems and surviving it out as well. Speed available for Christian, but they're going to have to make big, big use of this because countdown's about to start.
A lot of pressure. Speed zone helping out considerably so for Matt FA, really, and Reconic Esports haven't really been in a position to be able to do much about it as Tanner gets to take down Toxic. Now, that mid has got to be stayed firm within, and JXCR might not be seeing this coming. He's gone in with the flying hook. So aggressive, and he is punished for it, and on the right-hand side, just out of harm's way. Gets away with it, gets to steal 17 gems in the pocket, safe and sound. for Massive A, who take the first game.
Well, they're coming out quickly. They're coming out strong because that was a very, very convincing performance. Instantly had control of pretty much the entire map, and even pushing them into the back spawn is not the position you want to be in if you are Reconic, and they do need to answer back quickly before this kind of momentum gets out of hand and gets away from them in this game. And looks like we might be seeing Toxic rotate over to that mid and allowing Christian to play the lane.
Big punch to the gut early on. The Reconic, they've got to pick themselves up. Brush off the dust and get back down to business because they're not used to being necessarily behind. How will they respond? JXCR, flying hook. That doesn't really lead anywhere at all. Straight into the hands of Vanda, who secures it quickly. Meliodas now, though, out of mecha form. He has to get that Urn back in to have that ability to suppress that mid as Toxic now lurking around, has got the mute as well to hand, but is outnumbered heavily here. And now the Sandstorm coming down. Rude Sands is the star power, hence the damage now. And Toxic surviving on that 2 HP, that bear slither. But look at the control. Look at the amount of ability that Matt FA have got here to control this mid. Reconic Esports are really struggling to get involved here, Trav.
Yeah, they can't really move anywhere, and Tanner's doing such a good job over this right-hand side of keeping Christian back. The same over the left-hand side. JXCR and the Sandy up top, and now Meliodas getting TP'd on, and a nice flying hook, a good spin as well from JXCR. Not going to find the kill, and Overseed is welcome a little bit there. A bird up Christian as well does get the kill. A little bit of pushback now from Reconic, but maybe just a little bit too late. It's going to be 8 if Meliodas can get that one, and almost even if Toxic can.
Big plays on the left. Potentially bigger plays on the right as Christian goes in, but Tanner was there. The support network of Matt FA still holding firm, but it has bought some time for Toxic to be able to get 8 in the pocket from the mid for Reconic, and this is looking better. Christian with the speed coming in, keeps Meliodas back, and a no right in the middle of everyone. 3 versus 1, never going to happen. They're going to work out the mute pinpoint precision onto Tano. That has allowed for a countdown, and plenty of time for it. They can even bring back one more from the mid here if JXCR wants to come through. No, he just wants to go for the big bag, and he might almost get it. No! Meliodas shuts him down, but I don't think there's going to be a chance for Massive to get one from the mid here. It's got to be a takedown, or is there a second in time? No, it spawns after, and that is going to be a game. We're all tied up in the first set.
Great stuff from Reconic to answer back there, and I said, you know, they can't let it get away from them, and they didn't let them do that. Just that, because momentum is a lot of the hard work that gets put into Brawl Stars. Momentum just takes it, and they just go with it. But at the end of the day, they do answer back, make it 1-1 in gem grab, and it was a good answer as well because they weren't in control of pretty much any of that game, and the Meg just really proving such a difficult thing to take down in mid.
Very chaotic, but Meliodas from the mid will secure it. Big taps though from Toxic. Healing up now. Take a pop at the gadget will help do just that. Xander on the right-hand side is getting tapped up. JXCR knows it comes with the flying hook, but it is shut down by the Sweet Dream stun of Vander. Really nice plays from Matt. They've come so well prepared. I've got to say, they're very quick to establish control and establish positioning power. But it's not an easy thing to shut down JXCR, I can assure you. He's so accomplished with the aggressive nature of the brawlers that he chooses, but they are doing that for the moment. Now 6 gems in the pocket, and Reconic haven't really had a look in so far. They've got to get it in this game.
Yeah, Christian down this left-hand side yet again. Toxic throws out that fat splatter. Does find Meliodas, but Ander with such great control, and he's in this invisibility as well. Not that it matters because he is in the grass, but need to find one of those flying hooks and a spin onto pretty much anybody on this Matt roster, otherwise it's not going to end well. And there, down goes 2 of them. Nice stuff from Reconic to answer back now, and a wonderful push from Christian to find this control.
Meliodas is really far pushed back here. He's got to find a way forwards. Christian keeping the control on the left-hand side makes him reconsider the prospect of the left-hand side lane as Tanner goes down the right. JXL now can move in. Flying hook already activated. He's going to go in for it, and he might even get it, but Meg goes down. No HP, though. Tanner will get the clear up. Very easily done. I think that just kind of goes to show just how strong Meg is at the moment. Definitely in need of a bit of a tune down, because in my opinion, Akash should be able to win that transaction and be able to escape on some level, but with that shield that you get when you come out of the mecha form, it's just too difficult to ensure a takedown, and that's why Meg is, for me, such a great gem carrier at the moment, really. 9 gems to the 8, JXL trying to go in, Sweet Dream stun yet again. It just feels like everything Reconic have got to throw at this situation gets thrown straight back. They have got countdown, but they're losing control of the mid. Where are they going?
I mean, they can't really stay in the mid this sweet dream. I mean, the Sandstorm's really difficult for them now. 10-10. Mute going to be missed as well. A little phase shift up top from Christian to try and get some work done, but JXCR might be able to get a hand here. Countdown now starts for Matt, but there is still someone behind them. Their positioning has got to waver soon, and I'm sure it will, but 12 picked up now, and there's no reset if they don't manage to get this, but in comes JXCR. He's there again, the spin away though, and they get the reset. That should be fine. They should be able to get this from mid now, but I think he actually might have dropped a gem on them. No, he didn't. It's 11-12, and there's still a chance Christian gets this, and the reset's there yet again.
It's getting intense. Renegados trying to get that support network on the left, but in the meanwhile, the gems have been dropped in the mid. Christian comes to collect. Countdown is there. Another gem dropped in the mid will bring things back to even. 13 apiece. We're getting dangerously close, Trav. The 29th gem, and you know what happens when that comes? Nothing will stop what follows. At the moment, both sides are being stubborn around the situation, but now is the key one. And where is it going to be? Renegados is banging the mid, but Christian might be able to dash for it. No, he actually drops them all. Tango comes in, clears up shop, and that is surely going to be Matt FA securing.
Why would you risk that? Just let them walk onto your side, do the damage. There's no need to aggress that. Surely that is going to be a big mistake from Christian there. They've got to push onto your side. You've got 3 people lurking into the bush waiting to do damage, and you're just dropping all of the gems. Not the right decision to make, and Matt FA are actually going to be going 1 set up.
You got to prepare for those moments, really. You know, you're paying attention to the size of the spawn, and it's such a delicate thing to do, but it matters so much, and everyone's got to come together. Communication has got to be on point for those moments, and it was costly, very costly, and potentially even match costly. Let's see how things fare from here, but I am really impressed. I mean, I tend to feel as though more often than not, I can look at a newer squad to the BSC and kind of tell early on at least whether they are going to be, you know, really giving a team a run for their money. Matt FA have done just that so far for me. It is still the first set. I completely agree with that, no doubt about it. But the drop was great. The gameplay was awesome. They were shutting really competitive players like JXCR down a lot of the time, and that shows and displays to me confidence. I think we could be in for a bit of an upset potentially here for our predictions, Trav.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, they really have shown their worth in this game, and it's going to be difficult for Reconic Esports to swallow because that is not the start they wanted whatsoever. They're the more competitive players. They've got more experience. They probably think they're better in their minds considering the past few months they've had. To come out and lose the first set is not going to be the mentality that they're going to want taking forward. Stat-wise, though, 9-4-4 in terms of kills, 5-10-8, so pretty even across the board. Maybe just slightly towards that Matt side, but damage-wise, pretty even yet again, and I'm pretty much reflected in the gameplay because we saw a 29 gem game in the last.
I can see this one going the distance, really, because Reconic, you know, they are the sort of squad that will respond, especially in high stat. Again, flashbacks to last month when JXCR was playing on safe zone and was just bouncing between everyone on buzz, but they didn't win it. I do remember they did not win it despite those flashy plays. But nonetheless, they are very good at just asserting authority in this mode. It is one for them. Maybe he'll even bring it out again. Who knows? It is potentially viable for Hot Potato, although I prefer maybe a Primo, but bans at Ems needs a notice to Reconic for Matt FA. It's Ems, Colette, and Ruffs. First draft coming in. I don't see this being a meg map, Trev, but again, stranger things have happened today. We saw, I think, the max first pick early on this map, and I'm not a big fan of that either myself, but I think the bans, though, are pretty solid. I would love to have been able to, you know, snag an Ems early on. Colette as well. They are 2 of the really big heavy hitters. You can't write it, Trev. You can't write it. Max is the first pick for Reconic. It's not... And the Primo that I was just talking about as well. I don't mind the Max. I just feel like it's not necessarily the best mode for it. Depending on how much I prefer here, then that can work out fantastically well. But the Primo from Matt might well be responded to by Reconic with something like a Buzz. But we'll see how they want to play this one. It would be within their character for sure. But it is certainly a problem. We've yet to see really anyone pick a hard Shelly counter. I'm still waiting for that. I think it's still really viable now. The amount of speed she has, you can just sit back on defense. You don't need a spike.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. And I mean, the return pick from Christian with the Daryl, it's good. It's going to have the good push with the max speed, but getting it into a position where it can do damage is definitely hard in comparison to Primo, where you just launch yourself across the map. Dynamite going to be picked up by Reconic now as well, and with Matt having this last pick, there's definitely a bit of a chance to counter that out, but with the unbreakable walls, it has become a lot harder to be able to deal with these throwers on this map. It's not in positions where you can get the damage, but getting up the map has become a lot easier, definitely.
We saw pretty much this very idea yesterday in the EMEA, the Dynamite versus the Primo, and it actually worked in favor of the Dynamite. It depends on the player for sure, and just being able to be very much aware of your surroundings, use great gadgets with Satchel Charge normally is the go-to in the competitive scene, and Edgar coming in, and actually I don't necessarily mind it here. I did yesterday in the EMEA when we saw it played out, but there wasn't really the right kind of matchups to warrant it, but here I absolutely am down for it. Edgar did also receive a recent balance change as well that I think it's worth to mention. So very small little buff to HP, nothing really to write home about, but nonetheless, you know, just that 200 HP more might be the difference maker. We'll have to wait and see. The Brawl Stars team did sort of hint towards a potential rework in the future for Edgar, and it was more just something to be dealing with and going on within the meanwhile, but definitely will give Reconic something to think about when it comes to that Dynamite and just being a bit more aware, a bit more protective. As you can see, JXCR just shadowing there Christian, because when the Edgar goes in, he might not go out there straight into the arms of peril, and that is not what you want to see, is it?
No, I mean, that is just disappointing for them, really. Like, you can't be pushing up and not scanning any bushes whatsoever, but Meliodas now just put himself in harm's way, and obviously couldn't really juke out too much, but Anders going to be going aggressive and trying to get some damage on safe. Tano's going to sweep up the defense, but not much has been done by the side of Matt Efe, regardless of all their control. It's actually Reconic who are in a decent lead.
I do like the max speed there just to get everyone back straight. Look how quickly they're able to get JXCR onto the safe recalling rotator as well for additional damage. And there's only 24% left to the 65 on the other side of things. And I've got to say that was a very, very solid start. We felt like we've only just started this game. And look how quickly Reconic Esports are to get off the mark here. They've got to. They've already tested the waters of Matt FA and Gem Grab, and now they've really got to up their game, it seems, and they are doing that. Big jump in from Meliodas, but does not connect with JXCR, and that is so much damage dealt. Reconic are back in business, it seems.
I mean, regardless of the incredible start from Edgar, it was catching the Dynamite off guard. It just didn't end that well, and Primo made a few mistakes. Jumps weren't used properly, especially that last one there. The Daryl's got roll. Why are you jumping on him when he's got roll? He's going to roll underneath you. It's pretty obvious that's going to happen, but this time it's actually Reconic who were looking very, very good in comparison to Matt Efe, who were looking very dominant in that gem grab set. With a Meteor coming down now from Meliodas getting the break, and in goes Ander getting the kill on the Dynamite early on yet again.
Talent's getting a lot of value from this feed here, as JXCR does not seem deterred at all by having to juke it. Heading turret already straight away for Tano. That might change the way things go, but those bushes now, it's that wide open space. It's going to leave Meliodas very much exposed there. Xander gets Christian on the right-hand side. Damage coming in. 24% or so, 26% rather. Christian takes care of the turret as well on the left-hand side, but Matt Efe do need to start to assert their authority just a little bit more. They are concerned, of course, about the fact that JXCR is still with Christian. Satchel Charge missed there, so a gadget wasted for sure. The jump in from Ander. Well timed for the most part, but JXCR now rolling in. Salty Barrel, and there's so much HP to have to deal with. I think Matt Efe have got to be a bit more cautious to really double takedown that Daryl pick. It's causing them a big problem here.
Yeah, I mean, they can't do a lot because he's got to jump on the Daryl to be able to get the Dynamite, and he's not able to get the Dynamite without feeding the Daryl or actually going down to the Daryl, so difficult spot, but Tamo now on the safe. The same with Ander as well, getting some damage down. Toxic trying to defend, but looks like we got some up top as well. Good jump this time by Meliodas. Doesn't actually get the kill though. The burn down damage eventually will, but not without sacrificing a shot to the safe as well, and this is surely going to be it. Christian, throw a super on Toxic, get some shots in, and that's going to be the set to Reconic Esports, evening things out, bringing it to 1-1.
Very close stuff. Not going to lie there. That could have gone another way. Could have well been a third game to go to. But nonetheless, a good and a very important win and set there, really, for Reconic, because they were struggling a little bit here. We saw that earlier today. Just Heist is that game mode that can kind of be a bit of a false alarm sometimes when it comes to those turnarounds. I want to see whether Reconic still continue that kind of dominance going into hot zone. and whether it opens up the door a little bit towards Matt FA for a potential comeback story here, because I really did love the way that they were playing in Gem Grab. In Heist, it just felt like they weren't making the best of decisions quick enough, really. They had to be a bit more decisive, but like I said, it wasn't always a straightforward thing to really harness, and was sort of stuck between the situation of having to decide between the counters. But yeah, look at JXCR. I mean, he really was the thorn in their side for me in that last match, and so much value for it. That Daryl pick, more often than not, you know, it was him that was really carrying out the objective, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, even before the game, I said it might be hard for Daryl to get on the safe, but I don't know if we even saw the Primo on the safe once, and he can jump half the map, so not really sure what was going on there, though. Kill-wise, we're looking at 2-5-1 for the side of Reconic Esports, and 3-5-8 for the side of Matt FA, so that just goes to show kills don't really mean a lot in a game mode of Heist. It's all about that damage on safe, and that's what Reconic Esports just did so well.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, going now into Ring of Fire. Hot Zone is upon us. A very, very different draft. There needs to be a Meg ban here. Meg was already good on Hot Zone prior to the rework, and I think therefore it's going to be banned by pretty both sides effectively. But certainly, if you are losing that coin toss, you don't want to be taking many chances here. I would love to see Amber come into the equation. I'm not sure why South America has not really cottoned on just to how good she is. At this point, I'm just predicting the draft, aren't I? Meg coming in. We haven't really seen any Meg heal combinations yet today so far. We'd like to see a bit more of that, but I do like the B and the Janet ban, RT as well from Matt FA. Really good awareness of the meta actually there, and the B, the Lola, and the Carl for Reconic. But I just don't know why Amber hasn't really started to gel with... I love it. We haven't seen any Meg Poco, but I think that was kind of wise for Matt FA to pick, actually, because it takes it away from the hands of Reconic. I feel like, honestly, when you combine Meg with a healer, although that Byron does seem to be a thing in South America more than most other regions, you know, it makes it just even stronger. So let's see where they go from here, but I'm liking it. Luke, love that. Absolutely love that from Matt FA. Great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart to try and keep that Meg off the zone. I will say, as you say, that Byron is a great, great pick. Mac's going to be the second pick from Reconic, and honestly, I wouldn't mind a Byron on top of that as well. We saw it played yesterday in the East Asia region. A lot of those world final level teams, world champion teams, were picking it up and playing it along with that Meg. So maybe it's a smart decision to go with something like that, but I also do think they need that lane. However, I kind of think maybe it's just going to be a very mid-focused fight with obviously Poco, Lou, Meg, Max. It's probably going to be down the mid the majority of the time, but Eve is going to be the last pick of Reconic, and I don't know if I like that too much.
Not a fan of it myself from Ring of Fire. You know, we saw it played out a little bit when Eve came into the mix in all the regions, really, and it kind of quickly, just as quickly, kind of disappeared. I mean, there is, of course, now the new additional mythic gear, quadruplets coming in, providing an additional spawner when you have your egg hatch. So I can kind of see that maybe this region are favoring it somewhat, and there is a bit more maneuverability in the corner areas on this map to really float around that lakeside area. But I just think there's better picks. Amber. I know I just keep banging on about it, but it is just that good. You know, you place down the oil in that gap area upon your opposition spawn, the sticky oil gear, it just is so good. 20% slow on anything that has to go through it. And if they don't want to go through it, then they've got to go around it. It wastes so much time. Even Bo, actually. I absolutely have seen a Bo pick here for Reconic coming in as well. But it'll be a Meg mid, so that's kind of where Bo would like to situate as well. You'd have to kind of double down on the mid, not really ideal. So, but something more aggressive on the lane side, I would like to have seen for sure. But let's see how it fares. So far, so good for Reconic, but it does seem like both sides being a little bit cautious to tip the toe into the middle. The Tanner going down there will change that. Speed zone will be taken care of by Christian. And now leaving Meliodas all alone. It's a great start from Reconic. Full control. And the objective being played out, but now the priest coming in, that might change. Toxic is going to be skitting and skating all around that mid.
Yeah, and another one as well from Lou here. Super coming in from Christian over the left-hand side, solo speed, but they've just walked straight over that zone, and now Matt are the ones in control. Shouldn't be too hard to hit Christian up top here as well, but he's flying under the radar in the bushes at the moment, not really shooting. And JXCR not getting a lot done, not hitting too many shots either. Super coming in from Anda, getting the heal off, but yet another Lou super should keep them off whilst they go down.
I really do love that Lou pick. How many supers is that already? It's cycling beautifully well. You'd have to see it. Toxic coming in, trying to get Tanu here, and he might be able to. It's Christian who finds the scraps there, though. JXCR coming up the right-hand side, trying to get this pinch off. Can't quite find Anda. Will he find Meliodas? Yes, good taps there. They've got to go Gadget out there. And more maneuverability when it comes to being able to evade Tano. It's that angle of precision there. Now he's getting tapped up. The speed zone as well will allow that more maneuverability. Christian stun too. Toxic goes down. A good retake there for Matt FA.
Yeah, really nice stuff from them. Need another retake from Reconic Esports, so as this could quickly get out of hand and there could be 2 sets down. There's the quadruplets coming in and 4 of them spawning, pushing them back, and Toxic almost being stunned out by the Lou here, but quickly rotates away, tries to get super on the mid and makes use of this, but no mech now for Toxic is going to be very difficult to get work done. And Tano going aggressive, getting the dash through, getting the Gasser heals is really, really strong from him. Heal there as well, and surely this might be game. Good takedowns though, and good shots might flip it the other way.
Kind of wonder there whether maybe just Toxic went in like that just because he could respawn with mech. Actually, you know, he was going straight into a really difficult position to get anything from it. To be able to get super and get out. No, I'm too convinced he would have been able to manage it. Toxic, or rather Tano coming in there, gets taken down, and that freeze in the zone really is cutting all his worth. I don't know how Christian evaded that shot, but he won't avoid the second. Meliodas gets that swiftly taken care of. As now Reconic try to muster something up here. They are behind. But on the zone now, freezed out as another one comes down and really hits Meliodas. Doing such wonderful work, but is it going to be enough now? 89% on the zone for Matt FA. But Reconic are fast on their heels now at 84%. I think Matt is just going to be able to do it now with the respawns coming in, everyone just cycling it in, and it will. What a start, but what a close one of that for both sides here.
Yeah, I mean, Ander was juking beautifully at the end there, I will say, just staying out of the way, making sure none of them can shoot him, and he doesn't even mind if he doesn't shoot them because he's just waiting for his team. They got a 5% lead, and 5% might not seem like a lot at the start of the game, but when it starts to get down to the nitty-gritty, it forces your opponents to make aggressive moves and make mistakes, and that's what Reconic did. These Lou Supers are really causing a big, big problem for Reconic.
Early gadget pop there from Toxic. The jolting bolts, I can understand why, but now the freeze coming in again from Meliodas, and that will bring back some troubled memories of the previous game for sure. Big tap there from JXCR, finds the angle beautifully well. We'll heal up just a little bit before taking care of the speed zone top left. Now the hatchlings will be coming in as well, but Anders in an aggressive spot down in this bottom right-hand side. Toxic has to respect this somewhat until the speed comes in, and now the suppression starts. Great action work there by Reconic. Now they retake a lot of control. Team wipe entirely as they get stuck in now to the lanes and the mid. Looking really, really good.
Yeah, and they're just having some spawns coming in off JXCR now, and they're getting a little bit of control back. Super goes onto that zone, and Toxic almost stunned out Meliodas, needs to find a shot onto him. He does get the stun, but no follow-up shots either, and Christian's not going down here. Great stuff from him to stay alive and take Meliodas' focus off Toxic and allow him to heal up that little bit more to keep him in that mech.
Now though, Toxic in a very troublesome position, goes down out of the mech form and surely to his peril, but this is kind of where I struggle with the mech rework, is because now he's rewarded for it, straight back in with a mech, and it's just too oppressive in my opinion, especially combined with the max. You know, you're actually kind of rewarded for going down, aren't you, really? And now Reconic able to recover from this, but I've got to reiterate just how wonderfully Meliodas is performing with that Lou. He goes down there, but he's been cycling so well, and it has been the glue for Matt FA's strategy. Not sure where that swipe was going there from Toxic, but nonetheless, be able to heal up, and yeah, another one goes down on the zone. Xander brings back control for Matt FA and brings back the deficit, most importantly. And it is all thanks really to Meliodas.
Yeah, eventually going to be going down though, and Tano now getting swarmed by these hatchlings. Can't really do enough damage to get rid of them, and this might be Reconic answering back here. Tano just dashing through and getting the gas heals on with it as well, and trying to get the heal, but yet again it's missed. And it looks like this might be a Reconic game. Meliodas not got a super just yet, and he goes down once more. Toxic can just stay on the zone, get the swipe off, doesn't actually get it off before he goes down, but regardless, they're going to be able to take the game, even things out, making it 1-1, 1-1, and obviously it's going to be a very, very close game from this point forward. This match can mean everything.
I'm really enjoying this. I love it. You know, when an underdog comes in, we haven't really seen in a monthly final, just really from the qualifying stages in that quarterfinals that we didn't cover in the monthly finals anymore. It's just so exciting to see it be neck and neck with Reconic, who have just been the shining star, really, of this sub-region. And it's, you know, in the nicest possible way, I think it's great to watch them struggle. You know, it's great competition. Let's see how it fares this time round. Whoever takes this game will be up a set at a hugely important moment The hatchlings do come in now. There's an 18% start there for Matepe to work with. Big heals coming in from Hand of the Tuning Fork. Now the big freeze coming in from Meliodas, and a big stun onto Toxic will deter him from the zone and maybe even get him out of the mech. Oh, there you go. Lose the answer to mech, isn't it? On Ring of Fire. It just absolutely is. And as quickly as that, it's back with Matt FA.
Yeah, I mean, there's just super after super for Meliodas here, and the same for Toxic, to be fair, but it doesn't matter. He just throws another one onto him there, and he doesn't mind if it's not getting the value of keeping him off the zone at this point, because he's getting the kills on Toxic, and he's the main damage dealer. He's the main zone control. He's the main everything for this comp of Reconic Esports, and they're walking away with this one. Matt FA getting the kills and getting the control and the percent along with it.
Really great aggressiveness. Tanu managed to win that against Christian. Oh, that's got a sting. Jexia almost got the pick up. Didn't quite manage it, but it looks like Toxic should be it. I'm eating my words. Tanu is duking wonderfully well here, and he's still going. You might even get the takedown on Toxic here as well. 67 HP. He's still going, Trav. Christian coming in with the speed, and he's going to get taken care of as well. What amazing survivability as Matepe bring a set home.
So pleased about that as well, and this is 2-1 to Matt FA now, and this is not what anybody expected whatsoever. We're coming into this one Reconic, who were Juan Danilos in the past couple of months, have been playing so well, and now Matt FA, a newcomer to the monthly finals, newcomer to the semi-finals, are dominating them.
I'm biased. I'm now with Matt FA. I'm officially just putting it out there because this is what we want to see. You know, we want to see progression. We want to see growth. And, you know, Matt FA last month were in the quarterfinals. They got stomped by this very team. That is the context. They didn't win a set. Well, now they are just showing how much they've been able to absorb and learn and soak in off the back of that defeat. And that is really what it is all about. Taking your losses and coming back stronger, and especially on the world stage now as we watch from home and the comfort of our armchairs, that is what you want to see. And if they make the grand finals today, what an amazing achievement that will be to have gone from the quarterfinals to a grand finals. But alas, they do have to get another set in the pocket, and we know that Reconic are fully capable of a turnaround, fully capable of having a bit of a pep talk and a team talk to iron out some of the problems. And most importantly, so to perform under pressure. That is something that only comes with experience.
Yeah, and it's surely going to all be down to this comp now. It really does, because this comp is going to pretty much decide everything in the next set. They seem pretty evenly matched. Whoever gets the comp usually wins it, and that might be the case going forward as well. Kill-wise, though, 10, 8, and 12. It's more of the same. The kills are not meeting the wins, and Matt FA with 5, 6, and 12 managed to stay on the zone longer. They get more supers, they get more they just get more percentage, and they're going to win. That's just how Hot Zone works. That's how the game works. A lot of the time the kills mean the opposite of the objective.
Yeah, just simply acting as a constant deterrent really there, and just goes to show it's all about the objective. Backyard Bowl coming in for Brawl Ball. A very wide open space. You've got to consider that when it comes to that defensive line. Having a wall breaker goes a long way on this map. And will evade those stalemate moments that we sometimes used to have in Backyard Bowl, and now with the unbreakable walls as well. Definitely a greater chance of a draw, but nonetheless, it's the aggressive brawlers that will sway away from that idea. Meg's available. That's just what I'm doing now today. Just every time it's there, calling it out. Reconic will pick it, and then I'll go back to Matepe and they'll pick a Meg. Oh, no, sorry, a Max I was going to say. But it is banned out by them, as well as the... Okay, I was not expecting a Lola.
First pick?
That's a bit weird for me, because now it's got Meg and Poker written all over it, has it not? Or you know, certainly the Meg, but the bans at least were RT, Carl, Max, and then Max, B, and Bell on the side of Reconic.
I don't have an explanation for Lola first pick. It's just not something that you see. You don't even really see it on this map, never mind as a first pick. The bans have to line up perfectly for it to be coming in as a last, never mind a first. So I don't know why Matt's taking so long to pick Meg either, really. But at the end of the day, you know, there's still a lot open. There's still a lot that can be played. They're going for the Janet, and I would not be surprised if a Meg is up next, because they can't really give Lola Meg to the other team, or that can be a lot of DPS coming down quite quick.
Always a safe pair of hands for South America, that Janet. I don't mind it, but I prefer the Meg. just putting that one out there. Definitely would. And something of an aggressive nature as well. Wouldn't go amiss. Wouldn't mind even a Pam here, and yeah, it's gotta be. It just has to be. Can't afford to hand that draft back over and not lock in that Brawl. And I'm with you, Trav. I don't understand this Lola pick. Not as a first draft, and I think that this is where Matt FA have really just outshone Reconic as well, because their drafting has been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, especially in Ring of Fire, as we just saw. They took control massively over the situation. I just gotta hope, for the sake of Reconic here, that they've got a game plan in play. That's not a bad response. I don't mind that response, but I just still can't see how the Lola fits into the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're going with Lou. It's not the same as Hot Zone. I don't think it'll work the same. It's a good counter to Meg, as we saw in the last one, as you've just said. But it's not really the same, is it? There's 3 choke points instead of 1, and the Meg can come up pretty much any one of them. Stu's decent, can keep out of the range, weave in and out of some shots, but if Matt FA can get a last pick here, then I'm thinking maybe they're going to finish this one out 3-1.
I'm kind of with you. Penny coming in now for Matt FA, which is a really, really good one. Again, new gears in motion. Pet power for Penny will provide 20% more damage to her turret. And you can normally just tell it's indicated in the icons beneath the Brawler. So if it has a little bit of a difference on left and right side, then that's an indicator that the Mythic gear will be in play. Rather the Epic gear, isn't it? Rarity for Penny. But JXCR picking Stu does give me a bit of confidence, because you know, those are the aggressive Brawlers that he was really thriving on last month, but this is a new month, quite apparently so. Who would have thought coming into this one that Matt FA, after getting stomped in the quarterfinals by this very team last month in a sweep, bringing things back to 2-1, and in my opinion have a winning draft, secure it and make the grand finals right here, right now. The question is, will they do that, or will Reconic put down the gauntlet, put a stop to things and take us to the 5th and final set? We're about to find out.
I mean, the control early on is a good indicator for Matt FA. Drop the base can be placed now as well, and Christian versus Meliodas is a very close match, but eventually Meliodas is going to come out on top. Little ego being placed now by JXCR, and he does actually clean up the right-hand side, cycles it as well, but a Penny Mortar's there to answer.
Tano does need to get quickly back into mech, but Toxic and JXCR pinch off there, turret down for Ander, causing a little bit of concern for Reconic. They've got to maneuver then a bit differently, and Ander, yeah, comes out on top, as you'd expect to see. Tano comes back in. Toxic going very aggressive onto Meliodas, but it's wide open there. The shot off the line by Christian, just in the nick of time, but got to admire that observation to really try to land it, and it was a very difficult angle to get, and that was about as good a shot as you'll find, just not quite the timing to see it through.
Little shots onto Christian there over the left-hand side now, and he is quite low. Ander trying to find the killing blow, but does actually just go for that mortar instead and try to take him down this way. Tano needs a super, and if he gets one, surely it's going to be a goal. Penny Mortar not going to hit just yet, and Toxic trying to stay out this drop the base, but can't. It's 3v1, and this might be a walk here. Meliodas getting the damage down, and that's a walk if I've seen one. 3v1, Christian can't do anything on his own, and Matt FA 45 seconds away from a match point.
Crucial time now for a response. Reconic have got to go aggressive early. They've got to get Tano at the mech. They've got to secure Ander, but that turret is going to act as a big body block, and Meliodas has got the escape mechanism as well. Christian needs to cycle the way that we saw in the previous set to the side of Matt. Pass through here would be so good if they can just get a takedown. Plenty of time for it, 20 seconds of the clock. As Meliodas takes to the skies, they've got to really use that time to get the ball and try to make that 3 versus 2 work, but then now they're in such a difficult position as the 3 versus 2 is against them. Nothing really that can be done here. Nothing really that can be done at all. Toxic's all alone. Nothing. Just nothing. Matt are on fire, and I'm so for this. They've earned it so far, and they can barely believe it themselves.
I mean, it really is incredible and thoroughly deserved as well if they manage to shut this one out and finish this one off, because they're playing so well. The drafts have been incredible as well, and although Reconic, they've been good month in, month out, this month just doesn't seem like their month, and at the moment, Matt FA are going to be walking away with this one yet again because their comp's on their side, and if they played the same, then it's going to be game wrapped up here.
No more second chances now. I don't really feel like Reconic have really adapted with that much urgency, and now I'm sure they're feeling like they've got very little time to manage the situation. Tano stunned out, 800 HP, will go down out of mech form. Pushing the ball through though, and frozen out by Christian just in the nick of time there. Carelessly gets taken, concedes shots to Tano. That will slow down the healing process and allow then Matt FA to push it further. And the turret will start to take its toll. It's already causing problem for Toxic as Tano goes on the right-hand side here. Everyone's low. All the HP in the world for Tano. They can surely just walk this one in, but they passed it. They should be able to take care of Christian regardless, or maybe not. The stun just in front of the ball. He can't get the pass. Meliodas finally gets it, and now he is sliding. Somehow finds his way to the goal. Oh my word, that was almost a disaster moment for Matt FA.
Managed to get it in the end though. Penny Morton is dropped down and it's going to start raining once more, but Speed Zone out the back for Toxic now. Meliodas going to tank one of those shots with his Speed Zone and with his drop the base and get his super off the back of it as well. Flight available and not a stun just yet on Tano. He's moving forward little by little and this ego is not in a good spot for him against Xander. Gets the takedowns and super is available now for Tano. The swipe's there, but Christian gets the stun out and the super along with it as well. Ball plays forward instead of backwards. I'm not sure about the decision, but Tano's kind of been left here. There's not really a lot they can do. Christian might go down to him as well, and he's doing wonders work with only his Meg form, not even the Meg.
Such a tough one here. The Reconic under so much pressure, and time is almost up. Matt FA having such a fantastic opportunity here to go to the grand finals. Reconic have got to wake up. They've got to smell the coffee. They've got to get this ball forwards, get some takedowns, and they're just flustered, and they're all over the place. 20 seconds left. It's got to be now or never, Trav.
And I think it's probably going to be never. 17 seconds, they're still pinned. One goes down, one left. JXCR the only one available and the only one who can make something happen before the clock runs out. Christian's there, but the ball's there as well. Matt FA take them all down, and they're going to be going to the finals as they upset the whole of the region and take down Reconic Esports SA.
Brilliant stuff. The underdogs coming out on top, and you can just see how much it means to them. You love to see it. I thought I said curse for a minute there. I was thinking, what's going on here? But again, I've got to bring it back around to the context of which they've made it through to the grand finals. Last month, this team placed off against the quarterfinals against Reconic Esports. They got absolutely stomped. It was a 3-0. But they took on board the learnings, went back to the drawing board, and just got better. You love to see it, you know, just going from strength to strength. And yeah, Reconic, they're the ones that have to now go back to the drawing board themselves. And, you know, I think it's opened up some eyes here. Our predictions, Trav, blown out of the water, but I'm okay with it. Because what a performance, you can't deny it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't mind it either. I'll take a prediction loss for the sake of an underdog story like Matt FA moving on to the finals, because not only did we say Reconic were going to win this one, we had them down to win the whole thing today. And I mean, how wrong were we? And honestly, I'm pretty happy that I'm wrong for once, because Matt FA thoroughly deserved this finals position because they've just dominated one of the best teams in the region.
Just to put it out there as well, going back to the beginning of this matchup, it was an 85% vote in favor of Reconic taking it. So I wouldn't be surprised if the chat is up in arms about it. But like I say, I'm all for it because this is what it is for me in terms of my passion for esports and Brawl esports specifically. Is just those victory stories. Look at the stats. And with 11 takedowns, Tano with 6, Meliodas with 8. I mean, even the lowest with Tano is just simply one less than we saw on the entire side of Reconic on the takedowns. A lot of DPS for JXCR, no doubt about it, but a team display for sure for Matt FA is our MVP. You voted for it over at event.brawlstars.com. It is Meliodas. And I cannot wait to see how this team fare in the grand finals, Trav, because who knows? Maybe that is just one of many upsets to come.
I mean, honestly, after that, I'm kind of hoping it is. I'd love upsets all day long and an upset grand final because up next, we've kind of got our main dog in this region, the front runner. And honestly, if they were upset as well, that'd just make it the perfect ending to not that I'm betting against people and hoping on preying on people's downfalls, but I just love an underdog story in the BSC.
I'm with you on that one. Well, the next matchup will be LeaveNoWitness versus SKCalalas. Do not go anywhere, guys. Going to a very, very short break. We'll be right back after this.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We're in South America West. We've already had South America East a while ago. We've crowned our victor on this one. We've had one semi-final of South America West, and now we're on to the second. We have LeaveNoWitness versus SKCalalas South America. Teddy, what were your thoughts on that first game?
Crazy upset, let's be honest here. I mean, Reconic, they haven't been the top dogs of the region, but they were definitely aiming for it. Right now, dropping down in top 4 is really shocking, absolutely shocking, but I mean, hey, it's gonna make another team happy, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it really is incredible what they managed to do and what they managed to pull forward, because now they're in the finals. They're going to be facing off against LeaveNoWitness or SKCalalas in the finals just a bit later on. We've also got this one first, but as you can see in the bracket, if you are just joining, Reconic Esports South America, who were Juan Danilos in the past couple of months, they did take a loss against a team who have only just come to the semi-finals, the monthly finals on broadcast for a first time this month. Big, big upset, but now we are in the second semi-final. LeaveNoWitness versus SKCalalas. Big, big matchup here. Let's take a little bit of a look at the roster. Starting things off with LeaveNoWitness, Alonso, Reese, and Loco. Really, really strong roster today.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, they have been the favorites of the region, winning already 2 monthly finals, I believe. Some close calls, don't get me wrong, and some moments where we felt like maybe they wouldn't, but so far they seem quite cemented as the best team in the region. We'll see if they can hold on to that title today, as SKCalalas, they have some a little bit of a revenge tour that they are on here, because, well, so far they haven't quite been able to beat them.
Well, Alchi, Lakitas, and Exic going to be the SKCalalas roster, and they've had some fights. They've had some really, really good fights, and they just haven't been able to make it very far. I believe they're sitting in about top 4 on the leaderboard, so still very good, very reputable team. They've got some big names. Alchi's been playing since, I don't know, 2019 in competitive Brawl Stars. Been around for a very, very long time, but still haven't been able to beat some of these top teams. Juan Danilos and I believe Juan Danilos actually reverse sweep them in a previous month, and LeaveNoWitness, I believe, did one of the same things. So they are pretty prone to a reverse sweep. They're usually off to a good start, but after that, it kind of goes downhill.
Yeah, exactly that. It feels like they're there, but just not quite there just yet. And this month is their chance to, well, prove everyone wrong and show that they want to leave their mark in the region. But LeaveNoWitness, I mean, as their name suggests, they haven't been leaving a whole lot of witnesses so far.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, to be fair, you know, they're top of the region. They've won, I believe, both of the monthly finals so far. So definitely want to try get on the same bike and do that again here today. But they've got a big, big opponent to come against first. And you know, we all predicted them. I predicted Reconic to even win the finals, but your predictions are still alive, Teddy. I mean, you may have got that last one wrong, but LeaveNoWitness is still there for you to bring it back and do the finals predictions correctly.
That is very true. I'm hoping for LeaveNoWitness to prove me right. We've counted on them the last 2 months. Let's see if they make it happen. I mean, they've been looking good and looking very serious here as well. But not really. And I like the vibe. I like the energy. It's kind of been, you know, how the team has been acting since the beginning. Very much, you know, like just being goofy, having fun, trolling a bit, but all in the realm of their control. It did look like sometimes the trolling would slip up a little bit, but they managed to nail the landing at the end of the day. Layer cake for bounties where we're going to be kicking off the series, and 64% of you guys at home are going with SKCalalas, which is interesting. Probably because you don't know that LeaveNoWitness, well, you know, they were ex-Marruecos, which won both previous monthly finals and have yet to lose in the BSC. But if you were listening to the casters, Well, you'd be getting this one right.
Exactly. Sometimes we just know these kind of things. I mean, yes, SKCalalas might actually win this one and prove us wrong yet again, but at the end of the day, the favourites going into this one are definitely LeaveNoWitness. Gene going to be the first pick coming in. Throwers banned out from their side as well, and Throwers banned out on the other side. Penny going to be the first pick of SKCalalas, but ban-wise, we've got the Sprout, the Grom, the RT, Tick. But Grey's going to be banned out on this one. Grom and RT going to be banned out. We've actually got mirror bans on either side, but the Penny and the Grey picks going to be coming in from SKCalalas.
It's interesting. I mean, Grey has been probably really popular in the region. Don't get me wrong. It is there in the meta, like everywhere, right? But I would say that so far, I've been impressed by South America's wish to play him so much. Maybe it's just me, but it does feel like it's one of those brawlers that they're slowly appropriating to themselves, as they've done with other brawlers like Bo and Mr. P. But we'll be seeing an Ashe now join the ranks of LeaveNoWitness with the Janet as well. And the Ashe is definitely something that SKCalalas, they need to be ready for, and they need some sort of strong counter pick.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, on Layer Cake especially, it's tough to find a counter to Ashe. If you get in those aggressive portions of the map, you have the robotic rats, and you're going to be able to tank quite a lot. Obviously, Penny's going to be able to splash through quite a lot of those, and Carl able to do the same with his pickaxe, return into him as well. Will pretty much take out those robotic rats with a snap of his fingers. And a bit of protective pirouette on there as well can do pretty well against the Ashe, but you just have to pick your moment, especially when he's not rage up. It's probably the prime time.
All right, Carl is an interesting way to go. I just don't know if they have the DPS to deal with the Ashe if he's pushing up. There's no wall breaks, no way of opening up the map, no way of removing the bushes, and not a ton of damage either. Sure, you know, a well-placed salty barrel can pretty much procure a 1 or 2 shot onto the Ashe, but he shouldn't really be giving you that sort of range anyways. So, I don't know. It's scary to me. The blue star is going to be picked up easily by SKCalalas, but that's about it. And there is a little bit of wall break with the gadget from Luquitas, but it's still fairly limited, all things considered.
Yeah, not really going to get a lot done, and it could be pretty much figured out with just a swap, but looks like he might be going straight through this mid and trying to find Exic by surprise, and he might do it right now after avoiding that shot, but doesn't actually choose to make the move. Ree's actually not even going to be playing. Have to point out that that is not actually a player at the moment. Alonso, though, might be getting the kill and does get the trade. Robotic Rats down, but the TP in from Luquitas needs to be traded out, and the bot secures the kill.
All right, fair enough. Well, 1-star lead now for LeaveNoWitness. They have the gene pool as well, so if anyone over-aggresses, it's going to be a short affair. Mortar is finding some value as Alonso a little bit slow on the reaction time for a second. Same for Loco now, kind of guard. And same for Riz. So far, Mortar is doing more than all 3 players combined on the side of SKCalalas. You love to see it.
Well, it is a little bit of a stalemate, so you can't blame them for not being able to make the move. But at the moment, the Penny Turret is doing a lot of work, I will say. Loco needs to try and find something with his gene pool, but at the moment doesn't really want to rush it, waiting for them to push into them, because eventually they're going to have to. They are 1-star down, even if it is just that blue star and a 1-star lead. They're eventually going to have to make a push, and he might be able to try and find this pull. Not sure if we've got any salty barrels left. We do still for Alchi. Throws a little bit more of an aggressive turret, and the salty barrel to tank out the pull is baited out.
Yeah, but with 15 seconds left, I think it's a good timing to just pop one. He still has one left as well, so he's still safe. Exic is going in onto Alonso. Everyone's low, but no one's going down on the side of LeaveNoWitness. It's not quite the same story for SKCalalas, as they do lose 2 players in that final push, and it is going to be a first game victory here for LeaveNoWitness.
I mean, it was a little bit sketchy at times, but they did clearly have a bit of a grip on what was going down. The Ashe almost went at the end, and then they kind of all fell low, but instant cover from Janet managed to pick up the threats, should I say, on the opposing side of SKCalalas. LeaveNoWitness managed to take it home, and definitely a bit of a fight for the blue star. Exic does manage to grab it yet again, and need to try and keep it this time rather than have that kind of pushing into a gene pull affair towards the end.
Loco tagged up. This time around, the pull from Luquita is not quite going to find a connection onto Alonso. And slowly but surely, LeaveNoWitness are creeping up the map. Loco will be quite low HP there as well, but he's fine. The pull onto the drop to base, making sure that it's not going to be keeping them low, and the pull at last from Loco will connect. Alki goes down, and Exic is in trouble as well, forced to fall all the way back into his spawn. 1-star lead now for LeaveNoWitness, and they're not willing to give up any positioning either.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a stalemate once more, but Loucos has this teleport, so can still do quite a lot of work with just one push, but he is on the Ashe side, and that's not the smart teleport to take. Loco's got this pull as well, and surely going to be going for Exic here. Needs to try and make the pathway through, but the turret is going to be placed down. Alonso trying to find some damage, does avoid that walking cane and stays alive. Depends how long that's going to last. Nice follow-up shots as well. TP coming in. Robotic Rats might return, and the knockback and shots follow up as well. Mortar almost goes down. Ree's going to fly away, and that is wonderful gameplay from LeaveNoWitness. And honestly, they did leave no witnesses.
Yeah, they really didn't, and so far it's looking good for the blue side of things. And Mortar is placed down. We did see how much value it can bring earlier, but even that wasn't quite enough. Final countdown about to come true, and SKCalalas, they need a bunch of kills.
Yeah, Paul going to be baited out by the teleport back, but I'm pretty sure he might have wanted that teleport in rather than teleporting out. But now the shots come through. Ree's going to be able to get the shots off, and it is the blue star, but it's turned around by the flying bomb of Ree's to take the set. LeaveNoWitness take the first one, and that is a beautiful, beautiful turnaround, because that could have gone bad quick.
It certainly could have. A bit of overconfidence maybe from LeaveNoWitnesses, but at the end of the day, they will be able to lock in this first set with a 2-0 as well. I mean, they just look better here, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the blunder was already in the draft for SKCalalas, just not really properly respecting the Ashe pick that LeaveNoWitness brought in. And Alonso, even though he wasn't like, you know, absolutely popping off, he was just too much of a threat, and some decision making as well there on the TP onto him was a bit optimistic. Alonso still had gadgets, had a teammate that was creeping up to the rescue. So, I don't know. I feel like they just kind of didn't take Ashe into consideration in this draft, even though they knew he was there. They still had the pick afterwards. I like Carl because he gets you the blue star. I like Carl in general, but I just feel like they did not have the damage to deal with the Ashe.
Yeah, you see, I don't mind the call. I don't know if there's more the rest of the comp that didn't have the damage either, but it's a little bit of a difficult one. Kill-wise, though, I mean, it's bounty, so kills actually do matter in this game. We're 3-4-2, 2-2-0 for the side of SKCalalas, so nothing really comparable to what LeaveNoWitness managed to pull out and bring to the table. Damage-wise, I mean, Alchi did a wonderful job, but obviously couldn't secure enough eliminations along with it to be able to bring this one home.
It was a good attempt, but yeah, as you said, I feel like the draft was rough, and I agree with you. I mean, I think Carl was one of their most solid brawlers there. I just feel like it should have been picked earlier, or, you know, they should have been more tank aware, I guess, earlier on in the draft. I don't know. It just felt like they said, oh, they picked Ashe, let's just, you know, stick it to our own game plan. You need to adapt with an Ashe being picked, and we'll see if they'll learn from their mistakes. Flame Phoenix is a map where you can see some tanks as well, but for now, it's going to be a first pick Gus on the side of LeaveNoWitness. Our bans will include a Mandy and a Pam, which are interesting bans to me. Definitely not terrible brawlers here, but not necessarily brawlers I would, you know, rate incredibly highly either, at least not myself.
No, I mean, I don't think so either, and I will question the Gus first pick as well. I'm not sure if I like that too much, and throwers are usually going to be coming down, but maybe a little bit later on in the draft, so not really sure what Gus is going to be able to do against the majority of those with his kind of relatively low damage. But Meg going to be coming in after that, and SKCalalas off to a great start with this draft with that pick.
I agree. I mean, Meg is an absolute threat everywhere. I don't mind the Gus myself. I feel like, even though he doesn't deal a ton of damage, you're absolutely right. I do think he has decent burst damage with his gadget, and that can be enough at times to just, you know, get a quick elimination. But on the side of SKCalalas, that's kind of the problem you were talking about. Even having a little bit of burst is not going to be enough, because they have incredibly tanky brawlers already brought into the mix.
Yeah, we'll see if these throwers are going to be picked up now, or if SKCalalas is going to be able to snag one with that last pick. Obviously, Tick being banned out, so it's kind of Grom or Sprout that they're going to want to be picking up, but not really sure what they're going to be going now. We'll see with this pick from LeaveNoWitness should be coming in shortly, and it's going to be Penny. I do like that. Obviously, going to have some good splash damage when the mortar's established. It's going to be really, really strong. And with a slow-moving Bonnie, you can get some good shots and get that turret quick, and I guess the same with Meg with all the tanky HP.
Yeah, I don't mind the Penny either. I think it's pretty decent, and with a slower movement speed that you have on the Meg, you can still find some nice connections with the mortar too, and we saw in the previous set that the mortar was connecting more often than not. And sure, it was against LeaveNoWitness, but I'm still assuming that it will be able to find a decent bit of value. Carl is going to be their final pick. Don't particularly mind it, but it's not going to be the most exotic pick here for Flaring Phoenix. But I kind of don't mind them going for a safer approach with the draft here. They know that they are the better team, and if it's a somewhat fair matchup, they should be able to bring it home. SKCalalas, they got their chance now to impress us with their final pick and see if maybe they want to pull through with something aggressive. Otis, fairly aggressive, but also able to really stand his own ground. I like the idea, you know, you really want to be going towards the end games and then go for a mute and basically eliminate a player even before the final fight has started. But I don't know if it's going to cut it here for SKCalalas. They do have a decent comp. I especially love the Bonnie and the Meg, but they also have to execute it right. And that for me is going to be the bigger challenge.
Yeah, well, the Otis, I do like it. Fat Splatter's obviously really good, but Carl can quite often get the super off and still go aggressive on that when the mute is in effect. And maybe I would have preferred a thrower still, regardless of all these kind of aggressive tendencies that are going on. If you stop them from getting supers and stuff like that, then they're not going to be able to get too much done. Breeze now over the left-hand side, throwing out some pickaxe shots down there and not able to hit Loucos just yet. It's duking well, but Exic taking some heavy fire in the mid from Alonso and Loco.
Alonso finding some tags here and there. Nothing too substantial just yet. Loco needs to be careful, and that Salty Barrel is great. Could potentially have been a super already unlocked by Alki, and if he jumped in, that would have been a quick kill. If they do get the Meg outside of her mech, that would be massive getting towards the final stages of that first round. It's not meant to be, at least not just yet. And both teams are just trying desperately to get some supers across the board so they can come into this final fight with all their chances to jump in from Alki. Riz is going to go down as well. It's only Alonso left alive, and he's not going to be trying it. Which, I mean, fair, it's a 1v2, but Meg outside of mech is not necessarily the most dangerous. I don't know, I feel like maybe it would have been worth a shot, but I can also respect the decision from LeaveNoWitness to play it safe and keep the super for the next round.
Yeah, maybe a smart choice to keep that super, but not able to get too much done with it regardless. And see if he's going to be able to use it on Loco or use it himself to pull Chalchi down the mid as well, or if he just wants to use it as that saving grace for himself. But Exit quickly falling out of super, and if they just don't feed this for the rest of the round, they should be able to clean up in the late portion of the game anyway.
Yeah, they have 3 supers available. No more mech for SKC, which should mean a fairly straightforward victory here. But then again, you would be surprised as Riz goes in and very quickly everyone else seems to be going out. Actually, Loucos is able to take him out, but it's only a 2-for-1 trade, and LeaveNoWitness should be fairly comfortable as Alki is going to make a run for the gas. Still gets the tag onto Alonso, and saw earlier how impactful that jump in was. Doesn't quite have it yet, but is going to be one shot closer from unlocking it.
Yeah, mortar up yet again, and they just need to get Exic out of that mech form really early on, because that's what seemed to work for them so well in that previous round. Get him down and get him out, because he's the main damage dealer. He's going to be the one who's doing the majority of stuff at the end of the game, tanking shots as well, and Alchi popping out the bush, gets hit by the mortar, and so that fire does burn him down a little bit as well. Reed's trying to push up, but Mute has been fed to Loucos, and that's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, that Mute might be what makes a difference but there's also now a call super available. All 3 supers, as a matter of fact, for SKC, which gives them an advantage getting into the late game. The gas is going to be spawning in any second and closing the map. As right now, we start having that final engagement. Loco is shielded up, but jumping from Alki, but he goes down. Exic outside of his mech, didn't quite get the swipe out either. He falls, and LeaveNoWitness end up stealing that first game of knockout.
I mean, it was really nice. It was a great finish. Nice use of the salty barrel to tank a lot of that jump-in body damage. Some really, really smart plays from them, and it was a bit close. I mean, they were all pretty low towards the end there. In a different day, it would have gone the complete opposite way, and it would have been SKCalalas walking away with all the glory of that set, of that game, I should say. But back again, and now LeaveNoWitness. They're just one game away from taking it to 2 sets up, and that's a dangerous position for SKCalalas to come back from.
Splash from Renegados, try to funnel his opposition, and it's working quite all right. They're pushed back, playing it really distant from the mid. Loucos shielded up though, that creates some space and some tags across the board. Exic also low HP, but did manage to pop a gadget to heal back up. Seems like for now, LeaveNoWitness are going to be safe and sound after that initial aggression from SKC and try their best to reset things and start unlocking some more supers for themselves. They do have, actually everyone has a super on LeaveNoWitness if you count the mortar that's placed down, and so far it does mean they have a little bit of an advantage getting into this first endgame.
Yeah, Exic fairly low as well, and the mortar's raining down. Loucos can't really go back now, and Reese knows that he's going to go in, maybe overly aggressive, but the shots come through, and Exic's the only one available now. He's going to go down as well, and 1 round between LeaveNoWitness in the second set.
Honestly, worth it, you know, the Carl, even though he dies, he takes no one with him. He gets 2 players, 1 shot. And as Alonso and Loco won their fight in a 2v1, it was easy for them to close it out. Let's see if LeaveNoWitness are going to double down on their lead, pick up a second set, or if SKC can try to contest this game as well.
Well, Alchi jumping in. Loco's going to tank a lot of that, get some splash through as well, but it looks like this is an SKC round. Alonso going to run away and try not to feed supers to anybody but Exit, because it's not really going to matter if he has it. But now, it's 1-1 in this game, and SKCalalas have an answer clearly. It's that quick aggression that works for them.
Looking for some tags, looking for some supers. But both teams playing max distance. They know how important this round is going to be. Set the tone for potentially the rest of the match. So far, both teams are approaching things very carefully, very methodically. And it's probably going to be up for the gas again to force in a fight.
Yeah, still got this Gus shield and Reese with the super as well, and he does have that flying hook, and this is dangerous game for Alchi. He's seen it now as well. There goes the shield, and he messes up his flying hook, does have to back off, but not going to complain because he did get some control along with it. Super now available for Alchi, and that's a jump if I've ever seen one. Right there, gets the kill and doesn't actually go down. Mute comes in. Loco's going to surely go down as well now, and he does fall. SKC even things out in knockout and bring it back to 1-1.
Wonderful job there from SKC to try to feed as little supers as they could and seize the opportunity as soon as they had the timing. Some good shots as well. The flank from the Otis finding a lot of value, getting some players around mid HP, and then that jump in from the Bunny was just a final blow to claim the advantage and eventually pick up the round and game. 1-1 now in knockout, and SKCalalas are just 1 away from evening things out the set score.
Yeah, good shots from Loucos as well. Working towards that super, we know how influential it can be because the mute worked out so well in the previous one. Loco just trying to get some shots because he needs this mortar, whether that be in this game or the next, to be able to get some proper damage down and zone them out nicely. Alonso not having the easiest time against Alchi, but does find the connecting shot now. Just a little bit of a stalemate as we wait for some supers to be built up.
Same stuff as the previous 2 games. As you said, just trying to get some pokes, get some supers, and unless there's really a very big opportunity to go in and get a kill, Both teams don't want to take the risk. Alonso is in a bit of danger. Might have to pop a shield. Actually, I think they accept their demise, but the Carl doesn't quite. The shield on the Carl could actually have been enough there to get those 2 kills. Bit of miscommunication by Luxo. No, he did pop the shield. Never mind. I just didn't see it come true.
That's because he missed it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, that works too. That works too.
Yeah, no, I mean, he totally missed the shield, though, as it probably would have been. Even if it had used it on self, it'd have probably won that round, as both of them were one-shot jumping now from Alchi, and that's overly aggressive, I feel. Maybe not the right play to make. Loco and Reese still survive, and both of them with supers. Same on the SKC, though. Both of them have supers as well, and more to place. It does seem quite defensive, and the gas should take that before it really starts to take effect. Well, maybe they want to sweep up this round faster than the gas coming in.
Yeah, honestly, I think a 2-on-2 is winning for SKC because the mute on Otis gains more and more value the less opponents there are, right? If you're in a 1v2 or a 1v1, you're ironing out even more of your opposition if you're able to connect that mute. So I don't necessarily even mind the trade. I think it's going to be favoring SKC. However, Exit needs to stay in the mech or it's going to be very dangerous. Riz with the super. Is it enough? A one-on-one now. The mute is going to connect. Is that going to do it? Yeah. 420 HP for Loucos to lock it in, but the set is going to be theirs. Incredibly close, and if the mortar had been hit instead by the mute or a salty barrel, it would have been enough for the round to go the other way around. But that's in an alternate universe, because in this one, it is SKC that pick up the set.
I think he had a salty barrel as well. I'm going to have a look on the replay, but a salty barrel drops faster than a mortar does, and he could drop that in his face, drop a mortar in his face, and they have a chance. It's not like there's another round and he's saving his super, saving his gadgets, because there wasn't. It was do or die in that game, and definitely a little bit of a mistake coming in there from Loco. Needs to use his gadgets and supers a little bit earlier on just to tank some damage down, and maybe even deal some as well if he's running that star power. But definitely a little bit disappointing there for LeaveNoWitness to be able to lose that one, because they win that game, they win another round, and that's 2 sets up instead of it being 1-1, and that is a totally different scoreline.
Absolutely. I mean, some missed opportunities, you know, the shield there that was missed. Not honestly missed by a mile too. I don't know if he was aiming at his teammate that went down, but he had plenty of time as well. He did have a salty barrel. He certainly did have a salty barrel, and that's a big blunder once again. That's 2 rounds that realistically should have been on the side of LeaveNoWitness. And yeah, you're right. If that was a salty barrel, that would have tanked it. The mortar was optimistic. It would have been better to keep it than just salty barrel and throw the mortar at your opponent. Then you're 100% sure to win that fight. A mistake here. A couple mistakes, as a matter of fact, for LeaveNoWitness, and I mean, they'll be punished for it. Was a set dropped?
Yeah, I mean, it's just really difficult for them. It's a difficult pill to swallow for them there, and they're going to need to come out strong in gem grab on gem 4, otherwise it could quite easily go the other way now. Momentum in their favor. And I mean, although it was a mistake and they probably could have won that round and that set, it's maybe even going to put their heads even further down, knowing that they could be up right now instead of being even. Bands being Poco, Crow, and RT. Penny going to be the first pick of SKC here now, and then their bands are the Squeak, the Janet, and the Ruts.
First pick, Meg. Oh no, actually, I mean, first pick for LeaveNoWitness. The first pick was Penny on set of SKC, then the Meg and the Max joining the ranks of LeaveNoWitness. A Pam for SKC now. I mean, I really don't mind what I'm seeing on either side. You know, Max is going to be a fantastic mid. So is Pam. I'm assuming would be played mid. It could be Penny too, to be completely fair. I think Meg is probably going to be better on lane though. And this is an interesting one here. I feel like it's been a really long time since I've seen it on Gemfort, but it's been quite a while since, you know, we've had Gemfort in the competitive map pool. So
finally,
that maybe has a little bit of an impact. And yeah, Ark is going to be incredibly happy right now. This is a moment where, you know, we get the caster reaction from Ark, because we see the amber, and I'm sure he sees it too, and that puts a smile on his face.
I mean, I really like this comp from LeaveNoWitness, I will say. I think it's very, very strong. And I mean, the same on SKC as well. Both sides of this this matchup are incredibly strong comps. And it's kind of just like flood the mid and hope it goes well. I think for both teams, more SKC than it is for LeaveNoWitness. As, you know, the Pam, the Penny, the Ems, they're all capable of just sticking down some, well, two of them are capable of sticking down some turrets and the other one can just pop that super in the mid.
Yeah, seeing how quickly they drafted as well, it feels like both teams knew exactly what sort of comps they wanted to play with and not necessarily care too much for what their opposition does, as both teams are tank aware with those comps and can really be versatile enough to deal against any sort of team compositions. It's just about which one is going to be stronger here, as we do have tons of grounds on the right hand side that are covered by flames. Alonso needs to be careful. Loucos catches him off guard and all the oil is going to burn up without getting a single tick of damage onto anyone.
Yeah, a lot of gems in the hands of LeaveNoWitness now as well, and this is the team we expect. One of them does go down, and then Reese is just left in the middle of everything. Supers everywhere, and a super thrown out to the right hand side with Mama Squeeze as well. That's 8 gems picked up, another 2 on the floor, and that's countdown for SKC now.
They had a 6-gem lead, but now suddenly there's none left in the pocket for LeaveNoWitness. They need a kill to interrupt this countdown. Loco getting some damage down onto Alki, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, and Alonso is shooting at the wrong target. They do get the kill, but surely they can't find Loucos now. They need the entire team to come help out. With 10 seconds left, that's easier said than done.
Yeah, Reese now just pushing forward, trying to get some damage down, but it's just, as you said, too little too late. Not enough for them. And although LeaveNoWitness were completely in control for the entire game, up to about 8 gems, it doesn't matter if you're going to fall. It doesn't matter if you're going to get over-aggressive and stay in the mid when you're not welcome. That is going to turn around, and now SKC are the ones in the lead for the first time in this series.
I feel like they were playing really well on the side of LeaveNoWitness until they decided to be greedy, and the gem carrier, it wasn't actually the gem carrier, but Riz was carrying the gems at the time. He got greedy, trying to pick up the gems from his fallen teammate, and instead of just holding on to his own, there were just none left in the bank, and it's a tough decision to make because you have the lead for so long and kind of want to try to keep it. It's better to be even than to lose, and so far, LeaveNoWitness, they're losing now.
Yeah, well, 4 gems in the hands of SKC, and Loco now pushing through the mid once more. Alchi maybe overstaying his welcome this time and getting burned down. Exik slowed and burned as Alonso throws that onto him now as well. Loucos just picking up those gems and taking a lot of damage along with it as well, allowing them to maybe keep this control a little bit longer than they would have done if he hadn't taken that damage. But super now being popped by Loco, speeds straight onto the Meg, and should maybe have gone a little bit more aggressive than he did. And Scrapsucker coming in from Alchi, but straight away getting swiped at, and should be able to get this here with the turret, but if not, he's going to get a lot of control. Loco, 6 gems in his head and 4 gems on Loucos. Very close game there.
Alonso not shooting the oil because he wants to keep the area slowed, but actually a shot is going to be missed and will connect on the oil. Loucos getting some nice tags onto Riz, and his Exik super in the mid. Pops it a bit early, but Alonso still gets caught. Riz looking to find an angle. They still have a 1-gem lead, but that might not last for very long, as Exik is looking to maybe get a pickup on the right. The flames from Alonso will connect, and Exik is going to be very low HP.
Yeah, Alki now. Gem on the floor, super down as well. X is going to get some heals off that, and so is Alki. Reese over the left-hand side, not in mech. Need to try and get out of the situation, but they're surrounded. 3 players surround them and stop them from going back. Maybe they'll have to go forwards and try and avoid it that way. That's exactly what they're choosing to do, and they're heading straight into the spawn of LeaveNoWitness here. Super thrown out by Loucos as well. Down goes 2 of the players. Reese, the only one remaining, has the mech, but nothing else. And SKC, they're going 2 sets up.
Incredible stuff from SKC. A second set picked up now, and only 1 away from doing the impossible, knocking out the 2-times champions in this region and making it to the grand finals.
I will say, today might be the day of underdogs. might be the day of underdogs, because we saw the underdogs win the last one. SKC are undoubtedly the underdogs coming into this one, and they're 2-1 up. This could all be done in parallel plays right now. Hopefully for Arc Sanity, we won't see any Willow. But at the end of the day, SKC, they need to be able to win this one. They need to take it home, and I would honestly love it. As much as my predictions have completely gone wrong now, they're just completely out the window, I just want underdogs to win today.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, I'm hoping for an upset here, but if my memory serves me well, it's not the first time that LeaveNoWitness get themselves in trouble. Now, last time I think they were trolling a little bit more and being a little bit less serious with the draft and all. They seem to be playing quite serious now. They're just not playing very well. And SKCalalas, they are looking to punish them for their inconsistency and make sure that they seize every opportunity here to make it all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, stats 6-2-4, 4-3-6. So technically just about on the side of SKC rather than LeaveNoWitness, but first game it was definitely all LeaveNoWitness. They were in control, they had 8 gems to 0 and they just fumbled it. They just dropped all the gems on the floor and it was a big turnaround. The second one though, it was all SKC. They had the gems pretty much throughout the entire thing. I'm sure it said parallel plays a second ago, but now it is Safe Zone Heist. Maybe I'm just completely losing it, but at the end of the day, I kind of prefer this map to be possibly the decider.
I don't mind it either, and that's gonna be quite a bit of long-range fights. So usually, oh well, back in parallel plays now.
Maybe I'm not losing it.
It happens. It happens. We'll see the Lou as a first pick here, and it makes more sense here than on Safe Zone. Let's be honest. Spike gonna be facing in very early into that draft here for SKC. Amber already brought into the mix as well, and I really like Amber here. I mean, again, Amber really good pretty much everywhere, but if you can burn the bushes that are on your defense side, you'll be able to just, you know, get full on information there, or if you just put a slow, that's gonna be a nightmare for your opponents to try to push through.
Squeak gonna be picked up next, along with that Lou, and nice stuff. They pick up the Eve as well. Gonna be able to levitate over that water. Smart decision, especially with this new gear. Giving them the 4 spawnables does make it just that little bit better. And honestly, so far we've kind of seen it is very, very solid. Now, seemingly over to SKC for their last pick. The Spike and Amber, pretty good, but Mortis is something that you can't expect ever, and it's something that actually might work all right. The Lou might be able to stun it out quite a lot, but against the other two, it's going to be able to do some decent damage and cycle.
Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know what to think, because, I mean, it will win 1v1s against everyone, and not really consistently against the Lou. Like, the Lou, as you said, is going to be the strongest defensive measure here against the Mortis. But if Loco gets enough connections onto Loucos will be like half HP after getting the kill, and potentially with some good team play that can take care of him. Same with the Eve that can jump away if the Mortis gets too close at least once or twice, as we'll see right now, and that should more often than not result in exit going down. We'll see that exact scenario happening now, but if that's gonna be enough is the real question. There's a limited amount of gadgets that Riz has available, and I don't know if that will cut it.
It seems pretty even so far. Exit not off to the best start as he did go down, but now Alki is over to that left-hand side. And we see just moving over to the right now, and he goes dashing through to this Spike, this Squeak, and he doesn't have a lot of ammo, but actually managed to get his super and managed to come out on top of that one with pretty much full HP as well. Aggressive plays coming in from SKC now, and a little bit of heal thanks to the life plant, and XG is straight back on the Squeak, super thrown directly up, and that might take him down, but only one connected. He gets the kill, does get traded out by that last shot, but seems SKC maybe have a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, the thing in the meantime is that Loucos has decided to make the map his canvas and has painted all over it with oil, and every time someone walks in it with the new gear, they'll be slowed. And that is very scary, because at any moment, Loucos can just set it on fire, or for his opponents, I mean, it's going to be less distance that Exik has to dash to make it to his opposition. and Aoki can just, get some easy shots to connect. Doesn't seem like he needs it as Alonso falls, and right now SKC, they're looking like they're on the right way to match point.
Yeah, they are looking very, very good. Shots from Amber as well, and a burn there. Loucos going to go down, and Algae just staying on the zone. Some shots coming through, getting pinched in, but now the pinch comes from SKC as Exit comes through. Super gets two, gets the heals of it as well, and he's pretty much full HP, and he is now. Lakitas low, but Exit can tank out a lot of this damage and surely be able to bring it home here. Super being thrown down, both of them actually as well. Squeak Super and Lou Super. It's not over yet, but it's getting towards that way.
It's looking complicated for SKC, for LeaveNoWitness. SKC now 5% away from taking this game and securing 2 match points, and Exik just dashes into the zone, should be able to close it out, and will do just that. Match point coming up for SKC.
That was nice. He saw his opening and he took it. Nice plays from SKC there. And as you said, with all that amber oil on the map, when it's going to slow people down, it's really, really hard to make a move. I believe he did accidentally burn some of it up just after we mentioned it, but it was a good decision no matter what, and he still had some of it down. Breeze instantly over to this left-hand side. Gets that percentage lead early on as he can get there the fastest, but Exit going aggressive, and he's just trying to bait out these gadgets at this point and does successfully do that.
Exit should end up going down, and he will do just that. And immediately they're pushing upwards, looking for some more map control and a chance maybe to get some positioning into the zone. Auto super from Lokida's placed down. Exit is going in, but can't quite get his super in time to heal back up and take care of Alonso. Instead, LeaveNoWitness so far are doing quite well, but we saw as soon as the Mortis gets a super, he was able to chain it quite a couple of times, not necessarily in a row, but just being a shot or two away from his next one definitely helps out a ton.
Yeah, Exik gets the dash through, gets some super back in hand as well. Reese having to back off and move away as he doesn't want to really use these gadgets to be able to get away from Mortis. He wants to use them aggressively, but through comes the super. Exit going to try and get some chains through. Alonso not going to fall down. A bit of a slow came from Alki there onto Reese, but wasn't able to finish things off. And they've still got a lot of their home zone to secure, and they've got a decent amount of SKC's side, so we're going to need something special from Exit.
He's ready. He has super, and all he needs is the good timing. SKC do have a little bit of a lead, but that might be temporary, as LeaveNoWitness also captured a bit on enemy territory. Exik was a free kill there onto Alonso with his super. Riz is able to get the trade, but the Flames will take the better of one more player from LeaveNoWitness, and SKC are getting a couple more percentages on the board. Last LeaveNoWitness have finished capturing their own side, and now they can start to focus more on aggressing as they have the man advantage and some nice respawn cycles. A low HP Spike, LeaveNoWitness might just be sealing away this game.
Super coming in from Lou there and does actually get the kill, and it might be taken as well. Exit's going to miss the super as well, get taken down. It's pretty much all up to Alki now. Amber's maybe too far off to be able to get anything done. Super comes down, but Loco's slowed out, might be able to get the pinch. They've got to go for the kill. You can't just wait around. Something needs to happen, and I think they've just accepted defeat of this game at this point, and that is going to be LeaveNoWitness one game away from evening things out, and SKC still on match point.
SKC are not going to be getting a ton of opportunities to close out this match, and they just missed out on one. Let's see if SKC are able to close out this match as they still have that match point in hand, or if LeaveNoWitness can turn things around.
Well, we'll see if Exit can get off to a bit of a better start this time. He is up against that Lou early on, so not the best matchup. Sure, he wants to be over on the squeak, but Reese is falling low early on with Lakitas taking him off guard. Some amber oil being thrown down, and that's going to be the slow. He's going to follow up with a kill on that, and that is a great start for SKC. Burn down, but I believe some percentages is ticking away up top.
Yeah, Alki in a good position and trying to heal up. Will end up going down, but Lakita still got the trade and a couple of percentages on the board in the top right zone for LeaveNoWitness. SKC barely even, all things considered, and actually was a little bit of a lead if you look at the percentages on each zone. They should be able to claim the lead as long as they don't give up any control on the top right side of the map.
Yeah, this Amber Oil over the right-hand side is going to be nasty as well. Going to provide a slow. He manages to get away from that super as well. Great play from him. Doesn't want to leave this right-hand side and doesn't necessarily need to aggress really either. Some good shots coming through now, and he is going forward and gets the aggression. Does get the kill, and the creepy harvest gets him the HP back as well. Loco now the only one remaining, and this has surely got to be it for LeaveNoWitness unless something absolutely magical happens for them. Exit's going to move straight onto Alonso once more, get the super off, get the kill, and the burn down damage on Reese will take him out. 10% lead, and this is almost a nail in the coffin now. Lou Super's going to be thrown out, and it gives them a bit of a lifeline.
Now Lukitas is slow, nearly goes down, but the Cactus will heal him back up. Exic trying to chase Riz, but can dash farm, but not over water. LeaveNoWitness in big time trouble. There's still time left, but no more room for mistakes. I need to make sure that SKC stay as far away as possible from their zone. Exic trying to get a couple more percentages, but not really able to, and that created a bit of a distraction as Lukitas does go down. Alki is 1 HP. Exic is again gonna try to focus their resources on defense as he commits to a push of his own, and this time around he finds Riz. 1% left, and there you have it. SKCalalas was a huge upset in semi-final number 2, and overjoyed on their side as they finally make it past semis and lock in their spot in the grand finals.
What a play. I mean, it really is the day of the underdogs. SKC have won this one, and we saw the underdogs win the previous one as well, and it's just not the day of the people who are at the top of the leaderboard, and this could cause a bit of a shake-up for that second spot. I think we're still pretty safe that LeaveNoWitness are going to be at the top of the leaderboard here, but SKC, they're going to be climbing their way up, and Matt are going to be sliding onto the leaderboard as well, nearer to the mid portion, but SKC are definitely going to be looking really good.
Yeah, it's crazy because if most people, talk about this region, they talk about ZEST, they talk about QLASH. On the other side, they were the absolute favorites. They won everything today. And now here for West, we have 2 upsets in the semifinals. And the 2 teams that we expected to compete in Reconic and LeaveNoWitness, they're both out of the picture. It's gonna be up to top 3. And I mean, Matt FA not even really on the leaderboards to be competing for this first place here in April. What a story here in South America West.
I mean, it really is a story. Both of these teams pretty much, well, not coming from nowhere. SKC definitely have been around, and the players have been around for a serious amount of time, but at the end of the day, nobody really expected them to get to the finals, and we saw this. It's just really something special. We saw so much. I mean, actually, the community did on this one, but I think it was plainly because they didn't know LeaveNoWitness were Loucos from previous months and how good they were. But SKC, they were a really incredible team, but they were just heavy underdogs regardless.
Or maybe they knew, Trav. Maybe they knew. Stats-wise, it's fairly even, to be fair, but it just wasn't quite enough on side of SKC. I believe they have the same amount of kills as well on both teams. Damage is higher on LeaveNoWitness, and the MVP voted at home is going to be Lukitas, which, let's be honest, had a fantastic series. True in and true out. SKC are going to the grand finals.
What's up, guys? Your faces. Oh my god, that was incredible, honestly, to see the progression of that particular team as well. SKCalalas every month in the previous months, just having 2 sets, never quite managing the third. And today, I knew when they were picking Mortis into a Lou that, I mean, that's a ballsy move. So to have that pay off, I've got to say, good on them. I cannot wait for our grand finals, Teddy.
Yeah, this is exciting. We'll be crowning a new winner no matter what. We were thinking, it's going to be just the same as SA East. We'll have the favorites win, and, it's going to be FA Maracos, or in this case, LeaveNoWitness, winning again. It's not. We'll be crowning a new winner no matter what.
We'll talk about, predictions in just a bit, because I've got a few thoughts regarding that, but let's take a look at the brackets in just a minute to see how we got to this point in time. As Trevor already mentioned today, today is really all about the underdog stories, and I love it. Trav, talk us through the semi-finals, the start of the day, and what happened along the way.
Well, we started things off with Matt FA versus Reconic Esports. Reconic Esports, if you are just joining, being the former Juan Danilos who have made the finals twice. Matt FA took them down in such a good game. They played so well, drafted incredibly. 3-1 they managed to take down Reconic Esports SA. After that, LeaveNoWitness, who were Moecos. It's the month of name changes clearly in this region against SKCalalas. And SKCalalas being the underdogs, they came out on top as well. 3-1. LeaveNoWitnesses were the team to beat in this one, and they were beaten.
And predictions wise, let's just remind ourselves as to what we were. I mean, I said it right. I pretty much summed it up at the beginning of the show. If we all go down, we all go down together. And that's exactly what's happening. We should have maybe even seen the last matchup coming, let's be honest, because, I mean, SKCalalas had, in my opinion, the more noticeable trend of improvement over time as we were seeing them in every semi-finals. But, for Matt FA, I mean, they've just literally come out of nowhere, and I love it. But, yeah, not a single one right, guys. And, yeah, I'm sure the community's not very pleased with us, but nonetheless, let's talk about the rosters. Teddy, take it away from Matt FA.
Well, Matt FA is a team where we don't have a whole ton to say besides the fact that they came for the most part out of nowhere this year in the BSC and were able to absolutely pop off against Reconic in the semi-finals, taking that 3-1 victory and locking in their spot for the grand finals. I wouldn't necessarily say they're newcomers, but they're definitely not as well known as the other titans of this region. But this may very much change today, because now they are in the finals and this is their shot at the trophy.
I was so impressed, really impressed with this team, because they have just really taken on board the learnings, coming back every month stronger, getting better and better. And the way that they handled Reconic, the same team that last month really put them in their place, it spoke to me in volumes. Trav, SKCalalas, we just saw them, but remind us once again, what are they about?
Well, I mean, they've been struggling month in, month out, but not as much struggling as Matt FA, because they've made each and every monthly final. They just haven't got this far yet, and it is a little bit of a disappointing one, because they are an incredible team. As I say, Alki, he's been playing since pretty much Brawl Stars Esports started, but now he's finally getting this little bit of a breakthrough. He's starting to play that a little bit better, and as you say, they've been on a trend of improvement throughout pretty much the entire thing, which we can't really say about Matt FA, because we haven't seen enough of them to say that.
But most importantly, Trav, they played Amber. That's what I'm going to go home remembering this evening. Seems to be that we had to wait a long time to see it. Not a single team in the SA regional day long have been playing it, but we got there in the end, and it was great to see. But yeah, I mean, before we go into the matchup, Trav, you're going to be signing off, but let me ask you before you do, where's your head at for this one? Who are you siding with? Because obviously we can't resort back to our previous predictions, right? So who are you voting for?
I mean, I think it's got to be SKC. As much as it pains my heart to say this. Like, I'm with Matt FA, but I just think SKC are probably going to win this one.
Teddy, yourself, what are you thinking?
Oh, it's a tough call, because SKC, they have more experience. They have interiorly better players and a better team, but so did Reconic in their match against Matt FA, and look how that went. I'll go SKC, but honestly, if Matt FA win, I wouldn't be bothered by the slightest.
You see, my heart wants to go with Matt FA. My head says SKCalalas. Oh, I think I might go with my heart today. I really would love to see it happen. If Matt FA can take the dub here today, it will be huge, absolutely huge. And as we saw yesterday in the EMEA region and how everything was blown wide open there, it could well be the case for South America West. Let's get into our first matchup. Trav, we'll catch up with you in just a bit. Dry season is the map bounty, of course, being the mode. What are your thoughts on this one, Teddy? Where are you thinking the meta lies, and what are we kind of expecting to see here?
We've seen all kinds of stuff. We've seen a decent amount of throwers, whether it's going to be Grom or Sprout, Tick, or even Barley, which we saw earlier today win here as well, I believe. But there's also some sharpshooter ideas. We see tons of Bell or Bonnie that can be brought into the mix here as well, even Brock. But I think Gray as well, it can be a solid shout too, to try to confirm some eliminations. When someone is low, just TP on top of him. He's going to be the freest skill in the universe, and I can see that working out too. You can always try to go more around mid-range or even tankier ideas, more aggressive ideas. But early in the draft, well, we'll see things like Janet, like we see right now, which is very versatile and very safe to draft in early.
Interesting stuff. The Max, the Carl, the Grey banned out by Matt FA. The Artie, the Tick, and the Penny banned out by SKCalalas. A swift draft in of Gene for SKCalalas, and I do really like that first draft. To counter the Janet coming in, the Brock as well. Nice stuff. Nice stuff all around here. They can't really get to have something like a Sprout. It's going to be like a final pick thing, and SKCalalas have a little bit maybe of an advantage in that respect. They could go for it. But I like the Grey ban. It was proving a big problem yesterday in EMEA for some of the regions, or some of the teams rather, in that region. But the Sprout was what really shone for me on dry season yesterday, at least. Let's see what Matt FA are thinking, and Meg coming in. Yeah, I mean, I deviated away very temporarily from my rule I've had all day long to point out when Meg is not banned, is it's very likely to then show her face. But I've got to be honest, I don't know whether it's the best Brawler draft here, to be quite frank. I mean, if you're back in spawn, but you got the lead, maybe it's actually something which you could deal with a thrower of sorts or some sheer aggression. But third and final draft coming in shortly for Matt FA, and lack of heals on the board for sure. Sprout, I love it. Absolutely love it. They kind of had to if they really wanted it, Teddy, because ultimately they've got the risk against them of being countered, but you got to grab it if you got the chance, right?
Yeah, he's not going to be free to roam all over the place either, as there is some wall break to try to open things up a little bit and limit the amount of ground that Meliodas can cover, or whoever ends up trading with him if they change players on that pick. But we did see the Sprout lose to Barley earlier today. It's not quite going to be the case here. We'll see the Colette as a final pick, which is an interesting one. I mean, it's directly targeting the Meg for sure, because, you know, high HP brawler that likes to go up close. That's exactly what Colette wants to be dealing with. But still, it's not necessarily a brawler that I would say is ideal on this map. I do like this Sprout a lot. I like the Meg, I like the Janet, I like everything here. But I think I'd be siding just a little bit more with SKC's comp, just because I feel like the gene pool is going to be the biggest X factor here to try to, you know, turn around a tricky situation or deflate a push by pulling one of your opponents that's pushing up.
I agree. I'm not a huge fan of Colette here. I think they could have doubled down with a wall break, maybe gone with a Ruffs, or, you know, I mean, X played the fantastic Mortis before. I mean, that's a really strong go-to counter of Sprout. Yes, it's going to struggle a little bit with Meg and Janet, certainly, for sure, but, you know, it would have at least encouraged Matt FA to have to really protect Ander in that respect and spend a lot of their resources and a lot of their time kind of having to deal with that scenario. But let's see how it'll play out. Just the blue star at the moment as both teams try to work towards gaining that super. It's Exic, the first person to show signs of it. He's trying to line up potentially here some shots. Gets one onto Ander before juggling his time forwards, but slow and steady it is the case so far, as Matt do need to secure a kill realistically here just to kind of have a bit more of a safe cushion. SKCalalas though have got to approach this with controlled aggression and not get too ahead of themselves.
Still only that blue star making the difference, but slowly SKC are winning some ground. A pull from Alki though is going to be connecting onto Tano's gadget. That is obviously less than ideal. And drop the base place down. Lukitas might be looking for the angle, but he's going to whiff the shot actually, so it stays up, and he's going to keep creating some space here for Matt FA to fall back just a little bit and keep some distance between themselves and their opposition and try to heal up. But Meliodas will get tagged up, as Lukitas now has a rocket rain as well to potentially get an all-important kill, but he's going to pump it a little bit early. It will destroy some cover, but it's not going to find any connections on players, and therefore SKC, they only have about 12 seconds left for that final push.
And it's very low here. Got to be cautious. But it seems like, look at Tasnet just backing up a little bit. Now the push in, but no takedowns. But there is one onto Lukitas, and it's enough. 3 stars for Matt FA. That is very promising stuff. You know, under that kind of scrutiny towards the end of a game as well, to hold your own, not an easy thing to do. And they didn't drop any stars in the process either. That's a statement. That is a statement, but it was very close, and that is a concern as well. Let's see what the next game brings as both teams go back in.
Wow, Matt FA in the grand finals just ready, as Blue Star this time around will be picked up by SKC, giving them a little bit more room to work with. Meliodas is low HP as well, nearly goes down to the Gene, but the chip damage is just gonna be that, not quite enough to take him down. And Blue Star in the hands of SKC gives them the early lead.
And moving up now, just trying to keep Gene suppressed as the focus primarily on the left wing towards the Brock and the Colette. There's a big break. Will deflate a little bit of what Ander's able to achieve, but nonetheless, the Sprout Wall will cover a good amount of depth though, regardless. It's just still that Blue Star, no kills or deaths, as both sides already are valuing that this is the grand finals. You've got to go in a little bit cautiously and not get ahead of yourselves too soon. But one singular kill will shift the balance in favor of Matt FA, and you've got the positioning power for it as well. Not a massive fan of that Sprout Wall, to be fair, but it will kind of cut off a little bit of the angle that Alche is able to achieve. But he has got the Magic Hand now. That's a big concern, and Matt FA have got to tread cautiously now going into this backside.
Yeah, 3 supers available for SKC, and that's tons of opportunities to try to deflate any of the pushes from Matt FA. Rocket Rain is going to be popped, find some good damage onto Meliodas. Not enough for a kill, but enough to slow down the aggression for a second or two, let them reconsider their positioning. Tano is starting to creep up. Preemptive gadget. I'm gonna pull for the bait, but the pull will connect from Aoki, and it's only Tano left alive. He does have a swipe. He might try to go for it. He gets the connection, gets 1 kill. No, he doesn't find Aoki. That would have been enough if he took him down 50 HP, I believe. But SKC even things out in the first set.
No doubt about it. Just a fraction of a second more. Would have been enough time to secure that takedown and provide the win as well with it. My word, so close. And it just seems as though both sides are in each other's heads very much when it comes to the strategy of just obtaining the Blue Star and then holding fort. And this time around it's Exic, the SKCalalas, who will do so. And Matt FA have got to approach this one a little bit different. Show a bit more aggression maybe, but try to secure an earlier takedown than they did previously, because it didn't work out. That Magic Hand really was quite punishing. Let's see now as the Kias there on the top left, very low. They're just Scaves unharmed, but could have easily gone down, let's be honest. But Matt maybe considering going back as Talon trying to create some space into the mid there. Healing up accordingly as well, but both sides being very careful in how they time their runs here. The Kies is there, gets the takedown as well somehow. The Incinerary must have been, as another wall comes in from Anda. But it feels like SKCalalas is just a bit more in control of this one.
And again, a lot of supers available for SKC. And the pull will connect onto the base that Meliodas placed down. So all good for Matt FA, besides the star count, obviously. Ander in a tricky position, but Aoki overextends massively and gets punished for it. They lose Exic, they lose Aoki, and Loucos is down to 1 shot. But Matt FA, they're not greedy. They know now they have the upper hand and they can't afford to play defensively.
25 seconds on the clock here. And SKCalalas need a takedown. Aoki looking finding the Magic Hand, but it's not been fed it yet. I just worry a little bit for Matt FA that if he gets it quickly, he won't hesitate in trying to ensure a swift one, but the Janet can take to the skies, and he knows that as well. He's got the Blue Star on his head. And it goes down. The stars are still with Matt FA for now, but what goes up must come down. Meliodas has just got to stay alive here, and he will do so. Matt FA, they will take it. What a turnaround. Chaos towards the end of those moments, but somehow they managed to stay composed enough to get the set. A huge start, and you can just see there on the face that SKCalalas did not take that one lightly.
lovely little dance as well there to, you know, relieve the pressure. They've done it for set 1. 2 more to go, you know, until they win. Obviously up to 4 more if we end up going all the way. But Matt FA, they came out of nowhere and are catching the world by storm. So far, looking incredible in the grand finals. It's impressive that they're able to pull off this level of play just off the bat, you know, against first Reconic. But now SKCalalas need to be on their toes because this is their chance as well. They haven't had a lot of opportunities to win monthly finals. They can't throw away the ones they get.
You could just see how chaotic it really was towards the end of that one, can't you? There's that 1-star single that takes down on anyone, really. Would have been all the difference maker. And with the 3 kills, and that was the most out of anyone, which just goes to show what a low-scoring round it was in terms of the takedowns, but also reflecting just how much each team was treading into this one cautiously. 1, the Meliodas, Tano, the Kias on 2, and Exik with the 1. You know, it's just being very cautious and not giving too much away to your opposition, because Dry Season is that map that comes down to punish that kind of action. You know, just giving 1 star ahead will allow you to retreat. And sometimes I do feel like Dry Season is one of those maps that does cater much more towards your defensive capabilities than others. And both of those 2 teams knew it. It was quite apparent. But that is Bounty behind us. And a new map and mode surely inbound to see where this one leads. Whether SKCalalas can put that defeat behind them, pick themselves up, and get back in the mix.
They showed earlier that they can show great resilience, but now the pressure might be adding up as Matt FA have taken over the reins. Field goal is where we are going to be heading up next, and if the name of the map didn't already tell you which game what it is, it's obviously going to be Brawl. And a chance here maybe to turn up the pace a little bit. See some more action as both teams are hungry for another set on the board for Matt FA and for their first for SKC. Banning out a bunch of throwers already by the looks of it. Barley and Dynamite, as well as combound out by Matt FA. SKC will be banning out the RT, as well as Mag and B. And we'll see Max as the first pick from Matt FA, and I don't mind that.
Decent start all round. Crow going to come in, likely paired with the damage booster gadget that we've seen time and time again. It does mean that Grom is still available here. I think, to be honest, it's actually looking pretty desirable here, but Penny, I would say, is a bit more desirable, but nonetheless, Grom would go a long way to helping take care of those turrets in the positions that they could very well be in, but it does feel to me like Matt FA are going with something aggressive here. I love the Max as a first idea. Definitely one to try to secure as quickly as possible, but the bans here are quite key. Let's be honest, they are pretty much the hardest of hitters, and therefore bringing so much more attention to the ones that are on the draft already. Let's see what they're thinking next. Sometimes we see, I wasn't expecting a Poco, but sometimes maybe Spike and that kind of thing is quite a common, safe idea that we see in South America coming through, but wasn't to be. But I'd quite like to see a Lou, actually. Let's see whether they're thinking that. Just the preemptive idea that a tank could come in on the other side of things from SKCalalas, but oh, pick one themselves. Ash coming in, but then that Lou could be an idea as a counter to it, Teddy.
It could be, but dude, I mean, the Poco Ash is scary as well with the max movement speed. There are some stuff already to deal with it, right? There's the Crow slows, which can be huge, but depending on which gadget they decide to pick for the Poco, they could cancel it, and it's gonna be a Shelly. It got buffed. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be, but I've yet to see it in competitive, and I really don't know what to expect.
I've been crying out for this. I mean, Shelly is in such a strong place, yet no team this entire weekend has decided to counter the tanks with something really hard hitting. And Shelly is now that beast. Movement speed has actually gone up from normal to very fast, by the way. There was a bit of a mistake in the patch notes that I picked up on because I was comparing the balance change from the live build to the, what now is the new live build. And Shelly is very fast. It's had 2 increments of speed increase, and it could very well be the thing to take care of this Ashe, but comes down to how it's played for sure. And let's see. There's an early pop there for Alke of the Clay Pigeons to really isolate the attention onto Tano. And that poison really ticking him over a little bit here is, I would say it's a pretty decent start so far for SKCalalas, but the speed from Tano, Meliodas pushing through, and this could well avail to a goal if they can just about secure it, but Alke says no and comes back firing.
Yeah, okay. With a cheeky 2-piece here, and suddenly Mad FA, I mean, it looked like they had a push going for them. And it's SKC with control of the ball, control of the pace. And perhaps a chance to turn this into a push. However, Ender is pushing up, jump from Loucos, but that's not really going to be resulting into anything. Meliodas respecting the Shelly and trying to play it at a range. That's going to be one of the nice features of that extra movement speed is, you know, usually your Ashe is going to be trying to lane swap and move around the map, but the Shelly is going to be able to follow along very nice. However, a big push coming through. Loucos trying to get the ball away, but Meliodas gets the pass in time. And Tano is buying some time so that the end of the timer is closer as they now score and take the lead in the first game of Brawl.
Yeah, Meliodas as well was trying to earn super at the back of Alke. Great pass through the speed as well. Should be enough to secure it. The angle is there. Meliodas comes back swinging. Oh my word. SKCalalas turn their back for 1 second, and you just can't do that. Not against this underdog. And Mad FA are doing the unthinkable right now. They are absolutely doing it. Against the face of a Shelly as an Ashe is a scary, daunting thing. They are managing it. They are doing it. Let's see, though, whether they can keep this up. Can they get 2 sets ahead here? I've got to point out as well on the Poco side, gadget-wise, running the protective tunes to really counteract the slow of the Shelly, which he might even use here as well. Not going to have it, and I don't blame him for it. It was a 2v1. Reserve that all-important utility for another time. But I do want to see Alke get further up, try and get a super through defensive lines to open things to potential shot on goal. Whatever way you look at it, SKCalalas have got to get back in this game because they are struggling so far.
Yeah, it's a rough start for them here in the grand finals. Meliodas is gonna be taking very low HP, but the unbreakable wall is gonna disable Alke from closing out that kill. Maybe we'll see a Shelly super to open up the walls and slow down his opposition. He's gonna go for it, but it's gonna be a bit of a whiff. It does open up 2 walls. Loucos trying to self-pass and clutch this one up, but it's just not meant to be, as SKC are not going to be able to turn this into a goal just yet.
Speed coming in from Tano. It's a good time for it as well. Meliodas pushing far to the left and hoping to receive the ball, but the heel comes through from Ander. Now Exik in a perilous position, but it looks like Meliodas might go down here, and he does. That might deflate this push, especially as the Alke coming back in off the spawn. He sees to that, shuts it down quick, and this could even avail to a goal if the pass is there. Loucos as well could jump in and receive it. Damage booster potentially as well to receive it and have more HP to push it through. Playing it slow and steady, though, is how they want to do this. Might not be the play, but now there's an opening. The shot, the pass. Oh, that's beautifully done. Loucos didn't even need to connect with it. The ball was there. Great stuff as SKCalalas start to fight back.
30 seconds left. And Mad FA, they do have a bit of a push going for them. No more slows for Loucos, but Alke does have super, and that might be a problem. Ander getting some decent value, though. He's going to pick up a kill. Loucos, low HP as well, goes for a jump in. A bit of an interesting trick shot pass here. It's not really going to go anywhere. And Tano, despite facing 2 low HP players, is just not able to get those connections. Exit comes back full HP, clears him up, and SKC will be able to pick up this game, evening things out 1-1 in this set. But the stakes are still very different. Second set here is on the line for one side of the equation, as Matt FA are getting close to leading by 2 sets. A chance to be all even if SKC pick this one up.
Such an important moment, isn't it? Because Matt FA could be way ahead, you know, in terms of the sets, but SKCalalas could bring this back and make it very much even. I love this Shelly pick. I don't know why so many regions and players have been very shy to the mix to really go for it and buckle down, double down with it. It's just so hard for LeaveNoWitness to do much. And I can understand it. And it's a great wall break to have on this particular map as well. LeaveNoWitness struggling still. Talon weak as well. Loucos could have jumped in there, but he didn't go for it. He wants to pass through from Exic. And this is a wide open door for Exic to be able to walk it through. Nothing at all that anyone can do. In the very early start for SKCalalas, 1 on the board already.
Yeah, Ender didn't even try to heal up his teammate there, which probably would have saved that goal. Loucos gets melted though. Alki also in a bad spot. Ender will fall. Meliodas knocked back. Tano, can he score this one in? He's gonna rush it a bit. Maybe there wasn't a chance to just try to walk or at least shoot it through. Instead, he went for a shot straight into a player that's not really quite gonna make it. Alki has super, and he's not gonna be scared to use it.
He really is the reason right now that no one wants to go forward to get this ball, but they've got to. I mean, time is still ticking here, and you kind of have to commit to something eventually. That's what they're going to do now, as Alke really gets the push through, and he's left wide open. Robotic Rat's coming down. We'll see to him the pass through, but can Meliodas do much about it? No. Low HP, and they're not going to get shut down either. Oh, my word. Essek and Loucos did so well there, honestly. And the pins really do say it all. Disastrous moment there for Matt FA, and they've got to pick themselves up now with 30 seconds left. There is not much time here to get this goal they need.
That was the chance for Matt FA to try to equalize, maybe see overtime in this game, but it's looking like the set will be going the way of SKC, especially after they find another goal. We are all even in the grand finals. It's 1 set each.
Now we've got a game. Now we've got ourselves a grand final. But I've still got to reiterate, honestly, the fact that Matt FA, they've never even made the semi-finals before, let alone a grand finals. And it's a rarity, honestly, it's a real rarity to see a team able to handle the heat of it. Let's be honest. And they are doing just that. But Heist up next, Kabim Canyon brings a great deal different of a draft to it. And can be very chaotic. Great goal there, let's be honest, wasn't it? From Exic. And the crow jump in there just to ensure it. But for me, the star of the show was Alke. I mean, that Shelly pick was so ballsy and it worked. I mean, it's always going to work, but the pro scene across the world still tend to go with other ideas to really counter out the Ash, the Lou, the Spike, so on and so forth. But we have had such a tremendous buff to Shelly, and I'm surprised we've not seen more play rates of her over this weekend. Look at the stats as well. Really were favoring SKCalalas on the whole. 247 DPS there for Exic, and just shy of it there for Alke as well. Loucos did a phenomenal job as well, just inching by 1 more than everyone on the side of Matt FA, but I didn't think that Matt FA played well. I just think the draft was better on the side of SKCalalas, but will that be the case as we go into Kaboom Canyon and Heist? Who is going to get that 1 set ahead?
I agree with you. I mean, it was a really tough draft for Matt FA to face, and impressively enough, they still got the first game. And at the end of the day, you said this a bit of a marathon, and it's about arriving to the finish at the end of the struggle. RT is a first pick here for Matt FA, as SKC will be picking up the crow. So far, don't mind anything. Colette here is a bit of a staple as well. We got 2 more picks in a row here for Matt FA, and then the final one for SKC.
RT is always a good start, isn't it? It really is. Meg ban here, and I think you've kind of just got to ban Meg everywhere, let's be honest. Crow first pick, as we've all seen. Such a common brawler to have in this particular region, and Brock coming in there for Matt FA. Do really like it. 8-bit as well is definitely risky. Definitely risky. I think I'm kind of favoring a little bit more towards SKCalalas, just a little bit. I think Colette in the mid here will be very good, but if Matt FA make this comp work, land those shots, move up as a squad, as a team, as a unit, and get that 8-bit onto the safe, extra credits, gadgets, it's going to lay down a ton of damage onto the safe. Speaking of 8-bit being a risk, I would say the Colt's an even riskier one, but again, if you can just land those shots, such a rewarding one as well. It's the SKCalalas draft has just turned into a much different scenario for me. I think as soon as the Colt showed its face, I think I'm back with Matt FA now, to be honest. I would love to see this work, though, on both sides of the coin. But I think the Matt FA one is now definitely the safer of the two choices.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, I think the idea of the goal is not necessarily bad. There's other brawlers that can do a similar job, you know, could have gone Lola, for example, because they needed some burst damage on safe, you know, because if a Brock gets onto your safe, you just, like, it's not necessarily burst, more like sustained damage on safe, and they didn't have any of that. But, I mean, Team White immediately in favor of SKC, and they're full on blasting onto that blue safe.
That's exactly what you want to do with a Colt. Just pure chaos. No one knows where to shoot or how quickly to maneuver around who they're shooting at, and the jump in as well. This is kind of dusted. I mean, blink, can you miss it? This one's over. Game one in the bag. And definitely some learnings for Matt FA. They've got to hold firm on those lanes and mids. You've got to start to just keep your ankles dug in deep into the ground there, because as soon as you lose control, it's chaos. It's exactly what SKCalalas are trying to do with this strat. It's just rare to see it work out quite that well.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast, incredibly efficient, just not missing a shot, winning every single lane. But it's a slightly different story this time around, and should expect somewhat of a different result. And we're gonna get some connections on save. 10% now in favor of Matt FA, and has a super as well, so if anyone there's get in range, they might get punished.
I think it's important to remind the viewers at home that this is much more like this Colt would normally play out to be. It's, you know, I don't want to see everyone playing Colt on ladder thinking they're going to get the same results as we just saw, because normally it doesn't work out that way. And you can see there, Tanner there popping the extra credits gadget with the damage booster, and look how that's tearing up the safe. It's a much safer comp. You know, you can stay behind the wall, you've got that mid control. If SKCalalas starts to push back in, so you can go back and still be at the comfort of home. 3% is all that's needed, and I think the SKCalalas just got back dealt a hand. Nothing much that they can do unless they just hold firm now and get 100% damage, which I think is incredibly unlikely. But nonetheless, we have seen stranger things this weekend. Lots of reverse sweeps, lots of underdog stories. So, I don't know. I don't think that I've seen it all just yet, Teddy.
Probably not, Ark. Probably not. But SKC seems like they've had enough. They are pushing forward and getting some good value on safe. 45 seconds left, and they still need to deal 59% damage if they want to catch up. A low HP Colette in the mid is going to be forced to heal up, however, not being able to, as Meliodas shut him down. Tano finds Exic, and all they need is about a single shot, and Ander lines it up. Matt FA with the game on the board here in Heist, and we are as tied up as it gets. One set each, one game each. Whoever wins the next one takes the second set.
It's just so close, isn't it? It really is. Different ideas for both sides. No doubts about it. But it's going to come down to this early control. A lot of clustering there on the side of SKCalalas. And now Alki and Renegados do separate themselves out. Great slowing toxin there as well from Alki, and that is suffering for Ander. Tanner just trying to make these shots work, but it does feel like it's going back a little bit to that first game. These shots have got to land, and they do. Meliodas does get the takedown. Exit as well. Goes down himself, and to a bit of a reset, but Matt FA do need to establish control, get some takedowns, push back through this mid, make that 3 versus 2. But look at the slowing toxin combined with the Colt. It's such a wondrous combination. It's allowing X to hit far more shots. But Matt FA are starting to resist things a bit more. Now that Bush is down, things might change.
Jumping from the Crow, but that's a trap as Meliodas melts him down. He's not going to be surviving himself, though, as X only needs to be aiming for his legs, and that will be the easiest kill in the universe. Meliodas slowed down by Alki, and Loucos is able to get a super unsafe. It's looking like SKC might run away with this one. 70, 80, 90% lead now in their favor. And Loucos, if the super connects, will end it. And he does exactly that. SKC takes set number 3 and now build up a nice lead.
It's interesting to see as well just how much the RT nerf has just now made players reconsider when the collect comes through. The amount of shots that can really land on her in that process is just definitely made a big difference to the defensiveness capabilities of Heist there. And Matt FA came this close really. That third game was what it came down to. Second game was much more in their favor. But again, early control. As we've seen time and time again on maps like Kaboom Canyon, it all comes down to that. When the bushes are there, you've got to make use of that unpredictability and juke around the situation. And with the comp that SKCalalas had, just chaos. You can just see it. Colette going in, Cole doing his thing, and now Chill out in that left-hand side, really acting as a thorn in the side at the same time. But I don't think this is all over yet, Teddy, at all. Matt FA have got a lot of perseverance, far more than many of the teams that have just come springingly, seemingly out of nowhere. And I think this could be well worthy of a 5th and final set for me for this grand final before it's decided.
I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. And I just love how game 1 is an absolute stomp in favor of SKC. And in game 2, I feel like the pep talk from Matt FA was, okay, guys, we're in the monthly finals, grand finals. We just got destroyed by a Colt. Let's get our stuff together and win this. And they do exactly that. And then game 3, they get destroyed by the Colt again.
Crystal Arcade for gem grab. I'll be very surprised to see a Cole here, I'll be honest. But Meg, definitely looking out for that on the bans straight away. One of the gem grab maps that for me does cater towards a lot of interesting ideas. I want to see, you're not going to like this, Teddy, but I'd like to see, I'd like to see maybe some Nita coming in. I know you don't like it, but it does get some good results. We saw it played out in EMEA pretty well yesterday for the most part. Meg not banned. I know you're okay. Alka coming in with the penny pick, first pick, but that does leave open Meg. And, exactly. And you'd be foolish not to, wouldn't you? If you're Matt FA. What are your thoughts on that, Teddy? You got first pick. Would you go with Penny or would you go with Max?
You mean Meg? Or do you mean...
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same color.
It's been a long day, mate. Long weekend, yeah.
Yeah. It's a tough call, I think Meg is in a better place right now, but if you as a team feel like you're ready to deal with Meg and it's, what you've been scrimming against the most and it's how you've been winning the most, by all means, don't take it. But, SKC, I wouldn't say they've been comfortable so far in this grand final, and I'm just hoping they're ready for it.
There's no doubt about it. In terms of experience and ability to handle pressure, SKCalalas definitely have that to their advantage. But again, this is a place where they've really wanted to shine all year long. This could be the chance. Lola coming in as well now to add to the mix. Definitely can handle those side lanes pretty successfully well and do drop the gems. Not the worst of brawlers to hand them over to and swap into the mid for. It's got a lot of versatility in that respect, but they do need something more aggressive on those lane sides. Quite like the Stu ban for that reason. And again, I wouldn't be opposed to a Nita of sorts, or maybe even an Ashe if they want to go down that line, but again, it's not in their favor on the coin flip side of things. Carl coming in for SKCalalas then as their third pick, and this could be a tank But Matt FA, they've got to have something of some high DPS value, because Crow's great, but ultimately something harder hitting will go a long way here. Certainly wasn't the idea for me.
I like
hard to close the gap. I don't mind it, but I think it's going to really struggle to be able to earn super in the first place, no?
I don't think you can really push Sandy on his lane, to be honest. If he's just in the bush, you know, like, I don't really know who wins that fight here. Like, the Annie won't, the Lola won't. Maybe the Carl if he, like, shoots nicely around the walls and connects every shot. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it's a free lane for the Sandy, but I feel like he's got some decent chances, and his gadget will nicely put Carl to sleep during his super. Can hit the Ego and Lola at the same time. The Salty Barrel can't tank. Super is really strong. And I think it's quite alright, to be honest.
Well, I think it depends upon how it's approached. Ultimately, you know, feeding into it is the worst thing you can do, and I'm pretty sure that the value was achieved greatly in that interaction by Ander. Now he can get back in and then choose his time. So I think SKCalalas have got to be a bit more cautious with this, because ultimately if they don't feed into Ander, then they're going to be able to establish a greater amount of control, spend more time on the mid. He's one shot away now. Now he has the Sandstorm. And now Tano can reposition himself if he wants to and really go in deep here. Going to play a bit more defensively. Looks like it is that Roost Sands? I think it's actually no healing winds, I believe, on that star power side for Sandy. So actually not going to cause damage. There's a jump in there from Meliodas. Will pop Soaring Toxin just before death there, allowing just a couple more gems into the pocket of Tano. And SKCalalas do need to establish a couple more here, because they are a little bit behind.
So far, a good start from Matt FA, but SKC are adjusting, they're adapting, and now suddenly Tano doesn't have a mech to work with anymore. That was the final sleep from Ander, and follow-up super coming true. Let's see if they can hold on to the mid. All they need is 2 gems to start a countdown, but Ander this time is going to be overwhelmed by X6 super. And although Tano gets back into his mech, SKC have pretty much caught up gem-wise.
Did really well. And of course to the right-hand side, choosing to swap lanes. I think it's probably wise, but is it too little, too late? That's the question. Exik holds on there and does win the 1v1. As there as well in the mid. Currently collecting that 9th gem. 10 there though. Okay, all now healed up and going to contest it. 1 away from countdown now, but the slow is huge there from Meliodas. The swipe from Tano does not connect though. Should be a swift takedown there from Meliodas onto Exik, but he somehow struggled with it, and that means that Tano can't push this gem. 10 to 10. One more coming down, but it's looking like both sides are going to be very cautious now as we approach this kind of stalemate scenario, as both sides collect the one on their spawn side before reconsidering. But now look at that. Tano can't push this. Surely SKCalalas have got a huge opportunity now.
Yeah, that's a big moment to get that double kill, because the gems are up for grabs. Exik gets an insane kill, gets the gems as well. Not that they were really required, but it's going to be the final nail in a coffin. And SKC are on match point.
Huge steal, huge snatch there from SKCalalas. They just kept the pressure on. I want to see just a little bit more from Matt FA there. It took a while to swap the lanes on the Sandy. They had a great start. Actually, I think SKCalalas just pandered to them on a plate, actually, before they start to change their strategy up, not feed as much into those sandstorms, and also swap the lanes and have the Carl go up against it. Now, Ander has got that favorable matchup that he had previously. Loucos did lead in a lot to the value, despite the Salty Barrel. The Sweet Dream stun does seem to be a little bit stronger. But look at this, the pressure onto Tano. They've got to help him out here. X is going to get the takedown and bring back the gems. Doesn't matter if Ander wins that left-hand side lane. If he's not able to contest it, they're going to be walking away from it. And SKCalalas seems to be growing in confidence here. Matt FA might be getting a little bit out of their depth, as it is tournament point now, SKCalalas.
Ander gets fed super, and it's going to help regain some positioning. And you're right, he's playing the heel, which is wild to me. I feel like Root Sands is just so good overall. don't think the heal is necessarily bad, but it's just really overshadowed by Rude's hands. Either way, Loucos should be dropping dead, and he survived with 46 HP. Tano, low HP as well, needs to be careful. He's going to drop out of the mech and doesn't really want that in a crucial moment like this. And he gets reset and tanked back all the way down to 800 HP. Jumping from Meliodas, that's a kill. The gems are dropped as well. Exic trying to go for a play himself, but he goes down, and the gems go in the hands of Matt FA. Countdown locked in now by Matt FA.
Gems are split, but is there enough time? Loucos trying to get some damage dealt into Tano. Exic, no super to hand, no gadgets, but it seems, oh, he had a gadget, but wasn't able to really do much in the first place anyway. And it does give a little bit of grace towards Matt FA. It's not over yet, not by a long shot, but that was very close. I did feel like SKCalalas had the momentum there to really secure it. It's going to be such a close game up next. Will SKCalalas shut it down, secure it, become our champions for April, or will Matt FA take it to a 5th and final? Let's go in.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this whole plan here from SKC committing so much resources on the left-hand side, including the penny. Like, you don't really want to be fighting multiple people up close when you're facing, or you don't really want to be going in as multiple people up close against a Sandy that's just going to be getting so much of her super and doesn't really care if it's 1 or 2 people she's shooting at the same time, or he's shooting at rather. Let's see. Because the problem, if you commit your gem carrier to help out the lane, is in the meantime, Tano got so many gems. He doesn't get pushed by Exic. Sleep onto Exic, but Exic still gets a 2-piece. Meliodas is able to recover the gems until the mortar takes him down. However, the lead is still in favor of Matt FA, but SKC, they now have control of the mid.
Great amount of pressure here, but Tano is fighting it. Exic is the problem realistically here. It's going in, big hits. The Sweet Dream stun is there, but Tano is taking so many shots, and it is one too many. Gems in the pocket for SKCalalas on the retreat. 15 seconds inbound, and I don't see how it's going to get reset.
Matt FA, they need a kill on either Loucos or Alki. But with 4 seconds left, what they really need is a miracle. 1 second left as well from Tano. He will get 1 kill. It gets reset, but he's going to drop dead. And now there's even more gems in the pockets of SKC.
The reset might be enough, but I don't see Matt FA being able to do it twice, if I'm honest. I think it is going to be SKCalalas for the first ever monthly finals win. Exic with a flying hook away, a little spin, a cheeky pin, but most importantly, the win. Great stuff from them, and they break the trend. Every month by month, it's been LeaveNoWitness as the top of this region, but now we have a new reigning champ.
Phenomenal run from SKC this month. Props to Matt FA as well for an unbelievable performance for a first time going this far in a monthly final ever for all of their players. I believe this is the first time winning a monthly finals for everyone on SKC, but for Loucos that did win one all the way back in 2021. So it's been a long time, and that means that finally we have another team that wins a monthly final here in SA West. We already had, ex-Marwekos that now did rename to LeaveNoWitness, but now we also have SKCalalas added to the list.
Gotta say how much I enjoy this side of the region. It does bring out so many of the emotions and the chaos and the plays, most importantly, but in that same idea, in that same respect, you've got to give a huge hand to Matt FA. I mean, for a squad that have only really made the quarterfinal stages, and they got absolutely flattened by the very team which they flattened today. I think that all things considered, for a grand finals appearance, they really did shine. But SKCalalas just had that experience, had that knowledge, that game sense, and the ability to stay calm under pressure. Big stats there as well. And I had a really decent game, actually, with 240 DPS. And if you look across the board, I think it's fair to say the majority of takedowns even more evenly spread actually with Matt FA than SKCalalas, but the objective really was where it was at. And for me, Exic, he just kept the pressure on, didn't he? More often than not, just providing that takedown of the gem carry that really mattered and put Matt FA into a bit of a rut. Nonetheless, let's check out who the MVP was, as voted for by you guys over at event.brawlstars.com. It's Renegados. Fantastic month for him. Couldn't be happier for him. They've earned this. This squad have been back to the drawing board time and time again. Big love. Big love. Great stuff.
Yeah, that was an incredible way to close out this monthly final here. SKC, as you mentioned, Ark, they were always there, but just couldn't quite make it all the way. Now, not only do they make it to the grand finals, they actually end up winning them. Trav, what did you think of this match?
I mean, it was incredible, really. A real close affair between two teams that I couldn't be more thrilled made it to the finals. Both of them thoroughly deserve it. Both of them coming in, and I'm sure we imagined they would be the two teams in third and fourth today. Pretty much everybody imagined that. These two underdog teams made it to the finals, and as much as I'd like to see Matt FA come from absolutely nowhere to win a monthly final, I think SKC did thoroughly deserve it.
I think either way, Trevor, you know, we had our predictions locked in and no one was going to get it right anyway from the beginning because we had a stinker, boys. We'll get to that in just a moment. Let's check out the bracket first and foremost to see how we got to this stage today. And again, if you are just joining the streams, cover your eyes. Spoiler alert, inbound. Huge upset as our first match there in the semi-finals. Reconic Esports went out first round to Matt FA. The very same team which they stomped the previous month in the quarterfinal stages. The revenge was had. They made it to the grand finals. LeaveNoWitness as well was the second upset to follow, as SKCalalas for month by month getting 2 sets but never quite making the grand finals. But today was really their day. And they got a big fat 3 sets in the grand finals to become today's champion of the SA West region. Here we have as well the leaderboards now, and it's all shifted around. SKCalalas really now hot on the trail of LeaveNoWitness. Reconic Esports as well, still very much in the fight. Level Esports though, definitely a bit of a gap forming there, and I would say more so when we look at the teams that go from 5th down to 8th. But a reminder as well for this region that there is no World Finals guaranteed placement. It's 2 via the last chance qualifiers. So at the moment, that stands to be. It'll be LeaveNoWitness and SKCalalas making it to that stage in time. But we shall see as the months progress how both of those and everyone else gets on in the SA West region. But now it's time for our play of the day. Teddy, I'm going to hand it over to you to talk us through it. What are your thoughts?
Oh, we had some changes to Bounty, and the mode can end quite quickly. But another mode that can end very quickly, that's going to be Heist. If you are facing SKCalalas with an unbelievable 1 push here, and there's games that don't finish this quickly when you have a base race. This time around, there's 3 players from Matt FA trying to defend that save, but between the Colt, the Crow with the jumping, and the chained Colette supers, there's just no chance here for Matt FA to do anything. Look at the Crow slows as well, just making sure that they can't defend. And at the end of the day, that was just such a phenomenally quick round to be picked up by SKC. It really scared Matt FA. Matt FA that were able to win the game after that. SKC again showed their cold skills in game number 3 and ended up winning the set.
They really just threw everything at that high save, including the kitchen sink pretty much. But let's take a look now at the World Finals race. If everything stays the same, these are the teams that will be going to the World Finals. Of course, this will shift around and change as the weeks and months progress. But nonetheless, Crazy Raccoon absolutely slaying it out in East Asia at the moment. Saints Division were decrowned, actually. I was going to say the kings of EMEA, but nonetheless are still very much in control of things, riding high in the points. Reply Totem and Navi as well, creeping in. Navi this month, amazing win for them in EMEA, has brought them into the mix. ZEST for SA East would make the World Finals in their current standings. Dog Walkers for NA West, Tribe Gaming for NA East, and Mainland China to be determined later this year.
I mean, these teams just thoroughly deserve it at the end of the day. I think they really, really are some solid teams. Let's take a little bit of a look towards the LCQ race as well. See what's going on over there and see who's going to be up in that kind of area. Moto Manis, FA in the NA East, STMN, which is a team that we don't usually see this far down. And saying this far down is a stretch as well, because LCQ, it's an achievement in itself, but STMN being down here is absolutely wild. We'll see if they can do any better later on today. Clash, LeaveNoWitness, Reconic Esports all sitting down here after we've seen them play today. Dogs to Lobster, A&R, Ammo Fantasy down in the EMEA, and Foot Esports as well. Reject, Aphelion Esports, Team Flash, Rising Sun SEA, Revenant Esports, and Marcos Gaming down there as well. Mainland China still to be decided, but we'll see that a little bit later on in the year.
So many team names, so much talent. What a year it is shaping up to be for 2023 in the BSC. And we got plenty more still to come. That is it. South America is a wrap. But North America still to come later on today, guys. You're not going to want to miss it. Tune in at 9:05 UTC time for that one. It's such an enjoyable region. I'm so jealous to not have to cast it because it's always a good time in North America. Any final thoughts, Trav, from yourself before we close out the day? It's been a long one for us here.
It really has, but I mean, I wouldn't ask for it any other way. Some of the games have just been that close, and maybe they may have extended the day a little bit, but it's worthwhile for us to commentate over and for the people to watch and for the players to enjoy as well. But congratulations to those teams who did win.
Spot on. Teddy, yourself, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same as Trav said, you know, like I was expecting certain things to happen today. I think we all were, and they just didn't whatsoever in the second half of the broadcast. The West absolutely blew me away. Some great underdog stories, and just great to see some players succeed that so far hadn't had as much spotlight as they will probably get now. So I'm really happy for them and very happy about that. And yeah, I'm just grateful to be on the show once again.
Perfectly said. And yeah, it's always a great deal of fun in South America, but more fun still to come, of course, with North America in just a couple of hours. So stick around for that. Make sure you're following Brawl_esports over on Twitter. Turn on notifications. You don't want to miss that stream. A few final thanks as well to Supercell, of course, because Brawl Stars is a pretty cool game. I think it's all fair to say. And Esports Engine, of course, for putting on this incredible production for you guys, to all the players out there, to all the coaches, to all the organizations, analysts, and of course, the viewers at home. From Trav, from Teddy, from myself, it's goodbye for now.
Time kicks in. Same with the B, but Doritos grabbing the ball and throw it in the corner. Right decision to make. Kind of deflate this push a little bit more, but still they're not stopping there. Super to the mid and super to the right. Zest put it away and they'll be going to the finals.
Super coming in though. It does find something, a bit of damage, and a takedown to follow. Oh, it's a turnaround. The blue star clash. Are they going to steal it away?
Yeah, Super playing this mid, not knowing which way they're going to go, waiting for that TP in, and then Motep's going to go for it as well. They're in the lead as well. This is a three-person push onto the left-hand side. The turret's going to TP out, so they're not going to have that tank just yet, but it seems like they're all giving up. Not a good situation for them to be in. VT, Zim, and the boys are going to go down, and Zest are going to be the champions of the sub-region of South America East.
Everyone's low, all the HP in the world for Tano. They can surely just walk this one in, but they passed it. They should be able to take care of Christian regardless, or maybe not. The stun just in front of the ball. He can't get the pass. Manio's finally gets it in. Now he is sliding. Somehow finds his way to the goal.
He does go down. Alki is 1 HP. Exik is again going to try to focus their resources on defense as he commits to a push of his own. And this time around he finds Riz. 1% left. And there you have it. SKCalalas.
But I don't see Matt FA being able to do it twice, if I'm honest. I think it is going to be SKCalalas for the first ever monthly finals win. Exik with a fly hook away, a little spin, a cheeky pin, but most importantly, the win